Chapter 1498. In fact, for ordinary warriors, a depth of 5,000 meters was already considered a forbidden zone. They would not dare to take the risk. However, for Fang Chen, this depth was not bad. As long as he was not unlucky enough to encounter a sea demon expert, he would not be in any danger. Splash! After entering the void ocean, the perfect sword body automatically operated, and sword-shaped runes were attached to the surface of his skin. With the protection of the perfect sword body, Fang Chen did not feel any pressure. He quickly dived and reached 2,000 meters in the blink of an eye. It's starting to feel a little pressure, Fang Chen said to himself, but it did not affect his speed at all. After a while, 5,000 meters. Fang Chen floated in the sea and looked into the distance. Not far away in the sea, there was a mineral vein floating in the air. This mineral vein was not too big, but the crimson ore made Fang Chen very excited. It's really a crimson jellyfish mine. Little Mouse was even more excited. The crimson jellyfish mine was extremely rare. Such a mineral vein was very likely to have a primordial ancestral stone. Even if there was no primordial ancestral stone, there might be a pseudo-ancestral stone. No matter what, it was very attractive to him. Let's go and take a look, Fang Chen said. Quickly arriving in front of the mineral vein, Fang Chen found that the crimson jellyfish mine was emitting a strong aura that was repelling him. Buzz! The perfect sword body raised his defense to the highest level, and Fang Chen dived into the crimson jellyfish mine. After entering the mineral vein, the seawater disappeared instantly. What a rich water elemental aura! Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. As expected of a crimson jellyfish mine, just the rich water elemental aura alone was shocking. After carefully sensing, Fang Chen sensed the aura of an array in the crimson jellyfish mine, and he was very excited. Such a large mineral vein, if I can mine it all, I can definitely create a group of array geniuses for Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chen said to himself. However, just as he was about to try mining the mineral vein, suddenly, a cold ray of light shot out from the inside of the mine. Whoosh! Fang Chen sensed the cold light and hurriedly dodged. Bang! The cold light hit the crimson jellyfish ore hard, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the jellyfish mine. Fang Chen was startled. There were other people here. Who are you? Fang Chen asked. From the looks of it, he should be a human. Furthermore, the aura circulating around his body gave off a sense of oppression. This was a young warrior. His appearance was very young, but his body was very spoiled. His face was filled with coldness, as if he was very unhappy with Fang Chen's intrusion. Scram! That person said coldly. His tone was unquestionable, as if the crimson jellyfish ore belonged to him. Hey, why are you so unreasonable? The crimson jellyfish mine isn't yours. Why won't you let us in? Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen stared at him. Die, or scram. That person raised his eyelids and glanced at Fang Chen. A wild killing intent radiated from his body. Seeing that Fang Chen was indifferent, he finally attacked. Rumble. A vast aura emerged from his palm. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! Seeing this, Fang Chen gathered all the strength in his body and punched back. The two fists collided with a deafening sound. Both of them retreated a few steps. After stabilizing himself, a strange look appeared on that person's face. He seriously sized up Fang Chen. There aren't many in the younger generation who can take a punch from me. Which Ling clan are you? Or are you from the Luo clan? Hearing this person's words, Fang Chen frowned slightly. He had a bold guess in his mind. He immediately asked, "Are you from the Yuan clan?" Sure enough, hearing Fang Chen's words, the other party narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Yes, I am from the Yuan clan. Since you can take a punch from me, I can spare your life. Hurry up and scram. Don't disturb my cultivation." The people from the Yuan clan were so overbearing. This made Fang Chen a little unhappy. This person's cultivation should be above the 4th level of the creation realm. If they really fought, he would not be afraid. No wonder you are so overbearing. So you are from the Yuan clan. Fang Chen sneered. He had long heard that the Yuan clan, as the leader of the three divine clans, was very arrogant and overbearing. Are you courting death by insulting the Yuan clan? The person's figure flashed and a series of phantoms flashed. In an instant, he appeared behind Fang Chen and punched Fang Chen's head. Bang! Fang Chen's body instantly exploded and then turned into a stream of air and disappeared. Seeing this, the Yuan clan's face finally became serious. You are too inexperienced to play this game with me. Fang Chen mocked. Trying to sneak attack him in front of him? What a joke. Since you don't want to leave, then prepare to die. With that, the Yuan clan's man waved his hand and a terrifying stream of air instantly spread out in the crimson jellyfish mine. Remember my name, Yuan Ming. As soon as Yuan Ming's voice fell, a terrifying attack fell on Fang Chen. Burial sword technique of heaven and earth. Fang Chen took out the red glass sword and displayed the burial sword technique of heaven and earth. Swoosh! The red sword radiance blocked Yuan Ming's attack. You can't kill me. Fang Chen sneered and immediately activated the burial sword technique of heaven and earth to the extreme. How dare a guy at the first level of the creation realm be so arrogant in front of me? It seems that I have not been out in the universe for a long time and no one remembers me. Yuan Ming's face was extremely gloomy and a terrifying light surged around his body. The Yuan clan's secret skill was instantly displayed. Boss. Seeing this, Little Mouse displayed its divine ability, extreme piercing, without hesitation. A terrifying purple spear with a powerful aura shot out rapidly. Get lost. Yuan Ming roared angrily and waved his hand. A powerful light appeared in front of the purple spear. However, to his surprise, the purple spear was too sharp. It directly penetrated his defense and stabbed into one of his arms. Damn it! Yuan Ming was completely furious. As a member of the Yuan clan, he was actually injured by a nobody. This was a disgrace. I'm going to kill you. Yuan Ming fell into madness and blood splattered all over the crimson jellyfish mine. He waved his big hand and launched powerful attacks, wave after wave of attacks. However, Fang Chen was not to be trifled with. Although his attack power could not break through Yuan Ming's defense, his perfect sword body could easily block Yuan Ming's attacks. You are indeed a member of the Yuan clan. Your defense is too strong. Fang Chen displayed the space-time true meaning and disappeared into thin air. While Yuan Ming was surprised, he appeared behind him and displayed the Five Thunder Tribulation technique. Boom! Boom! The terrifying attack directly bombarded Yuan Ming's primordial spirit. Yuan Ming's primordial spirit was severely injured. I'm going to kill you. Yuan Ming endured the pain and unleashed a forbidden technique. A destructive aura surged over. Yuan Ming's death strike appeared randomly. Oh no! Fang Chen cursed inwardly and immediately took out the dark demonic wheel. Boom! The dark aura was fully released and Yuan Ming's body instantly disintegrated. I won't let you go. Before Yuan Ming's body dissipated, he left behind a ruthless sentence. Fang Chen hurriedly put away the dark demonic wheel. Phew, in a short while, the power of the starlight in his energy reserve was almost sucked dry. Fortunately, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He had only used a small part of the dark demonic wheel to deal with Yuan Ming. Boss, the disciple of the Yuan clan is really strong. Little Mouse curled his lips. Fang Chen nodded. Yuan Ming's cultivation should be at the 4th level of the creation realm. However, his real combat strength was at least at the 5th level of the creation realm or even higher. Fortunately, he had the dark demonic wheel. Otherwise, he would be no match for Yuan Ming. After resting for a while, Fang Chen tried to mine the red jellyfish mine. In a certain area at the edge of the universe. The sacred ground of the Yuan clan. Bang! In a courtyard, a black-clothed man suddenly stood up and smashed a stone table in the courtyard with a slap. His actions shocked everyone else. Brother Yuan Ming, what's wrong with you? What happened? Why is Brother Yuan Ming so angry? Did someone offend Brother Yuan Ming? The disciples of the Yuan clan looked at each other. Yuan Ming had a very high status in the Yuan clan and was also very strong. He could be considered the strongest person among the younger generation of the Yuan clan. Today, Yuan Ming gave a public lecture and many of the younger generation came to listen. Yuan Ming, who was in the middle of a lecture, suddenly became angry, which confused everyone. Some disciples who had a good relationship with Yuan Ming asked carefully, "Brother Yuan Ming, what's going on?" "Disperse, today's lecture is over," Yuan Ming said expressionlessly. Many disciples wanted to continue, but they had no choice but to leave. In the blink of an eye, only Yuan Ming and a beautiful woman were left in the courtyard. "Brother Yuan Ming." The beautiful woman in a pink dress walked to Yuan Ming's side and asked in a low voice. "My clone was destroyed," said Yuan Ming. "What? Who is so bold that they even dared to offend Brother Yuan Ming?" The beautiful woman was shocked. Yuan Ming was almost invincible among the younger generation of the universe. Among the older generation, almost no one was willing to attack him as long as he said he was from the Yuan clan. But now, someone dared to destroy Yuan Ming's clone without fear of death. Could it be a peak creation realm martial artist? Asked the beautiful woman. Yuan Ming shook his head, his heart burning with anger. First level creation realm. Interesting. Yuan Ming's black eyes looked through the void in the direction of Green Bamboo Island. Yuan Ming wouldn't let this go. Anyone who offended him had to be prepared to die. "Tell the patriarch that I'm going out," said Yuan Ming to the beautiful woman. "But I'll be back soon," said Yuan Ming. In the past, it was always his clone that went out adventuring. Chapter 1499. The mining process of the crimson jellyfish ore was beyond Fang Chen's expectations. It was very easy. The main reason was that Fang Chen was proficient in the true meaning of water and had reached the 4th stage. Although he had not practiced it much, it was still very beneficial for mining the crimson jellyfish ore. After mining for 3 whole days, they had mined over 10,000 pieces of crimson jellyfish ore. The little mouse was gnawing happily. Phew! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and stopped mining. "Mining like this is not the way to go. I need Yin Fang to send warriors to mine," Fang Chen said to himself. Although the ore vein here was not big, it could be mined for at least a few years before it could be completely mined. It would be too difficult for him to mine it all by himself. After collecting over 10,000 pieces of crimson jellyfish ore, he smoothly returned to Green Bamboo Island. Vice Island Master Yin Fang, come to the conference hall immediately. Fang Chen transmitted his voice to Yin Fang, and the latter soon arrived at the conference hall. "Island Master, what's the matter?" Yin Fang hurriedly asked. "Vice Island Master Yin Fang, take a look at this." Fang Chen took out a piece of crimson jellyfish ore and handed it to Yin Fang. After carefully examining it, Yin Fang's face was filled with shock. "Isn't this a crimson jellyfish ore?" Yin Fang was quite shocked. He did not understand what Fang Chen meant by showing him the crimson jellyfish ore. "I found a crimson jellyfish ore vein in the void ocean below Green Bamboo Island. I plan to count it as one of our Green Bamboo Island's cultivation resources," Fang Chen said. "Find some reliable manifestation realm warriors. I will personally send them down to mine the ore vein." Crimson jellyfish ore vein. Yin Fang's face was filled with shock. The island master was too amazing. He had only gone out for a short while and had already found a crimson jellyfish ore vein. "Okay, I will go find them now." Yin Fang was very excited. With the crimson jellyfish ore vein, their Green Bamboo Island's development would become more and more rapid. Moreover, they could use it to nurture some array geniuses. One had to know that their Green Bamboo Island had made a fortune through formations. Many of the geniuses that joined Green Bamboo Island came for the Green Bamboo Array formation. 2 hours later, Yin Fang found 20 creation realm martial artists. "Island Lord, these are all carefully selected by me. They are very reliable and will not betray Green Bamboo Island," Yin Fang said in a low voice. "All right, let's go." Fang Chen waved his hand, and the coiling moon celestial cave appeared, and the 20 or so people were sucked into it. He arrived at the crimson jellyfish mine with ease and entered it. While more than 20 people appeared in the mine. "This is the crimson jellyfish mine. You guys are in charge of mining here," Fang Chen ordered. "Yes, Island Lord." After arranging everything, Fang Chen returned to Green Bamboo Island. Rumble. Just as he returned to Green Bamboo Island, the sky was suddenly filled with thunder, and in the blink of an eye, dark clouds covered the sky. Fang Chen frowned and stared at the distant horizon. The old faker's trunk shook and his branches swayed. Someone is coming, the old faker said to Fang Chen through telepathy. The latter's dark eyes seemed to be able to see through the sky as he stared into the distance. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly spread out. In the next moment, a terrifying vortex appeared in the dark clouds. Then, a figure walked out of it. Yuan Ming. After seeing this person, Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he understood. It seemed that the person who was killed in the Crimson Jellyfish mine was his clone. You killed my clone. Boy, you are dead. Yuan Ming said coldly as he looked down at Fang Chen from above. Yuan Ming was the most powerful person among the younger generation of the Yuan clan. In the entire universe, no one among the younger generation could be compared to him. Although the younger generation of the Spirit clan and the Luo clan were very strong, they were no match for Yuan Ming. His clone was cultivating in the Crimson Jellyfish mine. Who would have thought that it would be killed by a nobody? Hand over your weapon and kill yourself, and I can let the people on the island go, Yuan Ming said coldly. Yuan Ming said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The people of the Yuan clan were so domineering. You jumped out when your clone was killed. Aren't you afraid that I will kill your original body too? Fang Chen sneered. He was not afraid at all. Yuan Ming was nothing. He had the dark demonic wheel in hand. It would be easy for him to kill Yuan Ming. Boy, you killed my clone. You are going against the Yuan clan. Do you know the consequences of going against the Yuan clan? Yuan Ming stepped out and came to the sky above Green Bamboo Island. His cold eyes stared at Fang Chen. He was pressuring Fang Chen in the name of the Yuan clan. He wanted everyone to know that there was no good ending for those who offended him. On Green Bamboo Island, countless warriors could feel the terrifying aura spreading. They looked up and saw Yuan Ming with a powerful aura. Who is he? Why did he come to Green Bamboo Island? He seems to be a member of the Yuan clan. Oh my god, why did the Yuan clan come to Green Bamboo Island? It seems that the island master offended the Yuan clan. Many warriors were watching the show. Of course, they were also a little afraid. After all, it was the Yuan clan. If they were completely angered, Green Bamboo Island would not be able to resist at all. How ridiculous. The Yuan clan is human, and we are not, Fang Chen retorted ruthlessly. The Yuan clan was really domineering. It's useless to say more. I want you to die. Yuan Ming made his move. His true body was even stronger. Moreover, his original body carried a powerful weapon. It was not comparable to the clone at all. Die. A mace appeared in Yuan Ming's hand. Complicated patterns appeared on the mace. Boom. Yuan Ming gathered all his strength and swung the mace toward Fang Chen. So strong. Fang Chen certainly would not fight with Yuan Ming. When he was about to take out the dark demonic wheel, the old faker stopped him. I'll hold him back. The old faker's main body soared into the sky. The branches and leaves shook and rustled. Countless branches spread out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they appeared under Yuan Ming's feet and entangled him. You're courting death. The mace in Yuan Ming's hand smashed heavily into the branches that were coiling around him. Yes. After being hit by the mace, the branches did not break, which surprised Yuan Ming. I don't believe that you can hold on for long. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Ming's aura soared and he kept attacking the branches entangling him. At the same time, Fang Chen's attack also arrived. The Burial of Heaven and Earth technique was his most powerful attack so far. The red glass sword in his hand constantly transformed into one incredible sword light after another. Poochie. The red sword light pierced Yuan Ming's body. You're courting death. Yuan Ming was completely furious. He took advantage of the fact that he was entangled to launch a sneak attack. I'm going to kill you. Yuan Ming's strength spread out in an instant and a flickering mark appeared on his forehead. Within this mark, a vast and heart-palpitating power erupted. Swoosh. Yuan Ming's body broke free from the old faker's entanglement at an incredible angle. Then, he launched a strong attack on Fang Chen. With the old faker's current strength, he could kill Yuan Ming in a minute if he burst out. However, Fang Chen did not want him to be exposed. Once the outside world knew that there was a towering quasi-god on Green Bamboo Island, it would definitely lead to a disaster. Dark Demonic Wheel. In the face of Yuan Ming, Fang Chen could not resist his attack at all. Without hesitation, he took out the Dark Demonic Wheel. Boom! The power of the Dark Demonic Wheel completely crushed Yuan Ming, leaving him no room to fight back. Damn it, it's him again. Yuan Ming was furious. He tried his best to resist, but he could not do anything to the Dark Demonic Wheel. Buzz! When the power of the Dark Demonic Wheel enveloped Yuan Ming, he felt the threat of death. Am I going to die? Yuan Ming was unwilling. His strength was completely above his opponent's, but the latter's treasure was too powerful. No. Yuan Ming roared furiously. His eyes were scarlet. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky above his head. As soon as the shadow appeared, the power of the Dark Demonic Wheel dissipated. Bang! Fang Chen's body flew out and fell to the ground, unconscious. Patriarch. Yuan Ming bared his teeth and cupped his hands at the Patriarch. Such a treasure should not be buried in the hands of a nobody. The Patriarch reached out and was about to grab the Dark Demonic Wheel. However, at this moment, ripples flickered in the void and a figure appeared. Yuan Jiyu, how have you been? This figure was the shadow of the sacred leader of the human race. Yuan Ming was the top genius of the Yuan race and naturally had the consciousness of the sacred leader of the Yuan race. Once he was in danger, the consciousness would be activated. As the leader of the Yuan race, there's no need for you to get involved in a battle between the younger generation, the sacred leader of the human race said with a smile. He waved his hand and swept Fang Chen into the island master's residence. Yin Fang and the others surrounded Fang Chen and did not let anyone get close. Humph, if I didn't appear, the genius of the Yuan race would have died here, the sacred leader of the Yuan race said coldly. The two top experts of the human race looked at each other. The entire Green Bamboo Island was shrouded in a terrifying power. Countless martial artists below felt their hearts palpitate and their breathing become a little difficult. They're too strong. This was what all the martial artists thought. 88 Oh, who would have thought that the Battle of the Island Master would attract two top experts? The old faker restrained his aura and did not dare to act rashly. The two in front of him stood at the top of the human race. If they were discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he really dies, it can only be considered his incompetence, the sacred leader of the human race said calmly. His attitude made it clear that he wanted to protect Fang Chen. If it was a fair battle, I wouldn't say much. His treasure is obviously beyond their level, the sacred leader of the Yuan race said. Chapter 1500. It was the Yuan clan's treasure, the Yuan demon sword. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the most powerful treasure. Others didn't know, but the sacred leader of the human race knew it very well. Not long ago, the Yuan demon sword, which had been missing for countless years, had returned to the Yuan clan and shocked the four sacred lands. Now, the sacred leader of the Yuan clan said that Fang Chen's dark demonic wheel was too overbearing and that it wasn't fair for Yuan Ming to fight him. The sacred leader of the human race mocked him. Why don't you give the Yuan demon sword to Yuan Ming? Humph, if the Yuan demon sword appears, his treasure won't be able to withstand a single blow, the sacred leader of the Yuan clan sneered. In his heart, the Yuan demon sword was a supreme treasure. How could a mere dark demonic wheel compare to the Yuan demon sword? However, he would never dream that the Yuan demon sword had once followed Fang Chen. The sacred leader of the human race's attitude was very clear. He wanted to protect Fang Chen. Sanguinati is the lord of Green Bamboo Island that I personally conferred upon him, the sacred leader of the human race said. His contributions to the human race will never change. He should be protected by the human race. If you insist on attacking him, the sacred land of the human race won't sit by and do nothing. The sacred leader of the Yuan clan's expression darkened. He glanced at Yuan Ming and fell into deep thought. Humph, No wonder the sacred land of the human race is declining. Even trash like him can be the lord of an island, the sacred leader of the Yuan clan said coldly. The sacred leader of the human race ignored the sacred leader of the Yuan clan and looked at him quietly, waiting for him to make a decision. Leader, Yuan Ming said. He knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Fang Chen today with the sacred leader of the human race here. In that case, he had to find a way out for the sacred leader of the Yuan clan. It's not worth becoming enemies with the sacred land of the human race for trash, Yuan Ming said. Since the sacred land of the human race wants to protect him, let's retreat. I don't believe that he'll be protected forever. The sacred leader of the Yuan clan nodded slightly. We'll give you face and not kill him today, the sacred leader of the Yuan clan said coldly. Yuan Jiyu, I have something else to say, the sacred leader of the human race said. Speak. Bloodsword Saint is the master of Green Bamboo Island. You Yuan race can't step into Green Bamboo Island and assassinate him. However, if he leaves Green Bamboo Island, you can do whatever you want. The sacred lords of the human race also knew that they couldn't protect Sanguinati forever. However, he still had to help if he could. With the Yuan race's means, wanting to exterminate a person was very easy. That was why the Holy Lord of the human race had made such a request. The Yuan race could not enter Green Bamboo Island without permission. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. Once the rules were broken, it would implicate the human race's sacred land. No matter how strong the Yuan race was, they were still part of the human race. The Yuan race definitely wouldn't become enemies with the human race's sacred land because of a Sanguinati. Unless there was an irreconcilable hatred between them. Clearly, a mere clone of Yuan Ming was not enough. Humph, I would like to see how long this kid can hide on the Green Bamboo Island. After saying that, Yuan Gu's phantasm dissipated. Yuan Ming glanced at the unconscious Fang Chen from afar before turning to leave. He swore in his heart that he would kill Sanguinati at all costs. The human race's sacred lords were the peak experts of the human race. Even Yuan Jiyu didn't dare to provoke them. This matter was settled at this point. After the two peak experts left, the Green Bamboo Island regained its peace. Many martial artists sucked in a deep breath. Just now, it was too oppressive. They even found it difficult to breathe. Heavens, is that a life and death emperor? He's too strong. Just standing there without moving, the aura he emitted was enough to suffocate me. I must work hard in my cultivation so that one day, I can become an expert at the pinnacle. The conversation between the two peak experts brought a great shock to the martial artists on the Green Bamboo Island. From this day onwards, they entered a frenzied state of cultivation. This also paved the way for the Green Bamboo Island to produce many experts in the future. Of course, this was a story for later. Island Lord's mansion, Fang Chen had been unconscious the entire time. If it was just to deal with Yuan Ming, he could easily kill him by activating the dark demonic wheel. However, at the critical moment, Yuan Gu's consciousness appeared and forcibly blocked the attack of the dark demonic wheel. In this way, the dark demonic wheel's attack was like a tide, directly draining all of Fang Chen's strength. It was expected that he would fall into a coma. Yin Fang and the others had been waiting for the Island Lord to wake up. The little mouse and the old faker's twigs weren't worried. Damn the Yuan race. How dare they bully boss like this? When I'm strong enough, I'll uproot the Yuan race's sacred ground and devour it all. The little mouse said fiercely. The old faker nodded heavily. When I reach the God realm, we'll destroy the Yuan race together. The old faker was only at the quasi-God realm now. When Yuan Jiyu appeared, he wanted to attack, but he held back in the end. Yuan Jiyu was a peak expert below the God realm. Countless years ago, he had reached the life and death realm. The old faker only touched the threshold of the God realm by chance. At best, he was equivalent to a plant that had just reached the life and death realm. There was no way he could survive against Yuan Jiyu. Moreover, once his identity was exposed, it would definitely lead to unnecessary disasters. Fortunately, the human race's sacred lord appeared. I wonder when boss will wake up. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The coma this time was longer than any of the previous times. After being in a coma for 3 months, Fang Chen gradually woke up. When he woke up and found out that he had been in a coma for 3 months, even Fang Chen was surprised. 3 months. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Boss, how do you feel? Fang Chen felt that his body was full of strength and vigor. There wasn't a trace of discomfort. Hey! What surprised Fang Chen even more was that the original corner of the starlight had undergone a great change. The second corner of the starlight has appeared. Fang Chen muttered in a low voice. Immediately, his face was filled with ecstasy. Every time a creation realm martial artist advanced a level, the starlight in his sea of qi would increase by 1 corner. Until the 9-corner starlight, and then he would reach the life and death realm. But now, the 1-corner starlight had become 2-corner starlight. In his sea of qi, the bright starlight had 2 diametrically opposite corners. This meant that Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the creation realm. Ha ha ha, I've broken and rebuilt. Fang Chen was very excited. When the dark demonic wheel fought against the Yuan race's master, he subconsciously unleashed his strongest power, and at the same time, squeezed his body dry. In this way, he benefited from the disaster and broke through to the 2nd level of the creation realm. It was no wonder that Fang Chen was so happy. After entering the creation realm, it was very difficult to break through. This was the real creation realm, the essence of the sun and the moon. There was no need to explain the reason and how difficult it was. Some martial artists might not be able to advance a level even after a few years or even decades. But Fang Chen could advance a level even when he was in a coma. It had to be said that his luck was indeed strong. Congratulations, boss, the little mouse said with a smile. Kid, I have high hopes for you. In the future, you will definitely become a top expert who surpasses the human race's holy master, the old faker said calmly. Fang Chen stretched his body and then got out of bed. Yin Fang and the others were the first to know that the island master had woken up. In the meeting hall of the island master's residence. Island master, are you okay? After the incident 3 months ago, Yin Fang and the others respected Fang Chen even more. A creation realm martial artist could attract the human race's holy master to attack. He was really powerful. Island master, is your body all right? Many of the senior members of the island felt warm. In fact, when Fang Chen first came to Green Bamboo Island to be the supervisor, they were more or less unconvinced in their hearts. However, after spending some time together, they increasingly believed that the island master's potential was too incredible. If they followed the island master, they might have a chance to stand at the top of the universe in the future. I'm fine, Fang Chen said with an apologetic smile. Then, while chatting with the others, Fang Chen learned that it was the human race's holy master who attacked. So it was the human race's holy master. Fang Chen said to himself. That's right. When the human race's holy master's consciousness appeared, no one except the human race's holy master could force it away. Island master, it's best that you don't leave Green Bamboo Island in the near future. The human race's people are narrow-minded, and this incident made them lose face. I'm worried that they will assassinate you, Yin Fang reminded him. Fang Chen nodded and said, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Hearing that, the others didn't say anything else. After a while, the meeting ended. Everyone dispersed, leaving only Vice Island Master Yin Fang behind. How's the mining of the crimson jellyfish going? Fang Chen asked. Island Master, the mining process of the crimson jellyfish went much smoother than we expected. The first batch of crimson jellyfish ore has been sent back to Green Bamboo Island, Yin Fang said. Select some formation geniuses, set some thresholds, and reward them, Fang Chen said. Oh, by the way, I'll go and guide them in their formation cultivation when I have time. As the Vice Island Master, Yin Fang naturally knew that the Island Master was a genuine 8-star divine formation master. Yin Fang was even more excited when he heard the Island Master's words. With the Island Master's help, there will definitely be many formation geniuses coming, Yin Fang said with a smile. Don't worry, Island Master. I'll handle this matter properly. In an elegant courtyard in the Island Master's residence. 88.8. Boss, the human race is too much, Little Mouse said indignantly. They are the leader of the 3 god races. We have no choice but to endure it for now. The old faker was more rational. Boy, you should stay on Green Bamboo Island for now. The human race will definitely send people to keep an eye on your movements in the short term. Once you leave, you will definitely be hunted down by them. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen nodded. If the human race wants to kill me, they must be prepared to pay a heavy price. Fang Chen's words were full of cold killing intent. Ever since he came from the ancient Sword Continent, he had never been afraid of anything. Although the human race was a giant in the eyes of the world. Chapter 1501. Of course, Fang Chen would not be reckless. After all, the other party was one of the 3 god tribes, the Yuan tribe. It was no exaggeration to say that the Yuan tribe's sacred ground could not be underestimated, as it was one of the 4 sacred grounds of the human tribe. If it were not for the human tribe's sacred leader, he would be like an ant in the eyes of the Yuan tribe. Even if the sacred leader intervened, the Yuan tribe did not take him seriously. This was the Yuan tribe, one of the 3 high and mighty god tribes. Fang Chen felt helpless in his heart. He clenched his fists and his blood boiled. He was still weak now, but one day, he would kill the god tribe. I'll stay on Green Bamboo Island for a while. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck and he could not break through for the time being. It would be better to stay on Green Bamboo Island and teach the younger generation. It was not easy to find the red jellyfish mine. He must make good use of it. Everyone on Green Bamboo Island was his family. Moreover, in Fang Chen's plan, Green Bamboo Island was the most important link. He wanted to build Green Bamboo Island into an iron bucket. For a long time in the future, Green Bamboo Island would be his last resort. Even if he stepped into the god realm, Green Bamboo Island could still protect his family and friends. This was what Fang Chen thought. In fact, Fang Chen had a bold idea, which was to develop Green Bamboo Island into an existence comparable to a sacred ground. Of course, it was just a thought in his mind. If he said it out loud, the outsiders would definitely laugh at his ignorance. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. During this time, Fang Chen kept going back and forth between Green Bamboo Island and the red jellyfish mine. He transported a lot of red jellyfish ores back and forth. Moreover, after Fang Chen's systematic training, Green Bamboo Island's efficiency of mining red jellyfish ores was getting higher and higher. Looking at the red jellyfish ores piled up like mountains, Fang Chen grinned. Crunch! Little Mouse opened its mouth and swallowed a red jellyfish ore, making crunching sounds. As for the old faker, he had some enlightenment and was cultivating. Fang Chen was about to speak when Vice Island Master Yin Fang came. Island Master! Vice Island Master Yin Fang cupped his hands. Speak, Fang Chen said calmly. In this month, I've selected a total of 300 array formation geniuses. Each of them will be rewarded with 10 crimson jellyfish ores every month. Their progress is godly, said Yin Fang. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and stood up. Take me there. Inside the Green Bamboo Array. At a glance, there were countless martial artists within the Green Bamboo Array formation. Of course, it was divided into 2 sections. One section was for martial artists. The other area was filled with god formation masters. 300 array formation geniuses were absorbing the crimson jellyfish ore and cultivating wholeheartedly. Inside the Green Bamboo Array formation, a rich array Dao aura continuously entered their bodies. In the void, Fang Chen looked down with his hands behind his back. Island Lord, the 300 people over there are divine array masters. Take a look, Vice Island Lord Yin Fang introduced. With a thought, his divine consciousness spread out and shrouded the 300 divine array masters. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had a general understanding of the situation. Among the 300 divine array masters, the strongest was a 4-star, and the weakest was a 1-star. Of course, Fang Chen did not look at them purely on the surface, but on the inside and the potential. The Tao of Array Masters placed a lot of emphasis on potential, even more so than martial arts. If one wanted to have a great achievement in the Tao of Array Masters, one would need to be someone with heaven-defying potential. Fang Chen's potential was very low. He had reached the level of an 8-star divine array master in less than 50 years of cultivation. In the entire universe, except for the 9-star divine array masters of those ancient factions, no one could match him. His attainments in the Tao of array masters were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Island Lord, how is it? In the current state of Green Bamboo Island, it was not easy to find so many divine array masters. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, "There are some good seedlings here." After saying that, Fang Chen's figure flashed and landed in the Green Bamboo Array Formation. Inside the Green Bamboo Array Formation, 300 array masters were cultivating. Suddenly, the divine array master sitting at the front suddenly opened his eyes. The aura of array masters around him instantly spread out. As expected of the crimson jellyfish, or the divine array master could not help but exclaim. He was a 4-star divine array master, and his understanding of array masters was incomparable to others. After absorbing the crimson jellyfish ore, he vaguely felt like he was about to break through. If I absorb more crimson jellyfish ore, I will definitely break through to 5-star. At that time, I might attract the attention of the Island Lord. This divine array master was called Qiu Xin. Qiu Xin is really amazing. I feel like he is about to break through. Yes, Qiu Xin's attainments in the Tao of array masters are the strongest among us. It won't take long for him to break through. Qiu Xin's aura alarmed everyone. They whispered to each other. At this moment, in a dark corner, a man dressed in rags and with mud on his face clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with confidence. "I am temporarily behind now, but it doesn't mean that I will be inferior to you in the future." The man in rags muttered to himself, "Just you wait, Qiu Xin. One day, I will surpass you." The other divine array masters who were close to the man in rags laughed when they heard that. "I say, Nile, can you stop daydreaming? What a joke. A 1-star divine array master dares to claim that he will surpass Qiu Xin. What a joke. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Nile, even if you can break through to become a 2-star divine array master, I will call you brother, let alone surpassing Qiu Xin. Everyone can brag, but I don't know if they can do it." In short, many divine array masters were not optimistic about Nile. Most of them were even laughing at Nile, thinking that he was overestimating himself. When Qiu Xin saw that, he only smiled slightly and did not care at all. "Mph, I don't need anyone to believe me." Nile's childish voice sounded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just when everyone was laughing at Nile, Fang Chen and Yin Fang arrived. "Everyone, let me formally introduce you. This is the Island Master of Green Bamboo Island, Lord Sanguinati." Yin Fang pointed at Fang Chen and then introduced. Hearing that, many divine array masters stood up. "Island Master." Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for that. "I am very pleased that all of you have worked hard in your cultivation," Fang Chen said. "I am here today to guide all of you. The Island Master is an 8-star divine array master. It is a great honor to be able to receive his guidance," Vice Island Master Yin Fang said. Suddenly, the 300 divine array masters were shocked. A moment later, there was an uproar. All the divine array masters looked at Fang Chen with their mouths agape. The young island master in front of them was actually an 8-star divine array master. Qiu Xin, in particular, had a burning look in his eyes. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to reach the 8-star realm in the Tao of array masters. "I can't believe I see such a young 8-star divine array master." Qiu Xin felt his heartbeat quicken. Moreover, he wants to guide us. Qiu Xin was very excited. "We must perform well. Maybe the Island Master will accept us as his disciple." Even someone as arrogant as Qiu Xin could not hold back at this moment, let alone the others. "You must perform well. Maybe the Island Master wants to accept you as his disciple." Yin Fang's words completely ignited the crowd. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. "Let's begin." Fang Chen nodded and then sat cross-legged on the ground. One by one. The first to come to Fang Chen's side was Qiu Xin. "Sit." Fang Chen pointed. Qiu Xin sat down. "Tell me about your understanding of array masters," Fang Chen asked. Qiu Xin tried hard to calm his heart, then organized his words and said slowly, The Tao of Array Masters is not used in martial arts or other Taos. I think that the Tao of Array Masters is a very promising Tao. At first, Qiu Xin was a little timid. But later, when he saw Fang Chen nodding to him, he became bolder. Then, he began to talk about his views on the Tao of Arrays. 15 minutes later, Qiu Xin finished. "Island Master, please guide me," Qiu Xin said respectfully. "You have a deeper understanding of Array Masters, but after listening to you, I feel that there are obvious loopholes." Fang Chen pointed out directly. "You're going a little astray." "Yes." Qiu Xin was puzzled. "If I'm not wrong, you should be most suitable for the Tao of Illusion Arrays," Fang Chen said. "When you set up the array just now, I felt that you have a very good control of illusion techniques. Why don't you integrate illusion techniques into the array?" "But illusion arrays have no offensive power," Qiu Xin retorted. Fang Chen shook his head and continued, "Who told you that illusion arrays have no offensive power? Taking a step back, even if illusion arrays have no offensive power, as long as they are strong enough, they can still defeat the enemy without fighting. As long as they are strong enough, they can easily destroy illusion arrays." Qiu Xin expressed his thoughts. "You're wrong to think that way," Fang Chen directly asserted. "When an illusion array reaches the peak, it can also kill people without leaving a trace." After saying that, Fang Chen set up an illusion array with his mind. Crash! Qiu Xin fell into the illusion array. His heart was filled with astonishment. He had never seen such a domineering illusion array. He felt as if he was trapped in an independent space, and he could not even feel the aura of the illusion array. "It's too strong." Qiu Xin cried out involuntarily. Fang Chen removed the illusion array, looked at the panic-stricken Qiu Xin, and asked, "How do you feel?" "Very strong." Qiu Xin recovered with great difficulty. 88. Oh well, go and reflect on yourself first. Just now, when Fang Chen was in the sky, he felt that Qiu Xin was a talent with great potential. That was why he gave him such guidance. He believed that with Qiu Xin's comprehension, he would definitely understand the principle and choose the most suitable path for himself. Next, Fang Chen said. Chapter 1502. For some formation masters, Fang Chen took a longer time to guide them. For others, he only gave them some pointers. For others, Fang Chen did not guide them at all. Of course, for those formation masters who did not receive any guidance, they all had their own paths. They were extremely firm about their own paths, and outsiders could not shake their thoughts at all. Therefore, these formation masters could only let them develop, and there was no point in guiding them. This kind of guidance lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, there was only one left. The other formation masters who were guided benefited greatly. The last one was Nile, who was ridiculed by everyone. Nile's clothes were tattered, and he sat cross-legged in front of Fang Chen. "What's your name?" Fang Chen asked. He had noticed Nile before and felt that he was somewhat interesting. "Nile." Fang Chen nodded, and then said, "Set up a formation that you are proud of." Hearing this, Nile closed his eyes, and the aura of a formation filled his body. Then, his hands began to form a complicated hand seal. Rays of dazzling light shot out from his palms, and finally intertwined in the sky, golden light shining brightly. Interesting. Fang Chen carefully observed the dazzling light, and the smile on his face deepened. Swoosh! The moment Nile opened his eyes, he had finished setting up the formation. Rumble! Streams of murderous energy spread out from the formation. The seemingly powerful killing power instantly stopped when it approached Fang Chen's body. No matter what, it could not touch the latter's body. Offensive formation. After careful observation, Fang Chen was a little surprised. Although Nile was setting up a first-stage formation, this formation was very magical. Especially the handling of the formation base and the control of the formation's core, it was very exquisite. Fang Chen closed his eyes and immersed himself in the formation. Suddenly, he felt a very strange feeling. After a long time, he opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, your idea is very good," Fang Chen praised. Among the previous formation masters, except for Qiu Xin, no one could get Fang Chen's praise. On the side, many god formation masters scoffed at Nile. I think Nero is going to be in trouble. That's right. A toad wants to eat swan meat. What a joke. A one-star god array master is destined not to be valued by the island master. It won't be long before Nile is drowned in the sea of people. Some god formation masters openly mocked Nile. They were even betting that the island master would give Nile some pointers for a few minutes. I think a minute at most. What a joke. Nile's trash talent can also be taught by the island lord for a minute. 50 seconds. 30 seconds, no more than that. Chioshin frowned slightly when he heard the words of these god formation masters. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. You confuse the formation with your body. This is your strength. Fang Chen had already noticed Nile before, and after a round of inspection, he was extremely satisfied with Nile. He even asserted that Nile's future achievements would not be inferior to Chioshin's. Nile's understanding of the Tao of formations was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Island Master, please give me some pointers, Nile hurriedly said when he heard the Island Master's praise. You are good at attacking, and the offensive power of your formation is very strong, Fang Chen said softly. In fact, there was something he didn't say. The formation that Nile set up actually had a slight wrinkle of the origin killing formation. Fang Chen, who had reached the level of an 8-star god formation master, naturally had an extremely profound understanding of the Tao of formations. He had already comprehended the origin killing formation and understood it very well. At this moment, he was very surprised to see a 1-star god formation master set up an array that had a trace of the charm of the origin killing formation. Unknowingly, Fang Chen's pointers had already been going on for 3 minutes. The god formation masters who mocked Nile before finally had a drastic change in expression. How can it be for 3 whole minutes? Damn it, this guy is really lucky. What the hell, could it be that the island master feels pity for him? Many god formation masters still didn't believe in Nile's excellence. They still looked down on Nile from the bottom of their hearts and thought that Nile was trash. However, they didn't know that in Fang Chen's heart, Nile was much more important than them. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and Fang Chen was still giving pointers to Nile. Seeing the bright smile on the island master's face, the eyes of many god formation masters were filled with jealousy. At this moment, they were extremely jealous of Nile. What did Nile do to be able to receive pointers from the island master for so long? What's going on? Such a voice came from the crowd. Everyone's gaze quietly fell on Chioshin. However, the latter closed his eyes and was comprehending, and didn't care at all. Unknowingly, the gap between them was revealed. At a certain moment, Fang Chen laughed loudly. Nile, on the other hand, apologized to Fang Chen and was very excited. Thank you for your pointers, Island Master. Nile has benefited greatly. In Nile's heart, he was extremely respectful to Fang Chen. Everyone looked down on him, except for the island master who didn't care about his identity and was teaching him well. After listening to the island master's pointers, Nile felt that he had unintentionally opened the door to the peak of formation Tao. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the realm of 2-star god formation master. Alright, today's pointers are over. Fang Chen stood up and said to everyone. Boom. However, just as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura of formation Tao came from afar. Immediately after, everyone was shocked to find that Chioshin had actually broken through. Oh my god, Chioshin broke through to the 5-star god formation realm so quickly? How can we live like this? He's indeed the most outstanding formation Tao genius among us, to be able to break through so quickly. Many people were very envious of Chioshin, thinking that he was extremely talented. The island master only needed to give a little pointers, and he could break through. Although there was only a 1-word difference between 5-star and 4-star, the meaning was completely different. Everyone's face was filled with admiration. Not bad. Deputy Island Master Yin Fang nodded in satisfaction. Among everyone, he was most optimistic about Chioshin. Reward him with 100 pieces of crimson jellyfish or, Fang Chen said. There was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. They could only receive 10 pieces a month, but Chioshin was rewarded with 100 pieces. Thank you, Island Master. Qiu smiled and kept the crimson jellyfish ore. At the current stage, what they needed the most was this kind of ore. Amazing things happened one after another. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, Nile also broke through. However, Nile's breakthrough didn't cause any shock. There wasn't much resistance for a 1-star to break through to 2-star. Moreover, the island master had guided Nile for a whole hour. If he still didn't break through, then his potential was really bad. Reward him with 100 pieces. Fang Chen's smile deepened in the depths of his eyes. Island master, why should we reward Nile with 100 pieces of crimson jellyfish ore? Finally, someone couldn't hold back and asked. Qiu, who broke through from 4-star to 5-star, was only rewarded with 100 pieces. Nile, who broke through from 1-star to 2-star, was also rewarded with that much. They couldn't accept it. If you can break through, you'll still be rewarded. After saying that, Fang Chen turned and left. Everyone looked at each other, full of hatred for Nile. Island Master's residence, meeting hall. Island Master, how is it? Deputy Island Master Yin Fang asked. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and said, some people are just there to make up the numbers. You can test them after a period of time. If they can't pass the test, there's no need to stay. Okay. Yin Fang nodded. Focus on Qiu and Nile. Hearing this, Yin Fang was a little surprised. It was fine if Qiu was the focus, but why was Nile also the focus? As if guessing Deputy Island Master Yin Fang's thoughts, Fang Chen smiled and said, Deputy Island Master, you can't just look at the surface of things. You're not a divine array master, so you don't know much about arrays. I can tell you very responsibly that Nile's array Dao potential is not below Qiu's. Nurture him well. Fang Chen's words shook Yin Fang's heart. Island Master has great foresight. Deputy Island Master Yin Fang took the opportunity to flatter. Well, go and deal with it. Fang Chen waved his hand and said. After Yin Fang left, a voice suddenly sounded in Fang Chen's mind. Boy, I found that some unknown people in the void ocean are approaching the red jellyfish mine. Okay. The old faker's voice sounded, and Fang Chen's face changed greatly. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he rushed into the sky and came to the old faker's main body. What's going on? The old faker's route was in the void ocean. It could easily sense the situation in the nearby sea area. It should be the people of the Yuan clan. There are 9 of them in total, and they are all at the middle level of the creation realm. The old faker told Fang Chen the news he got. Damn it. Fang Chen cursed, full of killing intent. Boss, they must be here to destroy the red jellyfish mine. We can't sit back and do nothing, Little Mouse said hurriedly. Let's go down and have a look. With the dark demonic wheel, Fang Chen was not afraid of anyone. Moreover, the 9 people on the other side were all at the middle level of the creation realm. I wonder if Yuan Ming is here. Fang Chen's deep eyes looked through the sea and looked at the red jellyfish mine. At the same time, 5,000 meters deep. 9 martial artists were moving forward quickly. According to the map given by young Master Yuan Ming, it should be nearby, one of them said. The sacred master of the human race has ordered us not to enter Green Bamboo Island, but we can enter the void ocean and destroy the resources of Green Bamboo Island. Yes, young Master Yuan Ming said that if we can completely destroy the red jellyfish mine, we will be rewarded handsomely. You can go back and get the reward if you kill a person of Green Bamboo Island. If you can kill the Lord of Green Bamboo Island, you will make a fortune. While talking, the 9 people saw the red jellyfish mine in front of them. This is a forbidden area of Green Bamboo Island. All unrelated people should leave immediately. A shout came from the red jellyfish mine. Humph, it's just Green Bamboo Island. How dare you scare us? Chapter 1504. After this battle, Yuan Ming probably wouldn't dare to attack so rashly. In the island lord's residence, Fang Chen was cultivating. Sword chi circled around him, and his golden heart beat rapidly. The sword scripture in his mind started to circulate automatically. After a short moment, a bright smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He didn't expect that he would actually cultivate the 2nd level of the sword scripture by chance. There were 5 levels of the sword scripture, and heavenly body tier elites could cultivate the first level. Creation tier elites could cultivate the second level, and only peerless freaks could cultivate the third level. As for the fourth and fifth levels, they were too far away, so he wouldn't think about them for now. After cultivating the second level of the sword scripture, Fang Chen felt that his understanding of sword Tao had deepened. Almost naturally, the sword burial art of heaven and earth reached the realm of greater mastery. As expected of the sword scripture, it can allow me to cultivate sword Tao secret techniques so quickly. Previously, he had worked so hard, but he had only cultivated the sword burial art of heaven and earth to the entry level. From entry level to great accomplishment, the jump was too big. If I encounter a fifth level creation tier elite now, I can easily crush them. After entering the creation tier, Fang Chen's freakish talent gradually revealed itself. Fighting against opponents of a higher cultivation level was like eating a meal. Hua la! Fang Chen stood up, and sword chi shot out in all directions. As usual, he continued to check on the cultivation of the 300 formation masters. At the same time, on a faraway island, Tian Xin was facing the greatest crisis in history. Golden Island. This island was one of the islands in the Sword Sky Archipelago. After Tian Xin left Green Bamboo Island, he accidentally learned about the Sword Sky Archipelago, and then came here. While cultivating on Golden Island, Tian Xin had met his true love. Minute, I'll avenge you. Tian Xin had been cultivating all this time, but after meeting Minute, his heart was completely opened. He and Minute were in love, and they lived together, cultivating together. Minute was also a genius in Sword Tao, and her talent in Sword Tao wasn't inferior to Tian Xin's. Because Minute had cultivated for a long time, her strength was stronger than Tian Xin's. Originally, the two of them lived a carefree life. However, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared 3 days ago. Their cultivation levels were too high, and Tian Xin and Minute couldn't resist at all. After the two of them were captured, Minute self-destructed in order to save Tian Xin. He created an opportunity for Tian Xin, who was lucky enough to escape. After fleeing for their lives, they finally found a safe place. He personally carved a tombstone for Minute. Minute, I won't let you die in vain. Tian Xin was heartbroken. The faces of those people had been deeply imprinted in his mind. He would never forget it even if he died. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted revenge. However, Tian Xin was still rational. He knew that the enemy this time was too strong. There was no way to defeat him. The enemy had already surrounded Golden Island, and there was no way for him to escape. As time passed, he would definitely be captured, and at that time, only death would await him. It didn't matter if he died, but not being able to avenge Minute was Tian Xin's obsession. He kowtowed 3 times in front of Minute's tombstone. Then, he took out a jade pendant and sent a message to his master, Fang Chen. Master, I've encountered danger on Golden Island. The enemy is too strong. I might die at any moment. With that, Tian Xin kept the jade token. While they're here. Tian Xin laughed bitterly. He raised his sword and prepared to fight. Pucci, however, the enemy only released their aura, and Tian Xin's bones cracked. He knelt on the ground. Ah! Tian Xin roared. He was unwilling to accept this. At this moment, the enemy appeared. There were 3 of them, and each of them had a strong aura. This kid is here. Young Master said to capture him alive. Don't worry. If we can't even capture a Heaven Star border realm trash, we don't need to live. The 3 of them came before Tian Xin and looked at him mockingly. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Tian Xin was confused. He had never offended anyone. Why did they want to kill him for no reason? You don't need to know too much. With that, one of them stretched out his hand and grabbed Tian Xin. Tian Xin resisted. The latter was angry and slapped Tian Xin's body. Rumble, at the same time that Tian Xin fell to the ground, a horrifying consciousness appeared. How dare you touch my disciple? You're courting death. The intent that Fang Chen left on Tian Xin appeared. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, "Mph, it's just an intent." With that, the 3 of them continued to attack. Courting death. Fang Chen said coldly and punched out. Dong. The terrifying fist light smashed a big hole in the void. Crack. When Fang Chen's fist light hit the three of them, their souls were instantly destroyed. Are you okay? Fang Chen looked at Tian Xin and asked. I'm fine, but Tian Xin was about to speak when his face changed. Because there was a creation realm expert in the distant sky. How dare you kill the people of the Yuan clan? You're dead. The creation realm expert didn't care about Fang Chen's intent and said coldly. Yuan clan. Fang Chen was furious. Yuan Ming was a despicable person. He couldn't kill him, so he attacked his disciple. Let's go. Fang Chen said telepathically. Then, he used his intent to fight the creation realm expert of the Yuan clan. The result was obvious. The Yuan clan expert was defeated. However, it also bought some time for Tian Xin. Tian Xin disappeared. You can't escape. The creation realm expert spread out his consciousness and found Tian Xin instantly. On Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chen stood up with a gloomy face. Boss, what's wrong? Little Mouse asked. Yuan Ming sent someone to kill Tian Xin. Damn bastard. How dare he attack a Heaven Star border realm martial artist? Isn't he ashamed? Little Mouse cursed. What should we do now? There wasn't enough time to rush over from Green Bamboo Island. It's too late. Fang Chen muttered. At the same time, in the third heaven of the demon subduing boundary, his avatar was on the move. He came to the teleportation formation as fast as he could. Senior Brother Fang, where are you going? The disciple in charge of the teleportation formation asked. Golden Island of the Sword Islands. Okay. The teleportation formation flashed and Fang Chen arrived at Golden Island. Tian Xin, tell me where you are. Fang Chen immediately sent a voice transmission to Tian Xin. Tian Xin was very excited when he heard that his master had arrived. Master, I'm in the Golden Mountain Range. Tian Xin sent the address to Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and then drove the Starfield Dragon boat forward. Time was of the essence. The creation realm martial artist was chasing after Tian Xin. Once he was caught, Tian Xin wouldn't be able to resist. Golden Mountain Range. The creation realm martial artist's consciousness shrouded Tian Xin and locked onto him. Kid, don't worry. I won't kill you. Young Master Yuan Ming said that he wanted to capture him alive. Splash. The creation realm martial artist came to Tian Xin's side and reached out his hand to grab him. Rip. At this moment, the void tore open and the huge Starfield Dragon boat appeared. Fang Chen jumped down from the boat and stared at the creation realm martial artist with murderous intent. Let him go. The Yuan race martial artist didn't expect Fang Chen to come so quickly. Young Master Yuan Ming, Green Bamboo Island Master, has appeared on Golden Mountain. He sent the news to Yuan Ming and then looked at Fang Chen with a sneaky smile. Kid, you left Green Bamboo Island without permission. Aren't you afraid that young Master Yuan Ming will kill you? Let him go. Fang Chen roared again. His heart was filled with murderous intent. Yuan Ming had completely infuriated him. What if I don't let him go? The Yuan race martial artist mocked. I'll kill you with my own hands. Fang Chen said word by word. You can't do it. You'll believe me. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, he unleashed the spacetime true intent. Splash. Seeing Fang Chen disappear, the creation realm martial artist's expression changed. He couldn't find where Tian Xin was hiding. He grabbed Tian Xin and shouted, Kid, if you don't appear, I'll crush his head. He used Tian Xin as an excuse to threaten Fang Chen. Whoosh. Suddenly, a beam of red light cut through the void. It slashed at the blessed realm martial artist's arm at lightning speed. Bang! The hand holding Tian Xin was cut off and fell to the ground. Fang Chen appeared at the right time and took Tian Xin away. Damn it! The members of the Yuan race were furious when their arms were cut off. Leave this to me. Fang Chen placed Heaven's Heart within the coiling moon immortal cave. Then, he unleashed a fierce and domineering attack on the people of the Yuan race. Poochie. Without any resistance, the Yuan clan's creation realm martial artist was killed. After killing him, Fang Chen's body floated in the sky. His pitch-black eyes looked into the distance. He knew that the Yuan race army was definitely on the way. Yuan Ming, you despicable person. You can't beat me, so you came to deal with my disciple. Fang Chen's voice was filled with terrifying power. I know you're on the way, but I want to tell you that you'll never be able to kill me. After saying that, Fang Chen's figure vanished. Who? Just a few breaths after Fang Chen disappeared, a life and death realm monarch arrived. He disappeared. He was a monarch invited by Yuan Ming to kill Fang Chen. Soon, Yuan Ming and the others arrived. Monarch, where is he? Yuan Ming asked. The monarch frowned and said, when I arrived, he had already disappeared. Monarch, can you sense where he is? Logically speaking, a life and death realm monarch's divine sense should be able to cover the entire island. I can't. The monarch shook his head. How is this possible? Yuan Ming cried out. Everything he had painstakingly planned had turned out like this. Impossible. He must have a concealment treasure and is hiding in the surroundings. Yuan Ming shook his head frantically. He didn't believe that Fang Chen had left Golden Island. Search every inch of the ground. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Yuan Ming roared. This is a bit strange. The monarch's divine sense covered the entire island, but he didn't find anything strange. Chapter 1505. Even life and death emperors couldn't kill Sanguinati. This infuriated Yuan Ming. If it weren't for Sanguinati's heaven-defying treasures, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Damn it. 3 days later, the search ended in failure. Yuan Ming was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Fang Chen, who was in the demon-subduing realm, had already returned to Green Bamboo Island through the teleportation formation. Green Bamboo Island, Island Lord's Mansion. Fang Chen released Tian Xin from Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. The latter was dispirited. Tian Xin, are you alright? Fang Chen asked. Seeing Tian Xin's state, he was somewhat worried. Although he didn't know what setback Tian Xin had suffered, he could clearly feel that he had become much more dispirited. Master. The sorrow that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly poured out. Tian Xin lay on Fang Chen's shoulder, crying bitterly. Sensing his disciple's sadness, Fang Chen clenched his fists, filled with killing intent. Yuan Ming, one day, I'll make you pay a disastrous price. Fang Chen inwardly said. Soon after, he began comforting Tian Xin. After a long time, Tian Xin's expression recovered, and he gradually told Fang Chen what had happened. When the latter learned about it, he was even more furious. Tian Xin had been alone since he was young, and the Skyfire tribe had taken care of him. Then, by chance, he met Tian Xin. All along, Tian Xin had been very lonely. He was a lonely cultivator. He had finally found true love, but it was mercilessly destroyed by Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming. Fang Chen faced the sky and roared, wishing he could take Yuan Ming's head. His body was surrounded by a heavy evil aura. Master, I want revenge. Tian Xin said solemnly. I want to become strong. This was the first time Tian Xin had begged Fang Chen. In the past, as his master, Fang Chen had only given him a few pointers. As for cultivation, Tian Xin had to rely on himself. But now, after experiencing this setback, Tian Xin swore to take revenge for Minute. Every time he closed his eyes, Minute's figure would appear in his mind. He could not let go of Minute. Minute had used her own life to save him. I want revenge. Seeing how determined Tian Xin was, Fang Chen nodded heavily. Next, I will give you a hellish training plan, Fang Chen said. There was a deep obsession in Tian Xin's heart. If he couldn't get rid of this obsession, he would go berserk. In the following period of time, Green Bamboo Island was peaceful. After this incident, Yuan Ming seemed to have given up and never appeared again. As for Fang Chen, he was wholeheartedly teaching Tian Xin. The latter was very talented and possessed the heavenly desolate sword body. His comprehension of the sword Dao was very strong. Although he wasn't as strong as his master, he wasn't any weaker. In just 3 months, the change in Skyheart could be described as a complete rebirth. At this time, Tianxin's cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the Heaven Dipper realm. The reason for the huge jump in his cultivation was entirely because of Fang Chen. Besides Tianxin, Fang Chen also heard another piece of good news. Divine Array Master Nile had successfully broken through to the 3-star realm not long ago. From 2-star to 3-star, Nile's improvement was obvious to all. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that Nile's potential was unprecedentedly strong. He wasn't the embroidered pillow that they thought he was. Yuan race sacred ground. In an elegant garden. The master of Yuan race sat quietly. He was dressed luxuriously. Beside him was an old man with a black beard. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely be shocked. Because this old man with a black beard had a great background. In the mortal universe, there was a universe combat power ranking. There were a total of 50 people on the combat power ranking. These represented the top 50 unparalleled powerhouses in the mortal universe. Their strength was so strong that it made the universe pale. Among these 50 people, there were humans and foreign races. The old man with a black beard who was sitting and chatting with the master of Yuan race was an unparalleled powerhouse on the universe combat power ranking. Moreover, he was ranked 5th on the combat power ranking. His cultivation was earth-shattering. Other than the masters of the 4 sacred grounds, the strongest was the old man with a black beard. No one knew what his name was. But his name was known to all the top powerhouses in the universe. Black Blade Monarch's name resounded throughout the universe. Black Blade, how come you have the time to come here? Yuan Jiyu grinned and said. He, Yuan Jiyu, was ranked 2nd on the universe combat power ranking, second only to the human race sacred lord who was ranked 1st. But he didn't dare to underestimate Black Blade Monarch. Black Blade Monarch was a rogue cultivator with no ties. No one dared to provoke him. There was once a life and death realm monarch who provoked Black Blade Monarch. Without saying a word, Black Blade Monarch killed his way to his home. He annihilated the entire family of this life and death realm monarch, causing a river of blood to flow on the island. Even after such a massacre, the human race sacred lord didn't appear. Yuan Jiyu, don't you know why I'm here? Black Blade Monarch said with a chuckle. From the outside, Black Blade Monarch looked like an ordinary person. But no one could ignore his terrifying combat power. The ancestral land inheritance that occurs once in 100 years is about to open. I want something inside. Black Blade Monarch continued. His lazy eyes stared straight at Yuan Jiyu. Hearing this, the latter laughed heartily. Something that could make Black Blade Monarch pay attention to was definitely a treasure. Black Blade, what do you want? Yuan Jiyu asked. I won't beat around the bush with you. I need something inside the ancestral land inheritance. Your sacred land should have a lot of spots this time. Give me a spot, and I'll owe you a favor. Black Blade Monarch said. Yuan Gu's expression finally turned grave when he heard Monarch Black Blade's words. A spot in exchange for a favor from Black Blade Monarch. Even the human race sacred lord didn't want to provoke Black Blade Monarch, who was ranked 5th on the universe combat power ranking. With such terrifying combat power, a favor was simply a great thing. All right, I'll give you face. Yuan Jiyu agreed without hesitation. At the same time, in the human race sacred land, the human race sacred lord was discussing with the upper echelons about opening the ancestral land inheritance. Everyone, the ancestral land inheritance that occurs once in 100 years will open in another 3 months. Have you chosen the warriors to enter? The human race sacred lord asked. Sacred lord, the warriors have already been prepared. The human race sacred land has a total of 100 spots. Because of the Bone Age limit, there's no choice. The strongest warrior we've chosen this time is a 7th level creation realm genius. With the strength of the human race sacred land, we only need to guard against the Yuan sacred land. The upper echelons expressed their opinions. After hearing this, the human race sacred lord nodded with satisfaction. After a long while, he spoke. Leave a spot for Green Bamboo Island Lord. The sacred lord's words silenced the entire sacred hall instantly. The upper echelons looked at each other in confusion. The ancestral land inheritance only opened once in 100 years. A spot was extremely precious. However, why would they give it to a low-level creation realm kid? Even if he had made great contributions, this shouldn't be the case. Sacred Lord, the ancestral land inheritance is not a game. Please reconsider. Yes, Sacred Lord, Green Bamboo Island Lord is too weak. He'll only waste a spot in the ancestral land inheritance. The warriors we've chosen this time are generally stronger than Green Bamboo Island Lord. It's not appropriate for him to enter. The upper echelons unanimously objected to the human race Sacred Lord's words. However, the human race Sacred Lord's attitude was very firm. Perhaps, he'll give you a surprise. On Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chen was teaching Tian Xin when ripples suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately after, the clone of the human race Sacred Lord arrived at the Island Lord's residence. Sacred Lord. Fang Chen hurriedly bowed. If it weren't for the Sacred Lord, he would have died at the hands of the Yuan Sacred Land inheritance. The Sacred Lord had saved his life. Sanguinati, your potential is beyond my imagination, the human race Sacred Lord said gently. I misjudged you the first time I summoned you. The Sacred Lord admitted that he had misjudged Ling Han. Originally, the Sacred Lord had thought that Sanguinati had great potential. However, there was still a gap between him and the 7 heavenly body tier prodigies he had summoned. Now, it seemed that the gap wasn't as big as he had imagined. They might even be on par. Fang Chen chuckled and didn't say anything. With your potential, it's enough for the human race to focus on nurturing you. I can guarantee that you'll definitely reach the life and death tier in the future. It's only a matter of time, the human race Sacred Lord continued. I've come to find you this time to give you an opportunity. However, it's up to you whether you can grasp it or not. What opportunity? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he hurriedly asked. Our human race has been passed down generation after generation, universe epochs after universe epochs. We've been able to reproduce all this time because of our foundation. In terms of foundation, all the other races combined probably don't have as much foundation as the human race. The human race has an ancestral land of inheritance. It's the place where all the supreme elites of the past died. It opens once every 100 years. In another 3 months, it'll be the next time the ancestral land of inheritance opens. Because the ancestral land of inheritance is the foundation of the human race, there are restrictions. Only those whose bone age isn't over 100 years old can enter. This time, I want you to enter. Ancestral land of inheritance. Fang Chen's heart trembled when he heard this. According to the human race Sacred Lord, those who entered the ancestral land of inheritance were all supreme geniuses. 88.8. This meant that the other 3 god races would also send cultivators in. Only the 4 holy lands have the right to send the younger generation into the ancestral land of inheritance. The human race Sacred Lord has reserved a spot for you. However, I have to remind you that the cultivators entering the ancestral land of inheritance this time are all supreme geniuses. With your strength, your life will be in danger. Are you willing to take the risk? The human race Sacred Lord asked. Almost without thinking, Fang Chen directly nodded and agreed. The ancestral land of inheritance was the foundation of the human race. There were countless inheritances inside. If he could obtain one, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity to train. Chapter 1506. The ancestral land was the human race's deepest heritage. As long as the ancestral land was not destroyed, the human race's heritage would not be destroyed. The ancestral land opened once every 100 years. The reason there was a limit was that the human race's ancestors wanted to nurture their descendants. Almost every time the ancestral land opened, there would be martial artists who would soar to the sky. The current leaders of the 4 great sacred lands had entered the ancestral land when they were young. Their achievements today were inseparable from the ancestral land. The 3 divine races led by the Yuan race were independent from the human sacred lands. But deep in their hearts, they had always thought of themselves as humans. Occasionally, there would be some internal strife and even competition. But when it came to dealing with the alien races, they would not hesitate at all. This also meant that the human race was an iron bucket, and the alien races had no chance to attack. Seeing that the ancestral land was about to open once every 100 years, the 4 great sacred lands were already bustling with activity. Recently, the 4 great sacred lands had been selecting creation realm martial artists to enter the ancestral land. It was very lively. When there were only 3 months left before the ancestral land opened, the candidates were finally decided. However, there was a problem in the human sacred lands during this period. Out of the 100 people who had been selected, one of them suddenly had to be removed. Everyone was very confused. Hadn't they worked so hard for so many years to enter the ancestral land? At this juncture, no one was willing to withdraw. However, there was an order from the higher-ups that one of the 100 people had to withdraw. What does that mean? Why do we have to withdraw one person? Did our efforts all this time go to waste? Such discordant voices came from the human sacred lands. Although the sacred lord was the ruler of the human race, they were unwilling to submit. They would not withdraw unless they were given a reason to work together. Give us a reason. Many martial artists were shouting loudly, demanding the human sacred lands to give them a reason. After the high-level elders reported this matter to the sacred lord, the latter pondered for a moment and then said, "Let them gather at the square." "Yes, sacred lord." Before long, 100 martial artists all gathered in the plaza. They discussed with each other, not knowing what the sacred lord was up to. The human sacred lord sent a voice transmission to Sanguinati and asked him to come to the human sacred lands as soon as possible. It was related to the ancestral land. When Fang Chen heard the news, he immediately took the teleportation array and arrived at the Holy Land. "Holy Master, why are you in such a rush? Is something the matter?" asked Fang Chen. "I gave you a spot to inherit the Holy Land, but some warriors are not willing. They need you to prove it yourself," the human clan's Holy Master said calmly. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then came to a realization. It looked like the Holy Lord wanted him to show off his skills to those martial artists who disagreed, intimidating them a little. Kuala, the sacred master of the human race, led the Sanguinati to the plaza. "Everyone, the reason why I have one of you withdraw is because I have given the final spot to the Green Bamboo Isles Isle Master, Sanguinati." The human race's Holy Master's words had successfully angered Fang Chen. Countless vicious eyes fell on Fang Chen. The latter curled his lips. Soon after, he raised his head and calmly looked to the front. "The last spot goes to Sanguinati." "Why?" "Just because he is the Green Bamboo Island Master. But he is too weak. He is not qualified to enter the inheritance ancestors' land. I don't agree to give the last spot to Sanguinati unless he can defeat one of us." The crowd was in an uproar. The martial artists who were ranked at the bottom were very firm in their opposition. The human race's Holy Master had already expected this. He smiled and looked at Fang Chen. His meaning was obvious. He wanted Fang Chen to settle the rest. Fang Chen nodded slightly and stepped forward. The spot to enter the inheritance ancestors' land was extremely precious. It was impossible to make these people withdraw voluntarily. Therefore, he could only use his fists to conquer them and let them know that he was qualified to enter the inheritance ancestors' land. Fang Chen waved his hand and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Soon after, he opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, you are all elites selected by the Holy Land. You don't just rely on words, right?" Hearing this, everyone stared fiercely at Fang Chen. "Since I dared to come here, I have already prepared all the countermeasures. The universe is vast, and the strong are respected. Everyone should understand this principle, so I won't say any more nonsense. Since I want to snatch a spot from everyone, then I will use my actions to prove that I have the qualifications to obtain this spot." Fang Chen's voice was sonorous and powerful as it resounded through the square. The crowd quieted down. Some of the martial artists who were ranked at the bottom had cold anger on their faces. They clenched their fists and were eager to fight. As for the few top geniuses standing in the front row, they did not even open their eyes to look at Fang Chen from the beginning until the end. They were the most elite geniuses among the 100 people. They were so powerful that the entire mortal universe was shocked. Therefore, No matter how the spots changed, their positions would not be affected. Boring. Someone shook his head and was a little unhappy. Who doesn't agree with me, Sanguinati? Please enlighten me. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said to the crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people rushed out and were ready to fight. Lad, you are too arrogant. Let me teach you how to behave. Let me do it. I will destroy his arrogance. A few martial artists came out in succession. However, they were ranked at the bottom. The few who were shouting fiercely earlier quietened down. Everyone, how about giving me a chance? The man with the surname Qin cupped his fists and said to the few martial artists who wanted to attack Fang Chen. When the others saw this, they shook their heads and gave up. A trace of anger flashed in the depths of the man with the surname Qin. He walked in front of Fang Chen. Lad, the human race's sacred land is not as simple as you think. The man with the surname Qin said gloomily, let's talk with our fists. The man with the surname Qin's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the creation realm. It was already impressive if one could reach the creation realm before the age of 100. It was not easy for this person to reach the 4th level of the creation realm. However, Fang Chen did not treat him as an enemy at all. You make the first move, Fang Chen said nonchalantly. When he saw that Fang Chen was not nervous at all, the man with the surname Qin's face darkened and he said angrily, Lad, you are courting death. With that, the man with the surname Qin attacked. He opened his large hand and a powerful force instantly surged out. He grabbed with his large hand and the void was torn apart. Go! The man with the surname Qin shouted. His large hand carried a suffocating aura as it grabbed at Fang Chen's head. Scram! There was only one word in response to the man with the surname Qin. When Fang Chen said the word scram, the sword-shaped talisman turned into a huge dragon and slammed into the man with the surname Qin's large hand. Crack! The man with the surname Qin's large hand was directly penetrated. Blood splattered in the air. The man with the surname Qin's body flew out and fell to the ground. No. The man with the surname Qin's eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. How is this possible? His heart was filled with anger. He had originally thought that he could teach this arrogant martial artist a lesson in front of the human race's sacred leader. But now, he had actually been defeated. He knew very well what it meant to be defeated. The man with the surname Qin's face was ashen and he looked dispirited. He was defeated just like that. Whispers could be heard from the crowd. The few martial artists who had wanted to attack felt a lingering fear in their hearts. They could tell that this person was very powerful and he had probably not used his full strength to defeat the man with the surname Qin. A 2nd-level Creation Realm martial artist defeated a 4th-level Creation Realm martial artist with one punch. Interesting. The few martial artists in the front row finally opened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen. Then, they nodded their heads. They acknowledged Fang Chen. Fang Chen's strength was much stronger than the man with the surname Qin. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly as he stood in the square and looked around at the crowd. I wonder if I am qualified to get the last spot. There was silence in the square. All the martial artists looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The man with the surname Qin's expression was very ugly. Someone wanted to help him up but was rejected. I lost. The man with the surname Qin suffered a huge blow. His body swayed as he left the square. Sanguinati has joined the 100-man team. Who else is not convinced? The human race's holy leader asked. No one said anything. In that case, from today onwards, Sanguinati will have the last spot to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. 3 months later, he will enter the ancestral land of inheritance with all of you, the human race's holy leader announced. No one had any objections. After all, strength was everything. Sanguinati's strength had gained their recognition. All right, go back and prepare, the human race's holy leader said. Not long after, over 100 martial artists all left. Fang Chen also bid farewell to the human race's holy leader and returned to Green Bamboo Island. However, before returning to Green Bamboo Island, he returned to the 3rd heaven of the demon-subduing boundary. He found his clone and placed it in the Coiling Moon Divine Cave before returning to Green Bamboo Island. This trip to the ancestral land of inheritance was a great opportunity. There were as many experts as there were clouds. With Fang Chen's strength, he would have to rely on the dark demonic wheel and the Starfield dragon boat to have a slight advantage. However, he didn't know what the situation within the ancestral land of inheritance was, so he had to be careful and bring his clone with him. That way, even if he encountered some experts, he wouldn't need to use the dark demonic wheel. After all, once he used it, it would drain him of all his energy. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Fang Chen didn't want to use the dark demonic wheel. At the same time, Yuan Ming, who was far away in the Yuan race's sacred land, received some news. The master of Green Bamboo Island, Sanguinati, has obtained a spot to enter the ancestral land of inheritance with the geniuses of the human race's sacred land. Yuan Ming's heart was filled with killing intent after hearing this. A strange smile appeared on his face. Sanguinati, the human race's sacred leader, is protecting you outside. I can't do anything to you. Once we enter the ancestral land of inheritance, you'll die. Yuan Ming felt like he could already see the scene of him personally killing Fang Chen in the ancestral land of inheritance. He laughed heartily. Chapter 1507. The sacred land of the human tribe calmed down after the final quota was decided. The warriors who were qualified to enter the ancestral land of inheritance fought hard to improve their strength. A person only had one chance to enter the ancestral land of inheritance, so they had to seize the opportunity. As for Fang Chen, he taught Tian Xin in Green Bamboo Island. Time flew by. When there was only a month left before the opening of the ancestral land, one of the more famous martial artists in the creation realm suddenly came looking for Fang Chen. I've heard that the Lord of Green Bamboo Island is young and talented. You really live up to your reputation. The white-haired elder was called Crane Lord. Crane Lord was very powerful, and his battle strength was almost the same as Yin Fang's. In the universe, Crane Star Lord's name could also be heard. This time, Crane Lord came to Fang Chen shamelessly for two reasons. Crane Lord. Fang Chen cupped his fists and greeted. Crane Lord was a top expert in the creation realm, and he had great prestige in the human tribe. Moreover, Crane Star Monarch was a kind person, so Fang Chen would naturally give him face. May I know why Crane Star Lord has come to my Green Bamboo Island? Fang Chen asked directly. An expert like the Crane Star Lord would not come to the Green Bamboo Island for no reason. Hearing this, Crane Star Lord laughed and said, Lord Shui, I do have something important to do on Green Bamboo Island. Please say it, Crane Lord. If I can help you, I won't refuse. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Crane Lord smiled. The legendary Lord of Green Bamboo Island was gentle and easy to talk to. This made Crane Lord relax a lot, and he went straight to the point. I heard that Lord Green Bamboo Island is an 8-star array master. I found a broken array by accident, and I want to ask Lord Green Bamboo Island to repair it. If Lord Green Bamboo Island can help, I'll be very grateful, Crane Lord said. Broken array? Fang Chen said, Don't worry, Crane Lord. It's just a small matter. Since Crane Lord has asked, how can I not help? However, Crane Star Monarch, you have to be prepared. The universe is vast, and nothing is too strange. Even though I'm an 8-star God formation master, there are still some strange formations that I can't understand. Fang Chen said modestly. Hearing that, Crane Star Lord nodded and said, As long as Green Bamboo Island Master is willing to help, I will be very grateful. After saying that, Crane Star Lord took out a jade pendant from his bosom. Island Lord, this is a token of my appreciation. Crane Star Monarch handed the jade pendant to Fang Chen. The latter wanted to decline, but when he saw the look on Crane Star Lord's face, he decided to accept it. Island Master, don't underestimate this jade pendant. Everyone knows that I, Crane Star Lord, am an expert in the crafty stab dao. This jade pendant contains a strand of my power. At the crucial moment, Crane Sovereign can crush the jade pendant to release its power. It could block any attack below the life and death realm. However, it can only be used once. Hearing Crane Star Lord's explanation, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Who would have thought that the Crane Star Lord would give him such a precious gift? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this jade pendant was extremely precious. It was equivalent to his second life. The ancestral land of inheritance had restrictions. Only Fortune Realm martial artists could enter it. The power within this jade pendant could block any attack below the life and death realm. In other words, no matter what kind of danger he encountered, he could use it to block it. Many thanks, Crane Star Lord. Fang Chen happily received the jade pendant and kept thanking him. After conversing with the Crane Star Lord for a while, Fang Chen followed him to the place where he was. Evil Soul Archipelago, Blood Crane Mountain. This mountain was originally a nameless mountain. After Crane Star Lord came here, he named it Blood Crane Mountain. Island Master, this Blood Crane Mountain is where I live in seclusion. Crane Star Lord pointed at the mountain ahead. Fang Chen looked over and was astonished. This Blood Crane Mountain was surrounded by a blood-red halo. With a glance, one could tell that it was covered by a powerful array. What a powerful array! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Green Bamboo Island Master. With just a glance, you can sense the broken array. Seeing Fang Chen like this, Crane Star Lord was even more delighted. He brought Fang Chen to Blood Crane Mountain. Island Master, I accidentally found a broken array here. If you can repair it, I'll be very grateful. Crane Star Lord said, if you need anything along the way, just let me know. I'll try. After speaking, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He began to sense the information of the broken array. Crane Star Lord stood guard for Fang Chen. Yuan Race Sacred Land. Young Master Yuan Ming, Sanguinati has left Green Bamboo Island. Where did he go? When Yuan Ming heard this, he immediately stood up and asked. He went to Evil Soul Islands. The subordinate reported in a low voice. Evil Soul Islands. Hearing this, Yuan Ming's eyes flickered. Soon after, he took out his communication jade pendant and said, Evil Star Lord, help me kill someone. After communicating, Yuan Ming prepared to leave the Yuan race sacred land. Huala. The leader of the Yuan race appeared. Patriarch. Yuan Ming greeted. The leader of the Yuan race, Yuan Jiyu, nodded slightly and then looked at Yuan Ming. He seemed to have seen through the latter's thoughts and then advised, there's still a month before the ancestral land of inheritance opens. Don't leave the sacred land in the near future. Patriarch, Yuan Ming still wanted to speak, but the Patriarch shook his head and interrupted him. The ancestral land of inheritance is the most important. The leader of the Yuan race said slowly. Yuan Ming's eyes flickered, and he finally nodded. Thank you for your advice. The leader of the Yuan race left, leaving behind Yuan Ming with a furious face. Damn it. Yuan Ming's heart was filled with hatred. The leader of the Evil Soul Islands, known as Evil Star Lord, was so strong that he could be said to be the top expert in the creation realm. On the surface, the Evil Soul Islands were people of the human race sacred land, but they had secretly surrendered to the Yuan race sacred land. After hearing Yuan Ming's order, they immediately acted. Green Bamboo Island Lord, Sanguinati. A strange smile appeared on Evil Star Lord's face. What he liked the most was to kill geniuses, especially those who were called peerless geniuses. During this period of time, he had heard a lot of news about Sanguinati. He knew that Sanguinati was a genius and that he had offended Yuan Ming of the Yuan race. Not long after, Evil Star Lord found where Fang Chen was. He's actually hiding here. Evil Star Lord said sinisterly, and then his figure flashed and found Blood Crane Mountain. When he saw the blood-red halo above Blood Crane Mountain, Evil Star Lord's eyes were filled with fervent desire. What a powerful formation. Evil Star Lord was greedy. If he could establish a base here, he would definitely be able to nurture countless geniuses for the Evil Soul Islands. Whoosh. Evil Star Lord leaped and arrived at Blood Crane Mountain. He saw Sanguinati sitting cross-legged on the ground. Is this kid trying to control the formation? Seeing that Sanguinati's body was filled with blood-red light and was about to merge with the formation, Evil Star Lord attacked. Kid, go to hell. When a peak creation realm expert attacked, his power was so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate. Fang Chen, who was immersed in the sea of formations, did not realize that danger was approaching at all. Heretical Star-Lord's large hand reached out and grabbed at Fang Chen's head. As long as he was caught by evil Star-Lord, Fang Chen would definitely die. However, at the critical moment, a furious roar sounded. Scram! Immediately after, the void flickered, and Crane Star-Lord blocked in front of Fang Chen. He sent evil Star-Lord's hand flying with a punch. Crack! The two collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Evil Star-Lord was forced back. After stabilizing his body, evil Star-Lord saw Crane Star-Lord. Crane Star-Lord, are you trying to stop me? Evil Star-Lord asked. Evil Star-Lord, this is my place of seclusion. Leave this place quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite. Others might be afraid of evil Star-Lord, but Crane Star-Lord was not. Crane Star-Lord, I only came here to kill this kid. I'll leave as soon as I'm done. Evil Star-Lord did not want to become enemies with Crane Star-Lord. On the Evil Soul Islands, Crane Star-Lord was one of the people Evil Star-Lord feared. Bullshit. Don't you dare touch him. Evil Star-Lord's words instantly infuriated Crane Star-Lord. Seeing Crane Star-Lord's anger, Evil Star-Lord was stunned. He had never seen Crane Star-Lord so furious before. Crane Star-Lord, you're willing to become enemies with me for a creation realm trash, said Evil Star-Lord coldly. In my eyes, Sanguinati is 100 times, 1,000 times more important than you. Leave this place quickly, and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Crane Star-Lord's aura fluctuated as he prepared to attack at any moment. It was clear that Crane Star-Lord was truly angry. However, Evil Star-Lord was not someone to be trifled with. Crane Star-Lord, if I want to kill you, you won't be able to stop me, said Evil Star-Lord. If he did not kill this person, how would he have the face to continue living on the Evil Soul Islands? You're courting death. Crane Star-Lord was enraged. Without saying a word, he directly attacked. Rumble, a battle between peak creation realm experts, was extremely destructive. Crane Astral Lord also realized this and led Evil Astral Lord into the sky. However, Evil Star-Lord's original intention was to kill Fang Chen. Crane Star-Lord, I already said that you won't be able to stop me. As he spoke, a clone emerged from the Evil Star-Lord's body and headed straight for Fang Chen. Damn it! Crane Star-Lord roared furiously. He used the crafty stab Dao that he was so proud of. His attacks changed unpredictably, and he suppressed Evil Star-Lord's true body like a storm. Whoosh! Crane Star Monarch took out a flame bead from his bosom. He gritted his teeth and threw it at Evil Star-Lord's clone. Boom! The flame bead exploded and swept away Evil Star-Lord's clone. 88-8. Crane Star-Lord, you actually used the Fire Devil Heavenly Pearl for a creation realm cultivator. Evil Star-Lord's eyes widened as he roared furiously. The explosion of the Fire Devil Heavenly Pearl instantly swallowed his clone. How could Evil Star-Lord not be furious when he lost his clone just like that? It's just a Fire Devil Heavenly Pearl. Crane Star-Lord did not give Evil Star-Lord any time to react. He continued to attack fiercely. Chapter 1508. In truth, Evil Star-Lord had come prepared this time. He had even brought his doppelganger in order to smoothly kill Fang Chen. He had heard that Sanguinati had an extremely powerful concealment technique that even life and death monarchs couldn't see through. However, he hadn't expected that he would lose a doppelganger before killing Sanguinati. Evil Star-Lord was very strong, and he cultivated a demonic Dao secret technique. Therefore, he only had one doppelganger. As everyone knew, the more doppelganger one had, the more the Yuan spirit would be separated. The multiple separation of the Yuan spirit would affect the cultivation of the main body. Evil Star-Lord wanted to step into life and death realm, so he only refined one doppelganger just in case. But now, he had been destroyed by the Crane Lord, who had always been known as an honest man. Damn it! Evil Star-Lord roared furiously. He waved his hands, opening and closing them. A frightening evil aura instantly spread out. Evil Star-Lord and Crane Star-Lord started fighting for real. Fang Chen was still comprehending the formation. He had no idea that two peak manifestation realm experts were fighting in the void. In fact, The fire demon heavenly orb was also a supreme treasure for Crane Starlord. The energy contained within was comparable to a life and death expert's attack once it erupted. It could also be considered his trump card. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't use it easily. However, he couldn't care less at this moment. Green Bamboo Island Lord was invited by him. He couldn't let evil Starlord kill him, right? Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he resolutely used the only fire demon heavenly orb he had. He destroyed evil Starlord's doppelganger. Evil Starlord attacked like a madman, while Crane Starlord defended conservatively. As the battle continued, the energy emitted from the two's battle continuously destroyed the surrounding mountains. Only Blood Crane Mountain remained unscathed. Every time a powerful airflow struck Blood Crane Mountain, it would be blocked by the blood-red halo. Dong every time the blood-red halo was struck, Fang Chen's body would twitch. Dong 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 as the blood-red halo continued to be hit, the golden heart also started to beat rapidly. A strange aura burst out from the golden heart and merged with the crimson glow. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the golden heart seemed to be communicating with the blood-red halo. Sure enough, Fang Chen's guess was correct. A moment later, the blood-red halo underwent a great change. A large amount of strange aura surged out of the golden heart and drilled into the blood-red halo. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was filled with the rough framework of the broken array formation. Fang Chen was very shocked. He had been examining the rough framework of the damaged formation. Once he had a rough framework, he would have a chance to repair it. What a complicated formation. According to Fang Chen's understanding, this array should be a Tier 9 array. However, after the passage of time, coupled with how damaged it was now barely able to display the power of an 8th tier formation. Fang Chen closed his eyes and began to comprehend the broken array formation. He accelerated the time around him to 100-fold. An hour later, Fang Chen opened his eyes. His face was filled with shock. I wonder which Grandmaster created this array formation. It's too shocking. Under the effect of 100-fold time acceleration, Fang Chen had succeeded in comprehending the array formation. With his current strength, he was completely capable of setting up a smaller version of the array formation. Start repairing it. Just as Fang Chen was about to repair it, he suddenly noticed the battle in the sky. Who is fighting Crane Lord? Fang Chen was somewhat puzzled. The battle in the sky was too intense, causing Fang Chen's heart to palpitate. Bang! After a heavy collision, Crane Lord's body was clearly pushed back a little. Crane Lord, come into the array formation, Fang Chen hurriedly transmitted. Crane Lord had treated him well. Seeing Crane Lord in trouble, he had to help. Hearing that, Crane Star Lord did not say a word and directly entered the formation. Crane Lord, do you think I won't be able to do anything to you just because you're hiding in that broken array formation? Fiend Star Monarch's aura surged as he looked down at Crane Lord. Today, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Fiend Star Monarch's eyes were bloodshot. Even his clone had been destroyed. If he didn't kill Crane Lord, he wouldn't be able to quell his anger. How is it? Crane Lord looked at Fang Chen and asked. Crane Lord, I've already completely grasped the broken array formation. Although it's broken, the remaining energy is very powerful. If it explodes in one go, it'll be enough to heavily injure Fiend Star Monarch, Fang Chen transmitted. However, there's only one chance. Fang Chen told Crane Lord the general idea. Crane Lord pondered for a moment and nodded. I'll hold him back. You're responsible for detonating the array formation's energy. After that, Crane Star Lord made his move. Although he was at a disadvantage, he didn't fear Fiend Star Monarch. However, Fiend Star Monarch had already entered a berserk state. If he didn't end the battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. So he had to use the broken array formation. Kill. Fiend Star Monarch attacked. A crescent moon appeared in the sky above his head. It was incomparably dazzling. The crescent moon contained a blood-colored aura. Die. Fiend Star Monarch grabbed the crescent moon and swooped down. Swoosh. Crane Lord used the crafty stab Dao to shuttle through the void. At the critical moment, A soft whip shot out from his sleeve and wrapped around Feenstar Monarch's body. It's useless. The crescent moon in Crane Lord's hand erupted with a dazzling light. It was very terrifying. At this moment, he was extremely confident. Who could fight against the crescent moon? Feenstar Monarch used all his strength to break free from the soft whip. Crack! Cracks appeared on the soft whip and it was about to be broken by Feenstar Monarch. Quick! Crane Lord was a little anxious and sent a voice transmission to Fang Chen. The latter closed his eyes and emitted a rich aura of array Dao. Blood-red light instantly spread out. On Mount Bloodcrane, a certain side of the broken array formation was pierced through. Wild power, like a mountain torrent, suddenly poured out in torrents. Sensing this terrifying aura, Feenstar Monarch's expression finally changed. Suppress everything. The crescent moon in Feenstar Monarch's hand suddenly smashed into the terrifying flood that was like 10,000 horses galloping. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The void was torn apart as the terrifying flood drowned the crescent moon and then Feenstar Monarch. Too strong. Crane Lord, who was hiding in the distance, paled when he felt this aura. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. If this power was aimed at him, there would probably be nothing left of him. After detonating the power of the array formation, Fang Chen collapsed from exhaustion and sat on the mountain peak, panting. Crack! The flood was like a hot knife through butter. After crushing the crescent moon, it swallowed Feenstar Monarch's body. No! Feenstar Monarch's unwilling voice could be vaguely heard in the air. However, under the destruction of the terrifying flood, he could not escape. Boom! When the terrifying flood dissipated, Feenstar Monarch's body was badly damaged. Crane Lord was a little dazed when he saw this. Who would have thought that the insufferably arrogant Lord of the Archipelago would die in his own hands? One had to know that the Lord of the Archipelago was protected by his will and his defense was extremely strong. However, under the terrifying flood, Feenstar Monarch had died in a daze. Crane Lord, does this person have a grudge with you? Asked Fang Chen, who had recovered from his shock. Feenstar Monarch came to kill you. He should have a grudge with you, explained Crane Lord. Yes, kill me. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered with golden light. He had already thought of the mastermind behind this matter. Yuan Ming, Fang Chen muttered inwardly. Crane Lord did not want to say anything more and changed the topic. Island Lord, you have a broken array formation. Does that mean that it can be repaired? Fang Chen nodded. It can be repaired, but its power will definitely not be as strong as before. Moreover, it will require a large amount of materials. No problem. Crane Lord was very happy. I have already listed the materials needed. Go prepare them, said Fang Chen. Crane Lord took the list and left Mount Bloodcrane. Be careful. Feenstar Monarch is the Lord of the Archipelago. We will be in trouble if we kill him, warned Crane Lord. In the sacred land of the human race, inside the sacred palace, there was a wall with countless life slips hanging on it. Usually, these life slips were hidden in the darkness and could not be seen with the naked eye. Today, the life slips suddenly appeared, and then one of them shattered with a crack. Not good, the Lord of the Evil Soul Islands is dead. Immediately after, the news spread from the human race's sacred land. This news caused a commotion in the sacred land. The death of the Lord of the Archipelago was very rare. It was almost impossible to even see it. Who was so bold to even dare to kill the Lord of the Archipelago? We must investigate clearly. Whoever dares to attack the sacred land is provoking the human race. Yes, the death of the Lord of the Archipelago is a big matter. We must pay attention to it. The sacred Lord of the human race had left the sacred land for some matters, so the Grand Elder had to stand up. Inside the sacred palace, there was a bronze mirror. This bronze mirror was connected to the will of the archipelago. As long as the corresponding will was inserted, one would be able to see everything that the Lord of the archipelago had experienced. This was also the human race's control over the Lord of the archipelago. The bronze mirror that had not been used for many years was activated by the Grand Elder today. The Grand Elder waved his hand, and a weak will from the ground was sucked into his palm. Then, The Grand Elder's palm pressed against the bronze mirror. Whoosh! An image appeared on the bronze mirror. Fiend Star Monarch was fighting with Crane Lord, and his clone was destroyed by the fire demon Heavenly Orb. Then, Fang Chen and Crane Lord worked together to destroy his original body. Sanguinati. After seeing Sanguinati, the Grand Elder frowned and muttered to himself. This matter is very important. The formation that Sanguinati controlled is a bit strange. After thinking for a long time, the Grand Elder gave an order. He sent an envoy to the Evil Soul Islands to bring Crane Lord and Sanguinati to the Sacred Land. He wanted to interrogate this matter personally. Chapter 1509. In the deep sea of the void ocean. There was a figure sitting cross-legged here. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was empty, and no sea demons dared to come close. There was a bronze cauldron in front of him. The bronze cauldron emitted a terrifying yin and yang aura. His body was shining brightly. The two extremes of yin and yang seemed to be the opposite of each other. It was very terrifying. Whoosh! Suddenly, a message came. The master of the Evil Soul Islands has been killed. The human holy leader's expression changed slightly. His body flashed and disappeared into the depths of the void ocean. At the same time, the other three holy leaders, Black Blade Emperor, and the other three received the same message. It had been a long time since the 5 great beings on the universe combat power list had gathered together. The 5 great beings represented 4 different forces. Among them, the human holy leader's status was unquestionable. Even the master of the Yuan race had to give him face, not daring to act rashly. As for Black Blade Emperor, he was an itinerant cultivator who was not bound by any forces. The conference hall was the top and most authoritative organization in the mortal universe. Some things could only be decided by the members of the conference hall. The principle of the conference hall was not to harm the interests of the human race. The interests of the human race were the priority. There were only 5 members in the conference hall. They were the top 5 on the universe combat power list. For countless years, the 5 of them would only gather together if something major happened. Now, because of the death of the master of the Evil Soul Islands, they gathered again. In the sacred palace of the human race. There were 5 figures sitting on the 5 thrones. The human holy leader was in the middle. On his left was the Yuan leader, and on his left was Black Blade Emperor. On his right were the Spirit leader and the Luo leader. Usually, the 5 of them would not gather together. The 5 of them looked at each other, and the Yuan leader spoke first. Sanguinati and Crane Emperor worked together to kill the master of the Evil Soul Islands. Evil Star Emperor's clone was destroyed. This is a crime of betraying the human race. Monarch Black Blade nodded. He needed the Yuan leader's help, so he had to speak up for him. That's right. As the master of Green Bamboo Island, Sanguinati knows the rules very well. However, he broke the rules knowingly. If we don't punish him severely, we won't be able to convince the masses, Monarch Black Blade said. What about you guys? What do you think? The sacred leader nodded and turned to the right. The leader of the spiritual tribe wore a long green robe and always had a smile on his face. Among the 5 magnates, he was the milder one and had a good relationship with the other 4. First of all, we have to investigate the truth of the matter. I don't believe that Evil Star Monarch would attack Crane Star Monarch and Sanguinati for no reason. The Spirit Clan leader's words were more pertinent. Impartiality. I agree. Let's just find the person involved and ask him clearly. The Luo clan head said. Sanguinati was personally given the position of Green Bamboo Island Master by me. I believe in my foresight. With that, the human clan's holy leader waved his hand and sent out a thought. Not long after, the Great Elder personally led Fang Chen and Crane Star Lord into the Holy Palace. Greetings to the 5 seniors. Crane Star Lord cupped his hands. Fang Chen followed suit and bowed. Other than the human clan's holy leader and the Yuan clan head, Su Mo had never seen the other 3 before. Fang Chen felt his scalp go numb. The faint aura from the 5 magnates made his heart palpitate. They are too strong. Fang Chen did not know the other 3. However, seeing that they were on equal footing with the human clan's holy leader, he could guess what was going on. Explain. The human clan's holy leader said. Crane Star Lord raised his head and looked at the human clan's holy leader. He then said, "This is what happened. I discovered the broken array on Mount Bloodcrane by accident. Hence, I wanted to take it for myself and live in seclusion here. I heard that Green Bamboo Island Master is very skilled in array formations. Hence, I went to Green Bamboo Island to visit him personally. I wanted him to help me repair the broken array." The latter agreed and came to Mount Bloodcrane to help me repair the array. Who would have thought that evil Starlord would suddenly appear and threaten to kill Sanguinati? Naturally, I had to do my best to protect him. Evil Starlord was well prepared. His true body stopped me while his clone dealt with Sanguinati. In a moment of desperation, I used my trump card, the Fire Demon Heavenly Orb, to destroy Evil Starlord's clone. After that, Evil Starlord fought with me, and he went mad. I had no choice but to keep Sanguinati busy. He released the remaining power of the broken array and killed Evil Starlord. Crane Star Lord slowly explained what had happened. He told the truth. He did not dare to hide anything. The 5 magnates were very powerful. He did not dare to lie. Evil Starlord's true body and clone were destroyed. Do you think you can get away with it with a random reason? The person who spoke was the Yuan clan head. As he spoke, his aura spread. Crane Star Lord immediately knelt on one knee as his bones creaked. Crash. The human clan's holy leader waved his hand and removed the power that was suppressing Crane Star Lord. Tell me. The human clan's holy leader looked at Fang Chen. Senior holy leader, Crane Star Lord has already said what needs to be said. I have something to add. Evil Starlord wants to kill me, and it might be related to Yuan Ming. Recently, whenever I leave Green Bamboo Island, Yuan Ming will come to kill me. He even used despicable means to kidnap my disciple to threaten me, said Fang Chen. Hearing this, the Yuan clan head's expression changed. His aura fluctuated. HMPH. How dare you accuse the Yuan clan? If the Yuan clan wants to kill you, it will be as easy as blowing off dust, sneered Monarch Blackblade. The Spirit clan head did not say anything. However, the Luo clan head looked at Fang Chen with a strange gaze. He could sense the Luo clan's bloodline in Fang Chen's body. The Luo clan's bloodline? Is he the illegitimate son of one of our Luo clan's disciples? The Luo clan head was surprised. The Luo clan's bloodline in Fang Chen's body was very dense. It wasn't any weaker than the top disciples of the Luo clan. This really surprised him. However, when he thought of Luo Lioli, his expression became serious. All right, you guys can leave. The human clan holy leader waved his hand and sent Fang Chen and Crane Star Lord out of the sacred palace. The 5 heads were discussing in the sacred palace. Fang Chen did not know the exact outcome. The Yuan clan is really despicable. Fang Chen thought to himself. Island Lord, this matter started because of me. If the sacred palace really wants to punish me, I will bear the responsibility, said Crane Star Lord. You can't, Crane Star Lord. This matter is related to me. How can I back down? Fang Chen hurriedly said. Crane Star Lord laughed. The outcome is not out yet. I believe the sacred palace will give us an explanation. Fang Chen nodded. By the way, Crane Star Lord, do you know the other 3? Asked Fang Chen. Of course. Who doesn't know the top 5 heads in the mortal universe? Crane Star Lord's face was full of admiration when he mentioned the 5 heads. The black-bearded elder next to the head of the Yuan clan is Emperor Blackblade. He's the 5th strongest on the universe combat power list and the only independent cultivator among the 5 heads, said Crane Star Lord. An independent cultivator on the universe combat power list? This was the first time Fang Chen had heard of the universe combat power list. He was a little dazed. I forgot to tell you that the universe combat power list is the most authoritative list in the mortal universe. It was compiled by the human clan holy leader himself. It represents the top combat power in the mortal universe, said Crane Star Lord. At his level, he knew a lot of secrets of the universe. I see. Fang Chen was shocked. The top combat power in the universe. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. The 5 heads occupy the top 5 positions on the universe combat power list. The human clan holy leader is first, followed by the heads of the Yuan clan, Spirit clan, and Luo clan. Emperor Blackblade is 5th. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. The 5 heads form the highest level meeting hall of the human clan, explained Crane Star Lord. Whenever there's an important matter, they'll gather together to discuss countermeasures. Fang Chen finally understood. When will I be able to enter the universe combat power list? Fang Chen was filled with motivation. The 5 heads sat quietly and even restrained their auras. That was enough to make him feel depressed. This kind of battle prowess was unprecedented and dazzling. Soon, the door of the sacred palace opened. The 5 heads walked out of the sacred palace. The head of the Luo clan looked at Fang Chen with interest and said, "Sanguinati, if you have time, come to the Luo clan." Fang Chen's heart raced. Did the head of the Luo clan notice his Luo clan bloodline? Before he could reply, the head of the Luo clan disappeared. Goodbye, everyone. The head of the Spirit clan tore open the void and left the sacred ground. In the end, only Emperor Blackblade, the head of the Yuan clan, and the human clan holy leader were left. The matter has been investigated. Evil Star-Lord attacked first. It has nothing to do with you, said the human clan holy leader. Fang Chen and Crane Star-Lord turned and left. The head of the Yuan clan looked at the human clan holy leader with a smile. Is it worth it for a creation realm warrior? Holy Master, you've made a losing deal this time. The human race's Saint Lord smiled calmly in front of the 2 giants. Remember our agreement. Goodbye. The 2 heads left the sacred ground one after another. The human clan holy leader stood at the peak of the sacred mountain and looked up at the sky. Everything he did was for the sake of the human clan. The 5 heads had obviously reached an agreement about Evil Star-Lord. It was just that outsiders didn't know about it. The head of the Yuan clan and Emperor Blackblade seemed to have benefited. They were very happy after returning to the Yuan clan's sacred ground. I didn't expect the holy leader to be so generous to protect Sanguinati, said the head of the Yuan clan with a smile. Yeah, it's really beyond my expectations. It seems that Sanguinati has some secrets that no one knows. Emperor Blackblade lowered his head and pondered. Although we didn't punish Sanguinati severely this time, it doesn't matter anymore, continued the head of the Yuan clan. Come, let's play chess. Emperor Blackblade picked up a shirako and placed it on the chessboard. The head of the Yuan clan held a black piece in his hand. The 2 heads were happily playing chess. After this incident, Sanguinati's name spread again. Within the sacred land, countless martial artists looked at the Bloodsword Saint with strange gazes. Chapter 1510. The original setting was that the heavenly body tier was the Star Monarch, the creation tier was the Tao Ancestor, and the life and death tier was the Monarch. Evil and Crane were both in the creation tier, so they should be called Tao Ancestor. My head was muddled, and I forgot, so I wrote it wrong. Here, I'd like to thank Scholar Clear Spring Bright Moon for her reminder. The correct name is Evil Tao Ancestor Crane. I've changed it all. Please understand the inconvenience caused to everyone. Qingsha will pay more attention in the future. P.S. Updated this afternoon. Hit in hand, please wait for a moment, please remember. Chapter 1511. Recommended reading. The matter of Evil Tao Ancestor came to an end for the time being. Although it was not clear what agreement the 5 titans had reached, Fang Chen's intuition told him that it must be very complicated. Furthermore, he could tell. The 5 titans were actually divided into factions too. At least, the Yuan clan lord was with Emperor Blackblade. As for the Luo clan lord and the Spirit clan lord, it was unclear for the time being. After returning to the Evil Soul Islands, Fang Chen began to wholeheartedly repair the array formation for Tao Ancestor He. This array formation was unprecedentedly powerful. If it was an ordinary 8-star divine formation master, it would definitely be impossible to comprehend it. Fortunately, it was Fang Chen. Not only did he comprehend it, but he could also control it. In 3 days, Tao Ancestor He had prepared all the materials. In the following time, Fang Chen began to repair the array formation with all his might. Seeing the blood-red halo on Blood Crane Mountain getting thicker and thicker, Tao Ancestor his face was full of smiles. Repairing the array formation required time, but Tao Ancestor he was not in a hurry. However, Fang Chen was in a hurry. In less than a month, the ancestral land of inheritance would open. He had to strive to repair the array formation before the ancestral land opened. While waiting for Fang Chen to repair the array formation, Tao Ancestor he also received a piece of news. The news from the human race's holy land. After a discussion among the upper echelons of the human race, they unanimously decided to let Tao Ancestor he be the master of the evil Soul Islands. Tao Ancestor he originally did not want to be the master. He was unrestrained and was used to freedom. But after the human race's holy lord sent him a voice transmission, Tao Ancestor he readily agreed. From then on, the evil Soul Islands began a new journey. Fang Chen did not let Tao Ancestor he down. After spending more than 20 days, he finally repaired the array formation. Tao Ancestor he, the array formation has been completely repaired. A blood-red halo spread throughout the entire Blood Crane Mountain. From the outside, it looked like a blood mountain, emitting a terrifying aura, making people not dare to approach. Fang Chen stood in the array formation, feeling the majestic array formation aura, and revealed a faint smile. Whoosh whoosh. Not long after, Tao Ancestor he came. He traveled through time and space, arriving in front of Fang Chen. He looked around, very excited. Many thanks to you, Island Lord Green Bamboo. Tao Ancestor he was extremely respectful towards Fang Chen. It's nothing. Fang Chen nodded gently. Disregarding everything else, the jade pendant that Tao Ancestor he gave him was very valuable. It was enough for him to repair the formation. Moreover, Fang Chen had also gained a lot from repairing the array formation. Not only did he fully comprehend the array formation, but he also discovered some clues. Fang Chen was confident that it wouldn't take long for him to set up a miniature version of the blood-red array formation. At that time, his strength would definitely soar. They were about to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. If they could set up such a formation, it would definitely be a great trump card. Ha ha ha, from now on, Island Master Green Bamboo, you are this old man's good friend. If you need anything in the future, feel free to ask. This old man will definitely not frown. Tao Ancestor he laughed loudly. I'm relieved to hear your words, Tao Ancestor he. Fang Chen cupped his fists. After learning that Tao Ancestor he had become the master of the evil Soul Islands, Fang Chen congratulated him. After the two chatted for a while, Fang Chen bade farewell to Tao Ancestor he and hurried back to Green Bamboo Island. Fortunately, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. There was still time. Just as he returned to Green Bamboo Island, the human sacred land sent a message. Island Lord Green Bamboo, the ancestral land of inheritance is about to open. The Sacred Lord wants you to go to the Sacred Land now. The Sacred Land messenger came to Green Bamboo Island with the Sacred Lord's voice transmission. Oh! Fang Chen heard and nodded. Immediately, he made some arrangements on Green Bamboo Island and went to the human Sacred Land. At this time, there were still 7 days before the ancestral land of inheritance opened. Sanguinati, the ancestral land of inheritance is about to open. Wait in the Sacred Land for these few days and familiarize yourself with your teammates, the Sacred Lord said. Okay. Fang Chen nodded. The closer it was to the opening of the ancestral land of inheritance, the more lively the human Sacred Land was. The martial artists who were qualified to enter the ancestral land were very excited. Everyone only had one chance to enter the ancestral land in their lives. There were inheritances everywhere in the ancestral land of inheritance. If one could obtain one of them, their future would be limitless. There was once a peerless genius who obtained a powerful inheritance in the ancestral land. From the 7th level of the creation realm, he directly stepped into the legendary life and death realm, which troubled countless martial artists. This kind of thing happened often. The ancestral land of inheritance is about to open. This time, I must soar to the sky. My opportunity has come. When I return from the ancestral land, it will be the time for me to soar to the sky. I don't want the strongest inheritance. I only want the most suitable inheritance for me. In the Sacred Land, Many martial artists were whispering. Some martial artists were even trying to rope in their teammates. In the past few days, Fang Chen had also heard some names that reverberated like thunder in his ears. Among the 100 martial artists in the human sacred land, there were a few who were very strong and were the candidates to lead the team in the human sacred land. Fang Chen also secretly paid attention to the information of these people. After reading, he was very shocked. Their potential was not weaker than his, and some even surpassed his. Jiang Quang, the top expert among the younger generation in the human sacred land. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of the creation realm, and his battle strength was very high. He was also the most promising martial artist in the human sacred land who could enter the life and death realm. Slaughtering Heaven Sword, whose cultivation was second only to Jiang Quang, had reached the peak of the 6th level of the creation realm. His sword skills were divine, and he was an out-and-out sword genius. He was a sword cultivator with super strong attack power, and was worshipped by countless martial artists in the sacred land. Slaughtering Bull, who specialized in refining his body. It was said that his physical body had reached the level of resisting an 8th level divine weapon, and his defense was extremely strong. Among the younger generation, there were very few who could break through his defense. Moreover, Slaughtering Bull was very strong. Someone once saw him kill a martial artist of the same level with one punch. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the creation realm. However, in terms of attack power, he was not as good as Slaughtering Heaven Sword. Wei Xiong, who was at the 5th level of the creation realm. Among these people, Wei Xiong was the most unique one. Although he was at the 5th level of the creation realm, in terms of attack power, he was not weaker than Slaughtering Heaven Sword. In other words, among the 100 people in the human sacred land, his battle strength was second only to Jiang Quang, who was ranked first. Wei Xiong liked to pretend to be weak, and those who were familiar with him knew that. However, there were often martial artists who did not believe it and wanted to challenge Wei Xiong. The result was obvious. They were beaten up by Wei Xiong. Wei Xiong's information successfully attracted Fang Chen's attention. The creation realm itself was to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, and steal the essence of the sun and moon. It was very difficult to raise one's realm. Everyone's understanding of martial arts differed greatly. Therefore, it was very difficult for a creation realm martial artist to challenge someone of a higher realm, unless they were top geniuses. Of course, there were very few people like Fang Chen. This Wei Xiong doesn't seem to be as simple as he looks. Fang Chen made a mental note of Wei Xiong. He had met Wei Xiong once, but he could not tell at that time that Wei Xiong was so strong. If he had not seen the detailed information, he would not have noticed Wei Xiong at all. Overall, among the 100 people in the human sacred land, only these 4 people were worth paying attention to. Fang Chen secretly calculated. With his current strength, it should not be a problem for him to be in the top 10 of the 100 people in the human sacred land. In a one-on-one fight, he could fight against a martial artist of the 5th level of the creation realm. Of course, it was only an ordinary 5th level martial artist. It might not be the same for a genius like Wei Xiong. However, if he took out the dark demonic wheel, he would not be afraid of anyone. Moreover, Fang Chen did not only have the dark demonic wheel as his trump card. The ancestral land of inheritance opens once every 100 years. It is a very important matter. I think everyone has their own trump cards, Fang Chen said. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a loud voice came from the sky above the human sacred land. The spiritual sacred land team has arrived. Then, the human sacred leader laughed heartily and came out to welcome them personally. Oldling, you're early, the human sacred leader said with a smile. Early to let them familiarize themselves, the spiritual clan leader said with a smile. Behind him, there was also a team of 100 people. They were the geniuses who represented the spiritual clan to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. Have a good exchange with the geniuses of the sacred land. The spiritual clan leader said to the disciples behind him. Everyone nodded and landed on the square. The disciples of the two sides were familiar with each other and soon began to chat. Fang Chen looked at the group from the spirit race as a smile appeared in his eyes. He had met a familiar face. Ling Yu. When Fang Chen first entered the purgatory, he saved Ling Yu. Ling Yu, I trust you've been well since we last met. Fang Chen walked to Ling Yu's side and patted him on the shoulder from behind. Hearing the familiar voice, Ling Yu jerked his head back. After seeing Fang Chen's face, he was stunned for a moment. Brother Fang, why are you here? Ling Yu asked with some surprise. Fang Chen spread out his hands and said with a smile, why can't I be here? Are you the genius who represented the human sacred land to enter the ancestral land of inheritance? Ling Yu was a little surprised. Fang Chen nodded. A touch of shock appeared on Ling Yu's face, but he was relieved in an instant. He could enter the list of 100 people. With Fang Chen's potential, it should be very easy. Brother Fang, I really didn't misread you. When I was in the purgatory, I felt that your future was limitless. It's really amazing. With your own strength, you actually joined the list of 100 people. Ling Yu said with a smile. By the way, my name is now Sanguinati. Fang Chen reminded Ling Yu. He joined the list of 100 people under the name of Sanguinati. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he reminded Ling Yu. What Sanguinati? Obviously, Ling Yu's name of Sanguinati was like thunder in his ears. He widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Recently, he had been hearing rumors about Sanguinati. Even not long ago, it was rumored that Sanguinati and Dao Ancestor he joined forces to kill the Lord of the Evil Soul Islands. He didn't expect that this legendary rising Sanguinati was actually the Fang Chen he knew. It shocked me. Ling Yu kept shaking his head to express his shock. Fang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, Ling Feng came over. Ling Yu, you know him? Chapter 1512. Ling Feng's status in the Spirit Clan was not too high, and could only be regarded as average. However, he was much stronger than Ling Yu. The reason why Ling Yu made such rapid progress had a lot to do with Ling Feng. Ling Feng usually took good care of Ling Yu. At this moment, seeing the latter talking and laughing with the martial artists of the sacred land, he came over to ask. Brother Feng, this is the genius I told you about who saved me in purgatory. Ling Yu introduced. Oh, it's you. I am Ling Feng of the Spirit Clan. I don't know your name. While speaking, Ling Feng stretched out his hand and looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Fang Chen glanced at Ling Feng and also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Ling Feng. I am Sanguinati. Fang Chen played it down, but in Ling Feng's ears, it was an abnormally shocking thing. In Ling Feng's heart, stormy waves were set off. You are really Sanguinati. After saying this, he regretted it. This was the sacred land of the human clan. Who dared to pretend to be Sanguinati? Sorry, I lost my composure. Ling Feng withdrew his hand and said apologetically. It doesn't matter. Fang Chen spread out his hands, not caring about Ling Feng's loss of composure. How about Brother Feng? I told you at the beginning that his future achievements will not be lower than yours and mine. Ling Yu on the side grinned. Ling Feng nodded. I have heard of Brother Shui's name for a long time. Seeing you today is like thunder in my ears. Just as the two were talking, suddenly there was a commotion in the square. Then there were whispers in the crowd. The people of the Yuan clan had arrived. The Yuan clan has arrived. The leader was naturally the lord of the Yuan clan, Yuan Jiyu, and behind him was the top powerhouse of the Yuan clan, Yuan Ming. When Fang Chen looked at Yuan Ming, the latter just happened to look over. Fang Chen could easily feel the killing intent hidden in the depths of Yuan Ming's eyes. His aura is a lot stronger. Fang Chen secretly said. He felt that Yuan Ming's strength seemed to have increased a little after not seeing him for a long time. But even so what? Yuan Jiyu, why are you so late? The lord of the Spirit Clan said with a smile. Since the Luo clan hasn't come, I'm not late either, Yuan Jiyu said. Then, Yuan Jiyu entered the sacred hall. Leaving behind the 100-man team, they landed on the square. Yuan Ming seems to have become stronger again. As expected of the top expert of the Yuan race's younger generation. He's really amazing. He's one of the popular candidates for the strongest inheritance. Everyone was secretly discussing. Some geniuses from the human race's holy land, such as Jiang Quang, slaughtering Heaven's Sword, Rhino, Wei Xiong, and others, also greeted Yuan Ming. The top experts of the spiritual race also stepped forward to inquire. After Yuan Ming nodded slightly, his gaze fell on Fang Chen. Under everyone's gaze, Yuan Ming walked towards Fang Chen step by step. The crowd parted to form a path. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yuan Ming. What is Yuan Ming doing? Many martial artists were puzzled. However, when Yuan Ming arrived in front of Fang Chen, everyone suddenly understood. Sanguinati. Yuan Ming's target is Sanguinati. Everyone had more or less heard about the feud between Sanguinati and Yuan Ming. The ancestral land opens once every 100 years. I'm curious how you got a spot with your mediocre skills. Did you get in through the back door? Yuan Ming grinned, his words full of arrogance. That's right. You have a close relationship with the sacred master. A spot is nothing. Hearing Yuan Ming's sarcastic words, Fang Chen laughed. The latter sneered and said, "Idiot." The word idiot pierced deeply into Yuan Ming's mind. Suddenly, Yuan Ming's aura shook. He stared at Fang Chen. "Sanguinati, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because this is the Holy Land," Yuan Ming said fiercely. "Then why don't you try touching me?" Fang Chen said cheekily. What a joke. This was the human race's holy land. Even the sacred master of the Yuan race wouldn't dare to mess around. What was a mere Yuan Ming? Moreover, even if they fought, he wasn't afraid of Yuan Ming. Humph, a second-level creation realm trash dares to challenge me. You're just relying on your treasures. Yuan Ming suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly. In the crowd, Jiang Quang, Tu Tianjian, and the others looked on thoughtfully. They didn't say anything. The geniuses of the spiritual tribe expressed their opinions one after another. Although I don't know the Blood Sword Saint's true combat power, his courage alone is extraordinary, Ling Ming of the spiritual clan said. I'm afraid that Sanguinati is just an embroidered pillow. He looks good but is useless. I heard that if it wasn't for the sacred master, he would have died. Ling Xian curled his lips and said. Ling Xian, why do you say that? Sanguinati just stole your title of the youngest island master. Do you have to be like this? The person who spoke was a female disciple of the spiritual tribe. She wore a green dress and looked like a green lotus. She was called Ling Lianzhu. Although she was a woman, if one underestimated her, they would pay a heavy price. Her potential wasn't inferior to Ling Ming's, but she hadn't cultivated for as long as Ling Ming, so her strength wasn't as strong. It was obvious that the spiritual tribe valued Ling Lianzhu. Sister Lianzhu is right. Sanguinati is only a second-level creation realm martial artist, but he dares to challenge Yuan Ming. This itself requires courage. Whether he's just an embroidered pillow or a pretentious one, I think his courage is good. Ling Qihu, who was beside Ling Lianzhu, said. The top geniuses of the spiritual tribe, except for Ling Xian, didn't have any special opinions about Fang Chen. Ling Xian was Sanguinati and didn't have much interaction with him. If they had to talk about interaction, then it was the honor of being the youngest island master. Originally, Ling Xian was the youngest island master in this era and enjoyed the worship of hundreds of millions of people. However, after Sanguinati became the island master of Green Bamboo Island, the honor of being the youngest island master had waved goodbye to Ling Xian. Ling Xian didn't feel good. He felt that Sanguinati didn't live up to his name. Humph, if you want to get my recognition, you'll have to fight with me. Ling Xian snorted and stopped talking. At this moment, Yuan Ming and Fang Chen were still confronting each other. Brother Yuan Ming, there's no need to waste your breath on this trash. Everything can wait until we enter the ancestral land of inheritance. A grey-robed man walked out from the 100-man Yuan tribe team. The man's words caused everyone to be stunned. It was so obvious that he was targeting Sanguinati. Wasn't he afraid of the sacred leader? Who is this? He doesn't seem to be from the Yuan tribe. Why does he look a little familiar? I remember now. He's the disciple of Emperor Blackblade. Instantly, a wave of shock surged through the crowd. Emperor Blackblade was an expert who was on equal footing with the four giants. His strength was earth-shattering. Even the sacred leader of the human tribe had to give him face. His disciple actually appeared in the Yuan tribe team. Could it be that the Yuan tribe had given him a spot? Emperor Blackblade's disciple. Fang Chen stared at the grey-robed man and came to a realization. No wonder when the 5 giants summoned him, Emperor Blackblade spoke up for the sacred leader of the Yuan tribe. So this was the reason. Brother Ji is right. The ancestral land of inheritance is extremely dangerous. Ordinary martial artists will definitely die if they enter. Maybe I don't have to do anything. Some people will die by themselves. Yuan Ming sneered and walked to the grey-robed man. Fang Chen and the grey-robed man looked at each other. Although the grey-robed man hid his killing intent well, Fang Chen still caught it. It seemed that Emperor Blackblade's disciple had colluded with Yuan Ming to harm him. In the face of Yuan Ming's sarcasm, Fang Chen gave a strong counterattack. Many people thought that Sanguinati's counterattack was too stupid. They were about to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. The consequences of offending 2 experts were severe. However, to Fang Chen, none of this mattered. Kid, I hope you can live a little longer. Otherwise, I'll have regrets. Yuan Ming sneered. I'm just afraid that you'll be killed by me. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Everyone in the crowd shook their heads. Sanguinati's words were too exaggerated. How strong would one need to be to kill Yuan Ming? Even Jiang Quang, Tu Tianjian, and the others dared not say that they could kill Yuan Ming. Moreover, as a member of the Yuan tribe, how could he not have a trump card? Yuan Ming ignored Sanguinati and walked to Jiang Quang and the others. Jiang Quang, I'm afraid your human tribe's sacred ground will come back empty-handed. Yuan Ming smiled. Even a second-level creation realm trash can be selected into the team. It seems that your sacred ground has no one else. Yuan Ming didn't forget to mock Sanguinati at all times. Sanguinati fought for a spot with his own strength. Jiang Quang frowned slightly. He was a little unhappy. He fought for it himself. I think he used some external force. Yuan Ming laughed when he saw Jiang Quang's expression. In his opinion, the reason why Fang Chen was able to obtain a spot was most likely because he had used that treasure. Otherwise, how could he get a spot when there were so many geniuses in the human tribe's sacred ground? Everyone, there's still some time before the ancestral land opens. Why don't we exchange some pointers? Ling Ming said. I have no objections. Jiang Quang said. I have no objections either. Yuan Ming nodded. Exchanging pointers would help them understand their opponents. Hoo ha ha ha, I didn't expect the Luo tribe to be the last to arrive. The Luo tribe was the last to arrive. The leader of the Luo tribe turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sacred palace, leaving behind 100 people. Seeing the younger generation of the Luo tribe, Fang Chen was shocked. The temperature of his blood suddenly rose. However, he suppressed it in an instant. At the same time, the leader of the younger generation of the Luo tribe frowned slightly and looked around as if he was looking for something. Strange, what was that aura? Luo Qinghan thought. Luo Qinghan, your Luo tribe came at the right time. We're going to exchange pointers. Do you want to join? Ling Ming asked. Luo Qinghan was a genius on the same level as them. Of course, they had to call him. Luo Qinghan nodded and walked to Ling Ming's side. 88 At this point, the geniuses of the 4 sacred grounds were all present. They were all waiting for the day when the ancestral land of inheritance opened. Somewhere in the void ocean, the surface was calm. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of air flew out from the ocean and floated in the sky like a fountain. A black figure could be vaguely seen standing in the middle. The ancestral land of inheritance seems to be opening. Chapter 15:13. The opening of the ancestral land was in the sacred land of the human race. Therefore, the teams of 100 people from the 3 god clans were all there, waiting for the opening of the ancestral land. The opening of the ancestral land every 100 years was a great time for the human race. The 4 leaders of the universe combat power list were gathered in the sacred land of the human race, so they were not worried that someone would cause trouble. They were not even afraid of the pinnacle sea demons in the void ocean. The warriors in the sacred land of the human race communicated with each other. Fang Chen was quietly waiting for the opening of the ancestral land in his residence. Far away in the void, a black shadow flashed and disappeared. He was extremely fast, and his ability to travel through the void was much better than Fang Chen's. In just one day, the black shadow came to the sacred land of the human race. The sacred land of the human race was at the edge of the void ocean, far away from the islands. Usually, no one dared to barge into the sacred land of the human race. The sacred land of the human race. The black shadow said in a hoarse voice, and then his body flashed and entered the sacred land of the human race. Stop, this is the sacred land of the human race. No one is allowed to enter. The guard guarding the sacred land of the human race was a warrior at the pinnacle of the creation realm. When he saw the black shadow, he immediately shouted. However, the black shadow ignored the guard. Damn it! Seeing this, the guard was furious. He took out the long spear in his hand and attacked the black shadow. Swoosh! The black shadow waved his hand and sent the guard flying. With a loud bang, the guard's body crashed heavily into the ground. He spat out blood, and his face was pale. An elite has invaded the sacred land. The guard endured the pain in his body and roared loudly. His voice spread across the entire sacred land of the human race. In the sacred palace, the four leaders were discussing the opening of the ancestral land when they suddenly heard the voice. The sacred leader of the human race's expression changed slightly, and he stood up immediately. Yes. The other three leaders of the god clans were also shocked. They felt a very powerful aura. Whoosh! The four leaders instantly appeared in the sky above the sacred land of the human race and looked at the black shadow. The four of you, how have you been? The black shadow's body floated in the sky. After seeing the four leaders, he grinned. His voice was a little hoarse, and it gave people a very oppressive feeling. Below, the crowd was in an uproar. Who is this person? Why is his aura so strong? Even Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the shadow. He knew a little about the universe combat powers list, but he didn't know this person. It's you. The human race sacred leader's face was filled with surprise. Monarch Bloodfiend. The other three exclaimed. They were all too familiar with the Black Shadow. Bloodfiend Monarch was the commander of the Siren clan in the deep sea of the Void Ocean. He was so powerful that he could be ranked in the top 10 of the universe combat power list. All this while, Bloodfiend Emperor had an agreement with the human race. The human race would not take the initiative to occupy the Void Ocean, and the Sea Demon race would not interfere in the affairs of the human race. This balance had existed for a very long time. However, the appearance of the Bloodfiend Monarch shocked the four major powers. It wasn't that he was surprised to come to the human race's sacred land alone. What truly shocked the four giants was the aura emanating from Bloodfiend Monarch. Only experts who stood at their level could understand what Bloodfiend Monarch's aura represented. I didn't expect that Bloodfiend Monarch, ranked 7th on the universe combat power list, would be the first to reach that realm. After a long while, the human race sacred leader recovered from his shock and said softly. The leaders of the three major god clans looked at Bloodfiend Monarch cautiously. They had reached the pinnacle of the life and death realm, but they couldn't take that final step. Now, Bloodfiend Monarch was one step ahead of them. This caused a huge change in the situation between the human race and the sea demon race. The ancestral land is about to open. I know it's extremely important to the human race. I won't force you. Just give the sea demon race 10 spots. Bloodfiend Monarch stated his request. No. The human race sacred leader refused without hesitation. The other three giants also shook their heads. What a joke. How many spots were there? Plus, how could they let the sea demon race enter the ancestral land? This was absolutely impossible unless the human race was destroyed. My sea demon race only wants 10 spots. This is nothing to you. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being impolite. Bloodfiend Monarch threatened the four giants. Boom. A terrifying aura spread out from Bloodfiend Monarch's body. In the crowd below, Fang Chen felt his golden heart beating rapidly when Bloodfiend Monarch released his aura. Absolute command. Fang Chen was shocked. Blood Fiend Monarch could actually achieve absolute command. Could it be that he had already reached the immemorial realm? If Blood Fiend Monarch had reached the immemorial realm, then the current situation would be dangerous. However, after hearing the conversation between the four giants and Blood Fiend Monarch, Fang Chen guessed that Blood Fiend Monarch hadn't taken the final step. Half-step life and death realm. Fang Chen guessed inwardly. That should be the case. His golden heart beat rapidly, and streams of clear energy flowed out. These streams drilled into Fang Chen's mind. Immediately, Fang Chen's eyes became extremely clear as he saw the chaotic void around Blood Fiend Monarch. What's that? Fang Chen's eyes widened, and he felt his breathing quicken. All along, the rules had only existed in legends. Only peerless experts in the immemorial realm could completely comprehend the rules. However, now, Fang Chen actually saw the manifestation of the rules. Blood Fiend Monarch had touched the threshold of the rules. His body formed its own rules and was not affected by the rules of heaven and earth. Under his rules, he was the sky. Blood Fiend, although you've taken a small step, if we really fight, the four of us won't be afraid of you. The human race's holy master spoke. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a seemingly ordinary airflow rushed to Blood Fiend Monarch and destroyed the rules that had condensed. It's impossible to give you 10 spots. The leaders of the 3 god tribes rejected. Blood Fiend Monarch's face darkened. If that's the case, let's fight. He chose to challenge the human race's holy master. The 4 giants were the 4 strongest people on the universe's combat power list. The human race's holy master was ranked first on the universe's combat power list. If he defeated the human race's holy master, he would be the ruler of the mortal universe. Let's go to the void battleground. The human race's holy master waved his hand and tore open the void. A seemingly real yet illusory void ancient battlefield appeared, and the 2 of them entered it. The leaders of the 3 god tribes glanced at each other and also entered the void battleground. Dawn. The void battleground closed, and no one outside could see what was happening inside. Rumble. Deafening noises rang out continuously. Even though the void battleground was separated, the aura emitted was enough to make everyone's heart palpitate. Too strong. Is this the destructive power of a life and death realm expert? Fang Chen felt that the void battleground might not be able to completely isolate the shockwaves. If they fought above the human race's sacred land, it would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Everyone was waiting for the result of the battle. Battles between experts were sometimes very fast. Just as everyone thought that a bitter battle was about to begin, the void battleground opened. The 5 experts walked out in a single file. The human race's holy master's face was somewhat gloomy, but Blood Fiend Monarch's face revealed a trace of a smile. It seemed that Blood Fiend Monarch had the upper hand in the previous battle. Moreover, they must have reached some kind of agreement. Otherwise, Blood Fiend Monarch would not have stopped fighting. Blood Fiend, I can give you 10 spots, but don't forget your promise, the human race's holy master said in a deep voice. Blood Fiend Monarch spread out his hands and said, I don't want to dominate the universe. I only want the sea demon race to develop quickly. Don't worry, I won't forget what I promised you. Then, Blood Fiend Monarch waved his hand. 10 sea demons appeared in the space-type true treasure. They all looked human, and their auras were vigorous. These 10 are the representatives of the sea demon race, Blood Fiend Monarch said. The human race's holy master nodded and then turned to look at the leaders of the other 3 god tribes. If you give Blood Fiend Monarch 10 spots, the 4 sacred lands will have to give 10 less spots. How should we distribute them? The human race's holy master looked at the other 3 and asked. Our sacred lands are short on spots. These 10 spots will be taken from your sacred lands. The Yuan race leader expressed his attitude. His words displeased the human race's holy master. Yuan Jiyu, don't forget your identity, the human race's holy master said. Even if you are the holy master, you can't force the Yuan race. Yuan Jiyu grinned, not caring at all about the human race's holy master's words. Do you think you can make me afraid just because you have Black Blade Monarch on your side? The human race's holy master was angry. This was the first time in countless years that he was truly angry. As the human race's holy master, he ruled over countless territories of the human race. As for Yuan Jiyu, although he was the leader of the Yuan race, he was still separated from the human race. No matter what, he was still part of the human race. Yuan Jiyu spread out his hands and stopped talking. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out instantly. The 3 sacred lands will each have 3 less spots, and the human race's sacred lands will have 1 less spot. The human race's holy master made the decision immediately. As the human race's holy master, he could make such a decision. All along, the leaders of the 3 god tribes had thought he was easy to bully. They thought he was gentle and didn't fear them. But now, he was showing his tough side. If you don't agree, we can fight, the human race's holy master said in a low voice. Holy master, I haven't fought in millions of years. I would like to see how strong you are. Yuan Jiyu and the human race's holy master entered the ancient void battleground. They came out in a short while. Yuan Gu's expression was dim, and there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. The Yuan race will have 3 less spots. Yuan Jiyu compromised. It seems like the human race's holy master isn't as simple as he looks, Fang Chen thought in the crowd. Since Yuan Jiyu had compromised, the leaders of the other 2 god tribes had nothing to say. The 10 people who had been eliminated were very unhappy. Chapter 15-14. I'm impressed. Bloodfiend Monarch cupped his hands and smiled. In fact, among the 4 giants, he was most afraid of the human clan's holy master. Although the human clan's holy master had chosen to compromise, it did not mean that he was weak. He was just looking at the big picture. The 400 spots had all been decided. Bloodfiend Monarch was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in the human clan's sacred land and waited for the opening of the ancestral land of inheritance. Bloodfiend, the Sea Demon clan wants to join in the fun at the human clan's ancestral land of inheritance. Aren't you afraid that all of your people will be wiped out? Yuan Jiyu said fiercely. The 10 people chosen by Bloodfiend Monarch were the top geniuses of the Sea Demon clan. If all of them were wiped out, it would be a huge blow to the Sea Demon clan. I'm not worried about this at all. You should be worried. Bloodfiend Monarch was very confident. The Sea Demon clan is almost invincible in the same realm. Yuan Jiyu pursed his lips and said casually, I admit that the Sea Demon clan has strong combat power. However, I don't agree that you are almost invincible in the same realm. After saying that, Yuan Jiyu pointed his finger and a ray of light shot into the crowd and shrouded Fang Chen. Sanguinati, the youngest island master in the human clan's territory. He is only at the 2nd level of the creation realm and he fought for a spot to enter the ancestral land of inheritance with his own strength. If you have the ability, let the Sea Demon clan's 2nd level of the creation realm fight with me. Let's see if you are invincible in the same realm. Hearing Yuan Gu's words, Fang Chen was very displeased. Yuan Jiyu had said that for no reason. It was obvious that he was making trouble for him. Damn it. Fang Chen clenched his fists and cursed Yuan Jiyu in his heart. After hearing Yuan Gu's words, Bloodfiend Monarch also noticed Fang Chen. He is at the 2nd level of the creation realm and he fought for a spot. Bloodfiend Monarch's eyes lit up when he heard that. He stared at Fang Chen carefully. Yes. Yuan Jiyu said solemnly. Go and test his strength. Bloodfiend Monarch lowered his head and said to one of the sea demons. This sea demon's cultivation level was at the 5th level of the creation realm. She was the one with the lowest cultivation level among the 10, and also the weakest. The reason why the Bloodfiend Monarch chose him was because the Bloodfiend Monarch thought highly of him and wanted to nurture him. Hearing this, the sea monster nodded. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will not disappoint you. After saying that, the sea monster walked in front of Fang Chen. Brat, I heard that you're very strong. Come, let me see how strong you are. Fang Chen already had a belly full of anger. His eyes were cold as he said coldly, when I attack, I want to see blood. In the eyes of outsiders, Fang Chen's words were very arrogant. However, those who knew him well knew that he was completely enraged. Brat, you're very arrogant. You want to hurt me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The sea demon sneered. In midair, Monarch Bloodfiend shook his head. Yuan Jiyu, we can't control the battle. If we accidentally injure the people of your holy lands, don't feel bad. Bloodfiend Monarch Nuoyi said. Hearing what Monarch Bloodfiend Monarch said, Fang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at the latter. That's right. I agree with Monarch Bloodfiend Monarch. It's inevitable for martial artists to make mistakes in a battle. If I accidentally kill the geniuses of the Sea Monster clan, I hope Monarch Bloodfiend Monarch won't be angry with me. Monarch Bloodfiend Monarch stood up and stared at Fang Chen with 2 rays of red light in his eyes. A mere manifestation realm martial artist actually dared to say such words to him. However, in the end, Monarch Bloodfiend Monarch suppressed the anger in his heart. Brat, I hope your strength matches your words. Monarch Bloodfiend Monarch said coldly. Seeing this, Yuan Jiyu was secretly delighted. As for the other 3 giants, they were expressionless. Rumble. The sea monster made his move. Scales appeared all over his body, and his defense suddenly became stronger. Fang Chen took out the red glass sword and performed the burial sword art of heaven and earth. Swoosh. The red sword light was extremely dazzling. The human clan's holy lord in the sky nodded with satisfaction. An expert like him could tell that Fang Chen's swordsmanship was extraordinary at a glance. This lad has great potential in swordsmanship. The Spirit Clan's master praised. This swordsmanship secret skill is very unique. It gives me a sacred feeling. The Luo Clan's master said. He squinted his eyes and was surprised. He felt that Sanguinati was a little mysterious. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chen. The scales on the Sea Monster Clan's genius exploded with a dazzling light. Kill. He roared and the scales on his body shot out instantly. Bang. 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 The scales collided with the red sword light and there was a deafening sound. A wild aura spread out and shrouded the 2 of them. Although the defense is strong, it's not indestructible. Fang Chen thought to himself. Break. The space-time true meaning was activated to the extreme. His body flashed and traveled through space. With a step, he appeared behind the sea monster. Rip. Fang Chen reached out and grabbed a piece of the sea monster's scale. He tore it off forcefully. Ah! The sea monster roared in anger and started to fight back. However, he couldn't catch Fang Chen's figure under the space-time true meaning. With the burial sword art of heaven and earth and the 5 thunder calamity technique, I should be able to take him down. As he spoke, Fang Chen activated the 3rd level of the 5 thunder calamity technique. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. The 5 great figures in the sky watched everything. This lad is a soul cultivator. The Blood Fiend Emperor said in surprise. Moreover, the secret skill of the soul Tao that he cultivates is a little special. The Blood Fiend Emperor caught a glimpse of the 5 thunder calamity technique's aura and fell into deep thought. The 4 great figures of the human race looked at each other. Boom! After the thunder in the sky accumulated to a certain extent, it suddenly swooped down. Together with the burial sword art of heaven and earth, it formed a long dragon. It pierced the vital part of the sea monster. The sea monster wanted to dodge, but Fang Chen traveled through space and appeared behind him, blocking his body. Kill. The sea monster was furious and fought back with all his might. Poochie. However, Fang Chen's attack power was too strong. Moreover, he had found the sea monster's weakness. His entire body was covered in scales and his defense was extremely strong. However, his throat had the weakest defense and could be considered his Achilles heel. Crack. The long dragon pierced the sea monster's throat. No. The sea monster wanted to make a sound, but he realized that his head was separated from his body. Stop. Seeing this, the Blood Fiend Emperor wanted to intervene, but it was too late. He roared furiously and glared at Fang Chen. Blood Fiend, you don't have to intervene in the battle between the younger generation, right? The human race's sacred leader said. The Blood Fiend Emperor snorted and a trace of murderous intent emerged in his heart. Dong. The ground trembled. Fang Chen's body landed on the ground. He used his absolute strength to let the world know that he was not an embroidered pillow. So powerful. A second-level creation realm martial artist could kill a fifth-level creation realm martial artist. At this moment, everyone looked at Fang Chen with complicated expressions. Especially Yuan Ming, who could not wait to kill him with his gaze. On the other hand, the people from the Ling clan and Luo clan were slightly surprised. This guy has great potential. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Fang Chen. Those martial artists who had mocked him previously felt their faces burning as if they had been slapped. Isn't it just a cross-level battle? Do you have to be so arrogant? The Blood Fiend Emperor sneered. Such martial artists usually don't live long. His meaning was obvious. After the remaining 9 people from the Sea Monster tribe entered the Inheritance Ancestral Land, they would not let Fang Chen off easily. However, that was a story for another day. Fang Chen did not care about the Blood Fiend Emperor's threat. Alright, let's disperse and wait for the Inheritance Ancestral Land to open. The human race's sacred leader said. After a while, the crowd in the square dispersed. On this day, many martial artists from the human tribe's sanctuary came to Fang Chen's residence, wanting to befriend Fang Chen. However, they were all rejected by Fang Chen. Before this, these martial artists did not even want to look at him in the eye. Now that he had displayed such great strength, they wanted to befriend him. Did they really think that he was an idiot? After a short rest. Finally, the day of the Inheritance Ancestral Land's opening arrived. On this day, all the martial artists gathered in the square early in the morning. They were extremely excited. The Inheritance Ancestral Land was opening today. Even the Blood Fiend Emperor was curious about what the Inheritance Ancestral Land was like. The 5 great figures stood in the air. Can we begin? The master of the Yuan clan asked. The human tribe's holy master nodded and looked at the Blood Fiend Emperor. Blood Fiend, you'd better stay away. When the Inheritance Ancestral Land opens, it will exclude other races. It will not be good if you are hurt. HMPH, hurt me. The Blood Fiend Emperor was disdainful and stood still. The human tribe's holy master did not say anything else. He took out a bright and transparent key. When he took out the key, the human tribe's holy master closed his eyes and merged his consciousness with the universe. Ancestors of the human tribe, please open the Inheritance Ancestral Land. Rumble. The key floated in the void and streaks of power of the rules shrouded it. Ripples spread out in the void, and a void gate gradually appeared in the sky. In an instant, an extremely vast aura of savagery surged over. The savagery aura was so strong that it made one's heart palpitate. It was as though it was going to destroy the void. Not good. Sensing the power of the savagery aura, the Blood Fiend Emperor immediately ran away. Even so, his clothes were torn to shreds. When such a powerful savagery aura came into contact with the human tribe's martial artists, it did not hurt them at all. So strong. Monarch Blood Fiend glanced at his tattered clothes and then stared at the void gate in the distance. The human tribe's foundation was too strong and the Inheritance Ancestral Land was extremely mysterious. The savagery aura that it gave off made his heart palpitate. Could it be that the human tribe's ancestors are still alive? The Blood Fiend Emperor thought to himself. One should know that the human tribe's strongest person on the surface was the Holy Master. However, all the human tribe's ancestors who had stepped into the Eternal Realm had already stepped into the Divine World. The Blood Fiend Emperor's eyes lit up and his consciousness spread to the Void Door. Instantly, it was devoured by the Void Door. The Blood Fiend Emperor looked at the Void Door with fear and sent a message to the 9 ocean demons. Chapter 15:15. As the ancestral land of inheritance opened, light shone in all directions. The void gate seemed real and illusory at the same time, giving off an unreal feeling. The vast desolation energy that was emitted was visually and spiritually impactful. It was too shocking. This was the foundation of the human tribe. At this moment, the blood in every human martial artist's body burst forth, their blood boiling. They were proud to be part of the human tribe. As for the 9 sea demons, they were enveloped by Blood Fiend Monarch's aura and stayed far away, not daring to get close. It wouldn't be too late to enter the ancestral land of inheritance after the desolation energy dissipated. The ancestral land has opened. As the human tribe's holy master's voice fell, the void gate gradually stabilized. The desolation energy was also slowly disappearing. The lords of the three god tribes came before the human tribe's holy master and looked at the void gate with their dark eyes. Every time the ancestral land of inheritance opens, my soul will be shaken, the lord of the spiritual tribe said. I hope that this time, there will be warriors who can obtain the supreme inheritance and continue the human tribe's bloodline, the lord of the Luo tribe said. The lord of the Yuan tribe was very confident in the geniuses of the Yuan tribe. He was secretly delighted. Everyone, get ready. When the last trace of desolation energy dissipated, the human tribe's holy master spoke. People of the Yuan tribe, let's go. Yuan Jiu shouted loudly. Immediately, the 97 warriors of the Yuan tribe swarmed into the void gate. People of the spiritual tribe, let's go. People of the Luo tribe, let's go. Soon, all the warriors of the four sacred lands entered the void gate. In the end, the gazes of the four great authorities landed on Monarch Bloodfiend. The latter leaped and came to the void gate. He made sure that there was no danger before letting the 9 sea demons enter. Buzz. After all the warriors entered, the void gate closed. Dong. A loud sound was heard, indicating that the void gate had closed completely. Ha ha ha, see you in 3 years. Bloodfiend Monarch watched as the sea demons entered the ancestral land of inheritance. He laughed and left the human tribe's sacred land. Every time the ancestral land of inheritance opened, it would last for 3 years. Once the 3 years were up, no matter where you were, as long as you were not dead, you would be transported out. We're leaving too. The 3 great leaders took their leave. The bustling sacred land of the human clan quieted down immediately. On a scorching hot land, there was a lot of fluffy soil. Maple leaves floated above the soil. The scorching sun shone on the maple leaves, evaporating the water droplets on the maple leaves in an instant. There were endless mountain peaks all around, towering into the clouds. A figure stood quietly on the ground. He looked around and finally withdrew his gaze. Feeling the scorching heat of the sun, he looked around vigilantly. Is this the ancestral land? Fang Chen said to himself. It had been 2 hours since they arrived at the ancestral land of inheritance. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he was observing the situation around him. However, to his regret, this scorching land was no different from the outside world. The ancestral land is so ordinary. Fang Chen didn't understand. This place was no different from the mystic realms he had entered in the past. It was also an independent space. He didn't understand why it was called the ancestral land of inheritance. There was almost no information about the ancestral land in his mind. Fang Chen was now in the dark. He had to explore everything by himself. Are the others scattered like me? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Let's go ahead and take a look. Then, Fang Chen walked forward step by step. Every step he took would leave a shallow footprint on the scorching ground. Earth pulse. After walking for about 15 minutes, Fang Chen stopped. There was a scorching aura under the ground, and at the same time, there was a pulse. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He spread his divine sense and invaded the ground, wanting to check. However, he was disappointed. The scorching ground actually blocked his divine sense. Dong dong dong. A rhythmic pulse was constantly coming from the ground. Fang Chen's mind shook, and his golden heart beat rapidly. This is, after a long time, Fang Chen opened his eyes wide, and his face was full of excitement. As expected of the ancestral land of inheritance. There are inheritances everywhere. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. With the help of the golden heart, he found the rhythm of the earth pulse. It turned out that this earth pulse was also an inheritance. It's really amazing. I wonder which human ancestor left behind this inheritance. Feeling the rhythm of the earth pulse, Fang Chen closed his eyes. Buzz. Under the ground, a scorching aura quietly drilled into his body. When this aura converged with the starlight in his chi sea, a deafening sound was suddenly heard. Then, a lot of information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Great Earthquake Kill. This was a supreme grade secret technique called the Great Earthquake Kill. After reading the detailed introduction of the Great Earthquake Kill, Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. This Great Earthquake Kill was too magical. The Great Earthquake Kill could silently kill the enemy through the ground. It was like hitting a cow through a mountain, injuring the internal organs of the cultivator through the body. When cultivated to the extreme, one can kill the enemy through the air. As the saying goes, killing someone from 1,000 miles away is nothing more than this. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. He didn't expect to get such a secret technique as soon as he entered the ancestral land of inheritance. He immediately sat down cross-legged and felt the rhythm of the earth pulse to comprehend the Great Earthquake Kill. Not far from the earth pulse, there were two figures. These two were from the Yuan clan. They weren't very strong and could only be considered below average in the 100-man team. Old Mo, the ancestral land of inheritance is too strange. We have to meet up with the team as soon as possible. Let's meet up as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will be in danger if we meet the cultivators of the other sacred grounds. Both of them felt that they were too weak. Just as they were walking, they felt the extraordinariness of the earth pulse. Did you feel it? The Yuan clan member called Old Mo stared at the soil on the ground and asked. Something's strange. Let's go ahead and take a look. The two moved forward quickly and soon saw Fang Chen. There's someone. It's the master of Green Bamboo Island, Sanguinati. The Yuan clan disciple called Old Mo was a little afraid when he saw Sanguinati. Sanguinati is too strong. We are no match for him. Let's go, Old Mo said in a low voice. Old Mo, look carefully. Sanguinati seems to be cultivating. If we sneak attack him, we can definitely kill him. Another Yuan clan disciple said, if we can bring Sanguinati's head to Big Brother Yuanming, we will be greatly rewarded. This Yuan clan disciple seemed to have seen his meteoric rise because of Sanguinati's head. However, Old Mo didn't want to take the risk. Old Mo, Sanguinati is cultivating and can't split himself. This is the best chance. Another Yuan clan disciple persuaded, if we miss this chance, we will never have a chance to stand out. Don't you want to succeed and be famous and leave your name in history? Old Mo was also tempted by this person's persuasion. Besides, even if we can't defeat Sanguinati, he can't kill us. If we can't defeat him, we can just run away. Old Mo was silent for a moment. He raised his head and looked at Fang Chen with sharp eyes, then said in a deep voice, let's do it. After that, the two quietly approached Fang Chen. Fang Chen was cultivating and didn't notice at all. Let's do it. After finding the right opportunity, the two Yuan clan disciples growled and attacked at the same time. A powerful attack instantly blasted toward Fang Chen. Thump. Their attacks were about to land on Fang Chen's body. The latter suddenly opened his eyes and slapped his hands on the ground. Thump. On the scorching ground, the pulsating power quickly gathered and hit the two with lightning speed across the ground. Poochie. The two Yuan race disciples whose faces were full of smiles suddenly felt pain. They subconsciously looked down and found that their legs were being melted by the scorching aura. No. Fang Chen used the pulsating power of the earth to destroy the two's bodies. Kill. He gathered all his power and killed the two through the ground. Poochie. The two Yuan clan disciples died in an instant. So powerful. Fang Chen stood up and felt the power from the pulsating power of the earth. He was very happy. The Great Earth Strike was really a very powerful attack secret art. If he could cultivate it to the transcendent state, it would definitely be unexpected. Good harvest. He was very happy to have such a harvest as soon as he entered the ancestral land. Green Bamboo Island. After Fang Chen left, Yin Fang was in charge of everything. On this day, Green Bamboo Island suffered a lot of destruction. The Sea Demon clan suddenly stirred up trouble and rushed to Green Bamboo Island, wantonly destroying it. Although Yin Fang and the others arrived in time, they couldn't stop the Sea Demon clan. Vice Island Master, why did the Sea Demon clan attack our Green Bamboo Island? The elder asked. I don't know. Yin Fang's face was gloomy and a little angry. He thought that the Sea Demon clan was just attacking on a whim. Who would have thought that the Sea Demon clan would harass Green Bamboo Island in the next few days? They didn't confront Green Bamboo Island directly, but kept harassing them. One day, Tian Xin was cultivating outside a city near the edge of the void ocean. Suddenly, the sea demon clan attacked. Tian Xin fought with one of the sea demons. The sea demon was too strong, and Tian Xin was too weak. Amidst the chaotic battle, Heaven Heart fell into the void ocean and instantly disappeared. Tian Xin. Chapter 15-16. After killing the 2 disciples of the Yuan clan, Fang Chen did not leave the scorching land. This scorching land was the best place to practice the earthquake kill. How could he miss it? A warrior only had one chance to enter the ancestral land of inheritance in his life. If he did not seize it, he would regret it. Moreover, Fang Chen knew that his strength was not very strong among the many warriors. Therefore, in order to protect himself, he had to improve his strength. After practicing the earthquake kill for the first time, Fang Chen felt the power of this secret method. Imagine being able to shake the opponent's body with a powerful force across the land. It could quietly destroy the opponent's defense and play a miraculous role. This secret method had to be practiced to the perfection stage. Only in this way could he make up for the gap in his realm. Continue to practice. The scorching land and the temperature in the air were very high. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and quietly practiced. Traces of scorching aura emerged from the ground and drilled into his body. This scorching land seemed to be relatively remote. 3 days had passed and no one came here. The little mouse was guarding Fang Chen. The latter's practice was also advancing by leaps and bounds. The power of the earthquake kill was even stronger. Not far from the scorching land, a woman in a black veil was walking quickly. Her eyes were filled with seduction. So strange. The woman in the black veil sensed the scorching air in front of her. She felt a little strange and quickly moved forward. After a while, she came to the scorching land. Sure enough, it's strange. I wonder if there's an inheritance. The woman in the black veil showed a ghostly smile on her pretty face. Immediately, she took a step forward and stood on the scorching land. As soon as she stood on the scorching land, she felt a wild force drilling into her body from the ground. Puff! The woman in the black veil was shocked by this wild force. What's going on? The woman in the black veil looked around vigilantly and finally her eyes fell on Fang Chen. Could it be that the force just now was released by him? The woman in the black veil narrowed her eyes and carefully observed Fang Chen. After a long time, she walked towards Fang Chen. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes and stared straight at the black-veiled woman. Who are you? Fang Chen asked coldly. This black-veiled woman quietly approached him, so she must have bad intentions. Seeing that Fang Chen had woken up, the black-veiled woman's pretty face was full of smiles. Her every move could touch people's hearts. Oh, it's Lord Blood Island. The black-veiled woman recognized Fang Chen. She walked in front of him, stretched out her small white hand, and put it on Fang Chen's shoulder. Her body was filled with an enchanting aura. If an ordinary cultivator was here, they would not be able to resist her charm. However, Fang Chen was not an ordinary person. Seduction technique. Fang Chen thought to himself, but he didn't point it out. He wanted to see what this black-veiled woman wanted to do. Lord Blood Island, I'm a disciple of the Luo clan. My name is Luo Feng'er. Luo Feng'er's voice contained a bewitching aura. She wanted to bewitch Fang Chen and then capture him. While Luo Feng'er was speaking to Fang Chen, she waved her small white hands in front of the latter's eyes. In a moment, Fang Chen showed a confused look. He looked at Luo Feng'er with a dull face, as if he had been bewitched by Luo Feng'er. Even if you are the Lord of Green Bamboo Island, you can't resist my charm. Luo Feng'er saw the dull Fang Chen and sneered. The smile on her face instantly disappeared and was replaced by coldness. Immediately, her aura rippled, and she stretched out her hand to grab Fang Chen's head. Whoosh! Just as she was about to grab Fang Chen's head, a sudden change occurred. The confusion in Fang Chen's eyes disappeared in an instant. Then, he grabbed Luo Feng'er's small hand and pulled her into his arms. You! The sudden change shocked Luo Feng'er a little. When Luo Feng'er felt that she had fallen into Fang Chen's arms, her face was filled with coldness. I didn't expect the Lord of Green Bamboo Island to be so lecherous. As Luo Feng'er spoke, she spat out a purple aura from her mouth. Feeling the terror of the purple aura, Fang Chen jumped and dodged. Luo Feng'er took this opportunity to quickly escape from Fang Chen's control. Are all the geniuses of the Luo clan as shameless as you? Fang Chen stared at Luo Feng'er and asked. Sanguinati, you. Luo Feng'er was furious. Her eyes widened, and she wanted to attack Fang Chen. However, the latter attacked first. With the red glass sword in hand, he used the Burial of Heaven and Earth sword art. At the same time, he also used the Great Earth Annihilation. On the scorching earth, the power of the Great Earth Annihilation was greatly increased. Poochie. Although Luo Feng'er was strong, she was basically using her charm power. Once her charm power was seen through, her attack power would be greatly reduced. Luo Feng'er resisted the attack of the Burial of Heaven and Earth sword art, but she couldn't resist the power of the Great Earth Annihilation. Her internal organs were injured by the shock. Sanguinati, I will remember you. Finished speaking, Luo Feng'er leaped up. Her black gauze rose into the air and disappeared into the void. Trying to escape. Fang Chen sneered and used the spacetime true meaning. Half. The 7th grade spacetime true meaning was fully activated, and his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Luo Feng'er. This made Luo Feng'er's face turn gloomy. This guy is really abnormal. Luo Feng'er said angrily. In the process of escaping, she sensed that another genius of the Luo clan was nearby, so she immediately transmitted a message. The Luo clan was one of the 3 god clans. Although they had declined, their foundation was very deep and couldn't be underestimated. Luo Feng'er was a genius of the Luo clan, so she naturally had some trump cards. Brat, just wait for your death. After getting the other party's reply, Luo Feng'er deliberately changed her direction, trying to lure Fang Chen to chase after her. You can't escape. Fang Chen shouted behind Luo Feng'er. Luo Feng'er's beautiful figure shuttled through the void. Although her speed was fast, she couldn't beat the spacetime true meaning. It was known as the best of the true meaning. How could ordinary martial artists compare to it? In a few breaths' time, Fang Chen caught up with Luo Feng'er. Crash. Fang Chen's figure appeared in front of Luo Feng'er, blocking her way. Luo Feng'er's face changed drastically, and she stopped talking. Still want to escape? Fang Chen looked at Luo Feng'er mockingly and asked. Luo Feng'er's face changed, and a moment later, a sly look appeared on her face. Sanguinati, you originally had a chance to escape, but now you don't have any chance at all. As soon as Luo Feng'er's voice fell, there was a sound in the distance. Immediately after, a powerful aura whizzed over. Another genius of the Luo clan had rushed over and landed in front of Luo Feng'er. Sister Feng'er, are you okay? The newcomer was a man in black clothes. Judging by his age, he shouldn't be too old. From the aura on his body, his cultivation should be at the 5th level of the creation realm. However, Fang Chen could sense that this person's combat power was definitely stronger than Luo Feng'er's. I'm fine. When Luo Feng'er spoke, there was a gloating look in her eyes as she looked at Fang Chen. Sanguinati, why are you chasing after Sister Feng'er? The black-clothed man turned to look at Fang Chen and asked. Who are you? Fang Chen asked. Luo clan, Luo Chen, the black-clothed man said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly stunned. Luo Chen, why are you talking nonsense with him? He has the inheritance on him. Capture him, Luo Feng'er said. Okay, Sister Feng'er. Let me capture him. Luo Chen made his move. As Fang Chen expected, his strength was much stronger than Luo Feng'er's. However, he still couldn't capture Fang Chen in a one-on-one fight. As the two of them exchanged blows, Fang Chen hit Luo Chen's body with his palm. Luo Chen's body immediately retreated. A jade pendant fell from his chest and landed on the ground. Fang Chen, who was about to continue attacking, saw the words on the jade pendant from the corner of his eye. He immediately widened his eyes and stopped attacking. That is, Fang Chen's body trembled a little, and his expression changed. He spread out his divine sense and stared at Luo Chen's jade pendant. There was the word Luo on the front of the jade pendant. This was nothing. What really shocked Fang Chen was that there were 2 words on the back of the jade pendant that haunted him. Azure glaze. Isn't this my mother's name? Could this jade pendant be my mother's jade pendant? Voila! Almost at the same time that Luo Chen moved, Fang Chen's body shuttled through space and arrived on the ground at the fastest speed. He held the jade pendant in his hand. Suddenly, a warm aura drilled into his body. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He could conclude that this jade pendant was definitely his mother's. Give me back my jade pendant. Luo Chen roared furiously. He bared his teeth. It seemed that this jade pendant was very important to him. Even Luo Feng's face turned gloomy when she saw Fang Chen take away the jade pendant. Sanguinati, give me the jade pendant, and this matter will end here, said Luo Feng coldly. Fang Chen tried hard to calm his heart. He played with the jade pendant and asked, "Is this jade pendant very important to you?" "This jade pendant was given to me by Aunt Azure Glaze. It's very important to me. Please give it back to me," said Luo Chen sincerely. Hearing that, Fang Chen's body twitched slightly. "Sanguinati, I advise you to obediently return the jade pendant. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Luo Feng's face was cold as she glared at Fang Chen. A voice appeared in Fang Chen's mind. It sounded like a mother's voice. It was gentle and kind. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't say anything and was playing with the jade pendant, Luo Chen were both anxious. Luo Chen and Luo Feng were very anxious. The jade pendant was very important. Once Sanguinati used the jade pendant to threaten them, they would be in trouble. However, the development of the gaff did not go as they had imagined. After playing with the jade pendant for a while, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Luo Chen with his dark eyes. "Since this jade pendant is so important to you, you should keep it well." Chapter 15-17. Luo Feng and Luo Chen were also stunned by Fang Chen's change in attitude. If it were them, they wouldn't give up so easily after getting hold of something that could be used against him. This was a life-saving talisman. However, the Blood Sword Saint had handed over the jade pendant so easily. Pa. Luo Chen grabbed the jade and looked at it carefully. Luo Feng also came over and said, "Check if he's up to something." To put it bluntly, Luo Feng didn't believe that Sanguinati would hand over the jade for no reason. She thought that he must be up to something. Fang Chen glanced at Luo Feng and Luo Chen and sighed in his heart. He turned around and left. "Sanguinati." Luo Chen called out to Fang Chen. "If I want to leave, the 2 of you can't stop me," Fang Chen said without turning his head. Luo Chen said, "Sanguinati, thank you for returning the jade. I, Luo Chen, owe you a favor. If you need my help in the future, I will do my best." Fang Chen ignored Luo Chen's promise and disappeared in front of them. "Luo Chen, you should know the importance of the jade. Let's see what you can do if you lose it," Luo Feng reprimanded Luo Chen. Luo Chen spread his hands helplessly. However, he also realized his mistake and apologized to Luo Feng. "Sister Feng, I was wrong. I promise that I will hide the jade well and won't lose it," Luo Chen said solemnly. Luo Feng nodded and her fair little hand gently caressed Luo Chen's face. In her eyes, Luo Chen was just a child. As an older sister, she naturally had to take good care of Luo Chen. "Luo Chen, what do you think this Blood Sword Saint means by returning the jade pendant so easily?" Luo Feng asked with a chuckle. Luo Chen shook his head. "I'm not sure, but I can see that Sanguinati is a straightforward person." Luo Feng's beautiful eyes looked in the direction where Fang Chen disappeared. Her mind was filled with thoughts. What an interesting guy. Luo Feng thought to herself. Judging from his age, he should be quite young. But what happened to him could only be described as a miracle. Previously, Luo Feng did not approve of Sanguinati. She thought that he was able to become the Green Bamboo Island Master because of the favor of the human race Holy Lord. However, after exchanging blows with Sanguinati, Luo Feng's attitude towards him changed greatly. His strength was much stronger than he had imagined. "Sister Feng, what are you thinking about?" Luo Chen's voice pulled Luo Feng'er back from her thoughts. Nothing, let's go, Luo Feng'er said. While walking, Fang Chen's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. The little mouse on his shoulder comforted him. Boss, we've been through a lot ever since we left the ancient sword continent. If someone had told you in the past that you could reach this level, would you have believed it? Although the road ahead is long, with your potential, boss, you can definitely go on. The little mouse continued, Boss, your mother is the Luo clan's holy maiden. Her status is very high, and her life isn't in any danger. What are you worried about? Worried that you won't be able to meet her? Worried that the Luo clan will stop you? The little mouse asked. Hearing the little mouse's words, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Yes, what was he worried about? His mother was in the Luo clan, and she was the holy maiden. Her status was respected, and she wasn't in any danger. On the contrary, she could obtain all the resources of the Luo clan. She was the hope of the Luo clan. In the future, she might even have the chance to become the next leader of the Luo clan. With his mother in such an environment, what was there for him to worry about? As for worrying about the Luo clan stopping him, this wasn't a problem at all. The current him was too weak. But one day, his strength would grow to the point that even the Luo clan feared him. At that time, would the Luo clan still stop him? The Luo clan's leader would probably beg him to return to the Luo clan. After hearing the little mouse's words, the knot in Fang Chen's heart was immediately untied. A smile appeared on his face. Thank you. Fang Chen grinned and said, Boss, where are we going next? In the ancestral land of inheritance, there were inheritances everywhere. Fang Chen had a deep understanding of this. He had just entered, and he had already obtained such a powerful secret technique, Earthquake Kill. If he could obtain more opportunities, it wouldn't take long for his cultivation to break through. The ancestral land of inheritance has been open for a few days. Let's find someone to inquire about it. Who knows, we might gain something, Fang Chen said. They headed towards the center of the ancestral land of inheritance. They also met some martial artists from other sacred grounds. Many of them quickly avoided Fang Chen when they saw him. The scene of Fang Chen killing a 5th-level creation realm sea demon was still vivid in their minds. They knew that they weren't Fang Chen's match. 3 days later, Fang Chen met a few martial artists from the human sacred grounds. Brother Fang. When they were in the human sacred grounds, these people had a good relationship with Fang Chen. Now that they met, they were especially close. Where are you guys going? Fang Chen asked. We are going to the reception hall, one of them said. Guidance hall? Fang Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. Brother Fang, the reception hall is the most important place in the ancestral land of inheritance. After the ancestors of the human race died, they were all buried in the reception hall. The martial artist explained, the inheritances scattered in every corner of the ancestral land of inheritance are just ordinary inheritances. Only the inheritances in the reception hall are the strongest. Yes, Heaven-Slaughtering Sword, Jiang Quang, and the others have already gone to the reception hall. After listening to their explanations, Fang Chen finally understood what was going on. Powerful martial artists' goal was the reception hall. Relatively weaker martial artists who were not qualified to compete for the strongest inheritances would settle for the second best and choose the inheritances in other places. It seemed that he still had to ask for information. Otherwise, if he searched for inheritances in the ancestral land of inheritance, he would miss the reception hall. Where is the reception hall? Fang Chen asked. We are also going to the reception hall. Brother Fang, come with us, one of the martial artists said. All right, thank you very much. The group of people hurried on their way. The reception hall was located at the center of the ancestral land of inheritance. The reception hall was very magnificent, and the aura it emitted made many martial artists' hearts palpitate. There was a small square in front of the reception hall, and there were some martial artists here. Looking carefully, almost everyone who dared to come here was a powerful martial artist. Even the 9 members of the sea demon race had come here. When Fang Chen arrived, the square was packed with people. Heaven-Slaughtering Sword and Jiang Quang are here. Fang Chen's divine sense swept over the square and found heaven-slaughtering sword, Jiang Quang, and the others. Brother Fang, do you see the stairs to the left of the reception hall? One of them pointed to the left of the reception hall. Fang Chen looked over. There really was a staircase to the left of the reception hall. After passing 9 steps, you can reach the top of the reception hall. That is the reception hall's test, said another martial artist. A test. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he saw Jiang Quang move. Whoosh! Jiang Quang was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the top of the stairs. Buzz! When Jiang Quang stepped onto the stairs, his speed sharply decreased. It was as if he had fallen into a gravitational space. Yes. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide. He wanted to see just what the test of the 9 steps was, but he couldn't see through it. Thump. Although Jiang Quang's speed had decreased, it didn't affect him in the slightest. A moment later, Jiang Quang stepped onto the 7th step. However, at this time, Jiang Quang's face was a bit pale. He seemed to have reached his limit. Whoosh! On the stairs, Jiang Quang took a deep breath. His pale face became a bit redder. In his mind, his Yuan spirit trembled. A powerful Soul Dao aura instantly filled the air. He circulated all his strength and took a step forward. Just as Jiang Quang was about to step onto the 8th step, a terrifying force suddenly struck him, sending him flying. Jiang Quang landed miserably on the ground. He immediately found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged. He seemed to have comprehended something. The test is too difficult. Even Jiang Quang can't reach the 8th step. It seems others won't be able to pass, said a martial artist beside Fang Chen. Jiang Quang, watch me. The person who spoke was Slaughtering Heaven Sword. Slaughtering Heaven Sword had always been suppressed by Jiang Quang. This was his chance to counterattack. Whoosh! Slaughtering Heaven Sword was very fast. It didn't take long for him to reach the 6th step. What a powerful pressure! Slaughtering Heaven Sword's smile vanished. He endured the pain all over his body and took a step forward. Crash! Slaughtering Heaven Sword was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His clothes were tattered. Standing on the 7th step, he was panting. His forehead was covered in sweat. Continue. Slaughtering Heaven Sword wanted to reach the 8th step, but he failed in the end. He was even more miserable than Jiang Quang. After Slaughtering Heaven Sword's failure, Wei Xiong and Rhino of the Human Sacred Land took the test one after another, but they all stopped at the 6th step. It seems that the Human Sacred Land is only SOSO. The person who spoke was a genius of the Yuan Sacred Land. The supreme treasure in the welcoming hall is destined to belong to the Yuan Sacred Land. After saying that, Yuan Qian of the Yuan Sacred Land climbed the steps. However, although Yuan Qian's tone was arrogant, his strength was really weak. When he reached the 5th step, he felt that he had reached his limit. He tried his best to reach the 6th step. His clothes were tattered and he was sent flying. Below, there was a burst of laughter. Yuan Qian's face was burning as if he had been slapped. His face was cold. He stood up and looked around. What are you laughing at? Yuan Qian said coldly. Kid, I've tolerated you for a long time. Come out and fight. Yuan Qian's gaze fell on Fang Chen. He had just mocked the Human Sacred Land's martial artists, but he was slapped in the face. Yuan Qian was very angry, but he didn't dare to offend others. CCC Pavilion. He happened to see Sanguinati in the crowd. He knew about the grudge between Yuan Ming and Sanguinati. Therefore, he vented his anger on Fang Chen. In the crowd, Fang Chen was a little stunned. How could this be? He was simply unjustly implicated. Sanguinati, you trash, why are you laughing at me? Yuan Qian cursed Fang Chen mercilessly. Chapter 1518. Yuan Qian was one of the best among the younger generation of the Yuan race. He was originally only at the 5th level of the creation realm, but after entering the ancestral land of inheritance, he gained some enlightenment and stepped into the 6th level of the creation realm. He had just stepped into the 6th level of the creation realm, and his cultivation was not stable yet. However, he felt that his strength was enough to crush Sanguinati. He happened to see Sanguinati here, so how could he let go of such a good opportunity? Hearing Yuan Chen's words, everyone noticed Sanguinati. The Yuan race people looked at Sanguinati fiercely and wanted to tear him into pieces. Sanguinati, you piece of trash. How dare you try to enter the welcoming hall? What a joke. Yuan Chen used words to humiliate Fang Chen. Fang Chen was a little helpless. He had been attacked even though he was standing still. He had to admit that Yuan Chen was really digging his own grave. Moreover, he still did not know how good he was at digging his own grave. What's the point of having a sharp tongue? You mocked the human race's sacred ground and got slapped in the face instead. How dare you vent your anger on me? What a joke. Fang Chen exposed Yuan Chen's humiliation. Yuan Chen was furious and strode in front of Fang Chen. Sanguinati, if I don't kill you today, I'm not human. Yuan Chen was already a little ashamed, and after hearing Fang Chen's words, he was even more furious. Yuan Chen, why are you talking nonsense with him? In the Yuan race area, a warrior with a strong aura said indifferently. Brother Yuan Liang, don't worry. I'll capture and kill this kid right now. With that, Yuan Chen attacked. The aura of the 6th level of the creation realm instantly spread out. Kid, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Yuan Chen cultivated the tri-elemental body tempering art, a secret technique of the Yuan race. Everyone in the mortal universe knew about the tri-elemental body tempering art. It was said that this body tempering secret technique was created by the ancestors of the Yuan race and was very powerful. Especially when combined with the Yuan race bloodline, its power soared. There were many secret techniques in the Yuan race, but Yuan Chen had always been studying the tri-elemental body tempering art. He possessed the Herculean demonic ape physique, which was known for its strength. This kind of special physique was very rare. When Yuan Jiyu, the leader of the Yuan race, discovered Yuan Chen's Herculean demon ape body, he praised it as unique in the universe. In other words, only Yuan Chen possessed the Herculean demonic ape body. In the ancient times, the Herculean demonic ape body was extraordinarily tyrannical, and its name shook the universe. Yuan Jiyu had personally imparted the 3-elemental body refinement art to Yuan Chen. He thought highly of Yuan Chen. The latter lived up to everyone's expectations, and his physical body continued to grow stronger. Yuan Chen had once used pure strength to kill a human martial artist at the creation realm with a single punch. His power was publicly acknowledged as the strongest in the Yuan race. Of course, his overall combat strength was a little weaker. Yuan Chen clenched his fists tightly, urging all the strength in his body, and suddenly punched out. There was a layer of black light on the surface of his skin. This represented the first level of the 3-elemental body refinement art. The 3 Yuan body refinement art had a total of 3 layers, and its power was tyrannical. Now, Yuan Chen had only displayed the first level, and it was enough to make everyone's heart palpitate. What a domineering 3-elemental body tempering technique. No wonder it's the top secret technique of the Yuan race. It's really enviable. He hasn't even activated the Herculean demonic ape body, but he already has such powerful strength. This Yuan Chen has hidden his strength too well. It seems that Sanguinati is in danger. The disciples of the 3 divine races were not optimistic about Fang Chen's chances. Even the martial artists of the human race's sacred land shook their heads slightly. Jiang Quang, Tu Tianjian, and the others were still comprehending and did not even open their eyes. The 3 Yuan body refinement art? Fang Chen chuckled as he looked at Yuan Chen. Then, he casually threw a punch. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little speechless. What is Sanguinati doing? Why isn't he dodging, but competing with Yuan Chen in strength? Is Sanguinati out of his mind? Or is he so confident that he can suppress Yuan Chen's strength? Fang Chen's punch caused an uproar. However, he ignored it. Competing with me in strength? You're courting death. Yuan Chen sneered. His fist was surrounded by a black halo as it fiercely smashed towards Fang Chen. Dong, the 2 fists collided, and a dazzling light burst out. The surrounding violent aura instantly dissipated. Dust flew everywhere, and the smoke was dazzling, drowning the two of them in an instant. The 3-yuan body refinement art is very powerful. If it weren't for my strong physical body, I wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Fang Chen thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying force coming from his fist, and his figure instantly retreated. Crash! When all the smoke dissipated, everyone was dumbfounded. What? Sanguinati is unharmed? Sanguinati withstood Yuan Qian's strength attack. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He's actually not at a disadvantage when competing with Yuan Qian in strength. Shocked voices were incessant. Many martial artists stared at Fang Chen with their eyes wide open. Yuan Qian clenched his fists, and his aura surrounded him. Layer after layer of red halo spread out, and in the blink of an eye, the black halo was swallowed up. This was the performance of the second level of the 3-yuan body refinement art. Your strength is not bad. You were able to withstand my punch. However, that's all. After saying that, Yuan Qian punched out again. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with fist shadows. There were a total of 3 levels of the 3-yuan body refinement art, and so far, Yuan Qian had only mastered the second level. Yuan Jiyu, the master of the Yuan clan, had once said that if he could master the third level, with the help of the great demon ape body, Yuan Qian could dominate the creation realm. Since I mastered the second level of the 3-yuan body refinement art, I have defeated all kinds of geniuses and have never been defeated in a competition of strength. This legend will continue. With your strength, you can't shake me at all. Yuan Qian was very confident in himself. As he spoke, the purple fist shadows in the sky whizzed towards Fang Chen at a speed invisible to the naked eye. So strong. After feeling the power of the 3-yuan body refinement art, Fang Chen no longer held back and activated the perfect sword body. Buzz! Terrifying sword chi spread out from Fang Chen's body. Sword-shaped runes flowed on the surface of his skin, giving people a very shocking feeling. What kind of constitution is this? Everyone exclaimed, feeling oppressed. No matter what kind of constitution you have, you can't resist my strength. Yuan Qian sneered. The purple fist shadows that filled the sky hit Fang Chen's body with a rumble. With the perfect sword body activated, Fang Chen's defense was raised to the strongest. At the same time, he clenched his fists and erupted with his strongest strength. I've never been afraid of anyone in a competition of strength, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. He suddenly punched out and directly smashed the purple fist shadows that were close to him. Boom! Punch after punch, Fang Chen's punches were so fast that it made people speechless. He constantly blocked the purple fist shadows that attacked him. However, even so, there were still some that slipped through the net. Some of the purple fist shadows still landed on Fang Chen's body. Buzz! The sword-shaped runes revolved and a powerful sword chi soared into the sky. The purple fist shadows couldn't shake the sword-shaped runes at all and finally dissipated in the air under the impact of the sword chi. Seeing this scene, Yuan Qian's smile disappeared and was replaced by a dignified look. What kind of constitution is his? His intuition told him that Sanguinati's constitution must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he resist the attack of the 3-elemental body refinement art? No, I don't believe it. Yuan Qian roared angrily. The aura around his body gushed out and condensed into a 30-meter-tall ape behind him. The ape bared its fangs and brandished its claws, exuding a terrifying demonic aura. It was a peerless demonic ape. Great demonic ape body? Fang Chen raised his head and grinned at the 30-meter-long demonic ape. Yuan Qian was proud of the 3-elemental body refinement art and the great demonic ape body. If he defeated them both, then he wouldn't have any right to be proud. Roar! The demonic ape roared at the sky, feeling the anger in Yuan Qian's heart, and stepped forward step by step. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. Great earthquake kill. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to use the great earthquake kill. Through the earth, energy was transmitted to the demonic ape. Roar! The demonic ape felt the attack coming from underground and roared angrily. It directly came to Fang Chen's side. It stretched out its claws and quickly clawed. Sanguinati, go to hell. Yuan Qian roared and controlled the demonic ape to use the 3-elemental body refinement art again. Crack! Fang Chen raised his hands and blocked the demonic ape's big claws. The powerful force instantly tilted downwards, and his body was forcefully sunk into the soil. So strong. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. The great demonic ape body was indeed the pinnacle of strength constitution. His perfect sword body was known as the strongest constitution in the world, but it didn't belong to the strength constitution. In terms of strength, there was still a gap between it and the great demonic ape body. Fortunately, the perfect sword body had other advantages, so he could barely resist the demonic ape's attack. Kill. Yuan Qian's eyes were scarlet and he fell into a state of madness. He controlled the demonic ape to kill Fang Chen. It's too difficult to destroy the demonic ape. I can only do it from Yuan Qian. A thought quickly flashed through Fang Chen's mind. Then, while resisting the demonic ape's heavy pressure, he used the Great Earth Annihilation to deal with Yuan Qian. Poochie. Yuan Qian, who had leaped high in the air, suddenly fell from the sky. He spat out blood and his face was pale. Sanguinati, you despicable man. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what had happened and why Yuan Qian was suddenly injured. They looked at Fang Chen in confusion. After the Great Earth Annihilation hit Yuan Qian, he was not seriously injured. However, Fang Chen then used the 5 Thunder Tribulation art. Rumble. The Thunder and Soul Path aura merged and hit Yuan Qian's head. Yuan Qian roared angrily. His aura was a little weak. The demonic ape that attacked Fang Chen swayed and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Sanguinati, I'm going to kill you. Yuan Qian glared at Fang Chen. He took a step forward and jumped onto the devil ape's back. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. After attacking Yuan Qian continuously, his body was injured and he was temporarily disconnected from the demonic ape. This affected the demonic ape. At this moment, Fang Chen seized the opportunity. He launched a large-scale attack and activated the perfect sword body. The red glass sword stabbed into the demonic ape's body. Crash. Chapter 15:19. With the Herculean demonic ape body broken, Yuan Qian's body was exposed in front of Fang Chen. What other means do you have now? Fang Chen sneered, and the red glass sword in his hand emitted a sword hum, as if responding to its master. I'm going to kill you. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, his Herculean demonic ape body was broken by his opponent. This was a disgrace to Yuan Qian. Yuan Qian's face was gloomy, and he once again displayed the 3-elemental body refining technique. However, the Herculean demonic ape body being broken had a great impact on him. In the following battle, Yuan Qian's attack was no longer a threat to Fang Chen. Whoosh! With a slash of the sword, tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged in the sky. The sword light soared into the sky and merged with the tens of thousands of lightning bolts, turning into a terrifying attack that shot towards Yuan Qian. In the battle, Yuan Qian gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, and Fang Chen completely controlled the battle. No one had expected this. If someone said before the battle that Sanguinati could defeat Yuan Qian, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. But now, the truth was in front of them. Although Yuan Qian had not been defeated yet, everyone was well aware of it. Yuan Qian could not hold on for long. What a freak! There were such whispers in the crowd. Many people looked at Sanguinati in shock, and only the people of the Yuan clan looked gloomy. Especially Yuan Liang, who had spoken before, glared at Yuan Qian fiercely. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Yuan Liang said coldly. Yuan Qian, who was in the middle of the battle, was stunned, and immediately felt ashamed and angry. Brother Liang, give me time, and I will kill him. Until now, Yuan Qian was still unwilling to give up. In this case, Fang Chen would not give him a chance. However, in front of so many Yuan clan disciples, he could not kill Yuan Qian. Otherwise, if he aroused the anger of the Yuan clan, he would not be able to enter the main hall. Whoosh! A terrifying pressure shot out from the red glass sword, and immediately stabbed at Yuan Qian. Yuan Qian desperately tried to dodge, but it was no use. Bang! Fang Chen found the opportunity to display the space-time true meaning, and suddenly appeared behind Yuan Qian, and then kicked him away. Yuan Qian's body fell to the ground, his face full of shame. The geniuses of the Yuan race are only SOSO. Fang Chen glanced thoughtfully at the Yuan race area and said, "Brat, so what if you defeated Yuan Qian? Fight me if you have the ability." Yuan Liang was a little angry as he said coldly, "Fight with you? You are a 6th-tier creation realm genius of the Yuan race. Who knows how many trump cards you have? I'm only at the 2nd tier of the creation realm. Don't you think it's embarrassing for me to fight with you?" Fang Chen mocked the Yuan race mercilessly. Yuan Liang's expression changed. "What's the point of trying to win with words? In the end, you're just a clown. If I attack, you'll die without a doubt." Yuan Liang's aura surged as he prepared to make his move. Yuan Ming was not with them because of some matters. Yuan Liang was the strongest person in the Yuan clan. Since Yuan Qian was humiliated, he naturally had to step in. "If you want to kill me, you Yuan race will have to pay the price. Believe me, none of you can bear that kind of price," Fang Chen said indifferently. He had a trump card, so he was very confident. Not to mention the celestial dragon boat, there were very few people who could catch up with him when he used the true meaning of spacetime. Besides, he also had the jade pendant that Tao ancestor he gave him. If he was forced into a corner, it was not impossible for him to kill Yuan Liang. "Is that so? No one has ever dared to threaten the Yuan race. You're the first." Yuan Liang said sinisterly, "You can't bear the consequences of threatening the Yuan race." As soon as Yuan Liang finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. However, Fang Chen was already prepared. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, pieces of purple crystals appeared in his arms and floated in the sky. Formation complete. With Fang Chen's low shout, the Chaos Origin killing formation was set up. Yuan Liang was directly trapped in the Chaos Origin killing formation. "Let's break the formation first," said Fang Chen. In the formation, Yuan Liang was still full of confidence. "You want to trap me with a mere formation? What a joke." After saying that, Yuan Liang displayed his domineering and peerless power and forcibly broke the formation. "I don't have time to play with you." Seeing Yuan Liang break the formation, Fang Chen took a step forward and came to the top of the stairs. Buzz! As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, Fang Chen felt a terrifying Soul Dao aura coming from all directions. Fang Chen was a little stunned and immediately became ecstatic. He did not expect that this level would actually test the essence spirit. It's much easier to test the essence spirit. Fang Chen's essence spirit was already strong enough after being tempered. Among the people present, there was almost no one whose essence spirit was stronger than his. Thump, thump, thump. Fang Chen easily reached the 7th step while everyone was dumbfounded. So far, only Tu Tianjian and Jiang Quang had reached the 7th step. Even Wei Xiong and Rhino stopped at the 6th step. He actually reached the 7th step so easily. Below, Rhino and Wei Xiong looked at each other and shook their heads. The two of them were considered the top in the human race's 100 list. Apart from Jiang Quang and Tu Tianjian, they were the strongest. However, they stopped at the 6th step, while Sanguinati easily reached the 7th step. At this time, Tu Tianjian also opened his eyes. Can he reach the 8th step? Stare. The 8th step. There was an uproar below. Countless martial artists were shocked. Sanguinati actually reached the 8th step and was tied with Jiang Quang. Oh my god, what kind of monster is Sanguinati? Too powerful. Jiang Quang stopped at the 8th step, but Sanguinati easily reached it. I wonder if he can break Jiang Quang's record. It seems that another genius of the human race's sacred land has risen. Below, with a boom, Yuan Liang broke the Chaos Origin killing formation and roared angrily. Sanguinati, your time of death has come. However, as soon as his voice fell, he realized that something was wrong. Everyone was looking at the steps. His gaze shifted to the steps. He was stunned by what he saw. Sanguinati reached the 8th step. Yuan Liang couldn't believe it. That damnable fellow, he really is lucky. Yuan Liang believed that Sanguinati had reached the 8th step because he had cheated. He went up. Sanguinati reached the 9th step. Suddenly, startled cries came from the crowd. Everyone was completely stunned. They stared blankly at Sanguinati. After reaching the 8th step, he paused briefly before continuing on to the 9th step. Buzz. When he stepped onto the 9th step, a gentle light shone from the reception hall and enveloped him. 10 golden stone platforms appeared on the 9th step. After the golden platforms appeared, Fang Chen's body was wrapped in a gentle light. He arrived on the first golden platform. Once the 10 golden platforms are full, the second stage of the trial will begin. An ancient voice came from the reception hall. The golden platforms are full. The second stage of the trial will begin. There are only 10 golden platforms. Doesn't that mean that only 10 people can pass the first stage of the trial? At this time, everyone's expression changed. They finally felt a sense of urgency. Crash. In the Yuan clan's area, Yuan Liang rushed up the steps. Thump. Thump. Yuan Liang quickly climbed up the steps and easily reached the 7th step. After a short pause, he stepped on the 8th step. When he wanted to take another step, he was sent flying. Damn it! Yuan Liang, who had retreated, shouted in his heart. If Sanguinati could reach the 9th step, why couldn't he? Cultivate. Yuan Liang sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to comprehend. For a time, many cultivators rushed to pass the trial. Fang Chen sat on the golden platform and looked down. Jiang Quang and Heaven-Slaughtering Sword of the Human Sacred Land are the most likely to reach the golden platform. As for Rhino and Wei Xiong, their Yuan spirits are slightly weaker. I'm afraid they don't have a chance. With that, Fang Chen turned his gaze to the Yuan clan's area. Although he hated the Yuan clan, he had to admit that the Yuan clan's overall strength was still very strong. Fang Chen guessed that it wouldn't be a problem for Yuan Liang to reach the golden platform. Unknowingly, a day had already passed. During this period, Yuan Liang had tried 3 times, all of which ended in failure. However, after each failure, he was able to gain some insights. After a little comprehension, his improvement was very fast. It wouldn't be long before he could reach the golden platform. Originally, Fang Chen guessed that among these people, Yuan Liang should be the first to ascend the golden stone platform. He didn't expect that he had underestimated Jiang Quang. This person was very low-key. In a day, his Yuan spirit improved greatly. Finally, in the 3rd trial, he succeeded and reached the 2nd golden platform. In this way, the human sacred land had already occupied 2 seats, which made the 3 god races envious. At the same time, they were even more anxious. However, at this time, uninvited guests arrived. The 9 powerful beings of the non-human race had arrived. The golden platform belongs to our sea demon race, said the leader coldly. The sea demon's words angered the human race. Humph, this is the human race's ancestral land. You sea demons want to reach the golden platform? What a joke. If you're not convinced, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The sea demon's attitude was very arrogant. They wanted to suppress the human race with absolute strength. I'll fight you. The spiritual race's genius, Ling Chihu, couldn't help but step forward and point at the 3-eyed sea demon. Kid, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The 3-eyed sea demon was known as the 3-eyed Spear King in the Void Ocean. He had 3 eyes, and was a member of the blue-eyed golden eye race. However, he had 3 eyes. Legend said that his 3rd eye could erupt with destructive power. Once it opened, it would destroy everything. All this time, no one of the younger generation had been able to force the 3-eyed Spear King to open his 3rd eye. You freak, do you think you can scare me with 3 eyes? Ling Chihu sneered, and his aura spread. The 3-eyed Spear King's face was gloomy, and a long spear appeared in his hand. He was known as the 3-eyed Spear King because other than his 3 eyes, he was also known for his spear techniques. His spear technique was very strange and powerful. You're too weak. The 3-eyed Spear King waved his hand, and the long spear danced wildly, stabbing out one after another. Ling Chihu and the 3-eyed Spear King fought. Chapter 1520. The 3-eyed Spear King's spear was like a dragon. Every thrust of the spear caused people to hallucinate. It was very shocking. So powerful. Ling Qihu, who was fighting with the three-eyed Spear King, also felt the power of his opponent. However, he was a genius of the spiritual tribe and would not admit defeat so easily. Kill! Ling Qihu roared and used his most powerful skill. The three-eyed Spear King sneered and waved his hand. His spear shot out like a dragon. Qihu, watch out! The sky pride of the spirit tribe, Ling Ming, shouted. Then, he stomped his foot and dashed towards Ling Qihu in a flash. Too late. The three-eyed Spear King sneered when he saw Ling Ming coming to his rescue. The dragon-like spear stabbed toward Ling Qihu. Ling Qihu, who was opposite him, felt the strong pressure and his face changed. Am I going to die? At this moment, Ling Qihu displayed an incomparable thirst for life. He tried his best to dodge the three-eyed Spear King's spear. However, it was useless. The spear seemed to have a mind of its own and locked onto Ling Qihu's body. No matter how he tried to dodge, he could not. The spear was about to pierce Ling Qihu's body. At this critical moment, a talisman appeared in Ling Qihu's hand. He activated the talisman without hesitation. Immediately, berserk flames spread out and enveloped his body. The talisman was very powerful. Hiss! The long spear stabbed into the raging flames and stopped abruptly, unable to move forward. Whoosh! Ling Ming arrived in a moment. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying force bombarded the long spear, forcing it back. The three-eyed Spear King landed on the ground and stared at Ling Qihu. The humans let out a sigh. Everyone who entered the ancestral land of inheritance had a life-saving treasure on them. The talisman was probably Ling Qihu's life-saving treasure. Everyone knew what it meant to lose his life-saving treasure. Ling Qihu was no longer qualified to fight for the strongest inheritance. However, it was worth it to exchange his life for this. Ling Ming, it's not good for you to interfere in their fight. A seductive woman from the Sea Demon tribe giggled and said, "Mph, if I don't make a move, the 7 tigers will be in danger." Ling Ming snorted coldly, expressing his extreme dissatisfaction with the Sea Demon clan. "Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you." The enchanting woman walked out. Her body was filled with a charm that wasn't any weaker than Luo Feng'er's. "Xinyu, be careful," the three-eyed Spear King reminded. Su Xinyu was a well-known figure among the younger generation of the Sea Demon clan. Her strength was not inferior to the three-eyed Spear King. Moreover, she was also one of the leading figures of the Sea Demon clan. Since the Sea Demon clan wanted to occupy the Golden Stone platform, they had to display unparalleled combat strength. Su Xinyu walked in front of Ling Ming and prepared to attack. At this moment, Yuan Liang spoke. "We humans have already been very merciful by agreeing to give you 10 spots. You still want to snatch the strongest inheritance of our human race? You must be dreaming." Yuan Liang said, "If you really push us too far, we can join forces and destroy the 9 of you easily." The outstanding younger generation of the Luo clan also stood beside Ling Ming and expressed their attitude. The Sea Demon clan didn't expect things to turn out this way. They looked at each other and didn't act rashly. However, at this moment, a deafening voice resounded through the sky. 9 steps suddenly appeared on the right side of the reception hall. The Sea Demon clan can attempt the right step. However, I'll say this first. The right step is twice as difficult as the left step. Each of you only has 5 chances. If you fail all 5 times, your soul will be scattered. Hearing this, the 9 Sea Demon clan members' faces turned serious. The human race's ancestral land was still very hostile to the Sea Demon clan. Double the difficulty brought with it a lot of unknowns. "Mph, I'd like to see how long the Sea Demon clan can be so arrogant," Ling Qihu said angrily. The 9 members of the Sea Demon clan gathered together to discuss countermeasures. As for the human race, they ignored the Sea Demon clan and continued to explore. Perhaps it was because of the Sea Demon clan's provocation, Yuan Liang's attempt was successful. After crossing the 9th step and stepping onto the 3rd Golden Stone platform, a faint smile appeared on Yuan Liang's face. However, when he looked at Sanguinati, who was on the 1st Golden Stone platform, a trace of killing intent was hidden in the depths of his eyes. "It seems like it'll take some time for the 10 Golden Stone platforms to be full." Fang Chen inwardly thought to himself. Soon after, he sat down cross-legged and began comprehending the burial sword art of heaven and earth. His main body and clone comprehended together at an extremely fast speed. The chants of the burial sword art of heaven and earth rapidly circulated in his mind. Sword chi vaguely coiled around his body. The outside world naturally didn't know what was happening in the ancestral land. Green Bamboo Island. During this time, Green Bamboo Island could be said to be in a passive position. The Sea Demon clan was constantly harassing Green Bamboo Island. Perhaps because they were afraid of angering the human race's sacred land, the Life and Death Emperors didn't make a move. Only the Fortune Realm Sea Demons came to harass them. Yin Fang and the others had to fight for a long time every day to defeat the Sea Demon clan. Island Master Mansion, Conference Hall, Vice Island Master, we can't continue like this. Yes, we need to think of a way. Don't we have a lot of formation masters? We can let them set up some defensive formations. Each elder expressed their own opinions. After hearing it, Yin Fang kept shaking his head. Right now, they needed a sweaty battle to deter the Sea Demon clan. Otherwise, they would continue to harass them. If only Island Master was here. Vice Island Master Yin Fang muttered to himself. He still didn't know that the reason why the Sea Demon clan attacked Green Bamboo Island was entirely because Island Master Sanguinati had killed a prodigy of the Sea Demon clan in the human race's sacred land in front of Bloodfiend Sovereign Emperor. Report. A hurried voice came from outside the conference hall. Speak quickly, Yin Fang hurriedly asked. Vice Island Master, we just received news that our Crimson Jellyfish mine has been completely occupied by the Sea Demon clan. All the martial artists mining the mine have died, the subordinate quickly reported. Hearing this, Yin Fang was furious. Damn the Sea Demon clan. While Yin Fang and the others were frowning, on a towering tree that pierced through the realm wall on Green Bamboo Island, the originally tranquil towering tree suddenly shook its branches and leaves. Fang Chen, that brat, told me to take good care of Green Bamboo Island. I only slept for a little while, and Green Bamboo Island already became like this. After the old faker woke up, he immediately sensed the changes on Green Bamboo Island. After carefully sensing, he discovered that the Crimson Jellyfish mine had a problem. The Crimson Jellyfish mine was a cultivation resource that Fang Chen had set his eyes on. The old faker had been paying attention to the Sea Demon clan's situation. Damn the Sea Demon clan, are they tired of living? How dare they come to my territory and steal things? The old faker was somewhat angry. In any case, he was an immortal tree that had touched the threshold of deity realm. His strength was comparable to a life and death sovereign emperor, but he was relatively low-key and didn't take action under normal circumstances. Right now, he had no choice but to take action. Immediately, the old faker made his decision. His roots began to sway in the void ocean. Immediately, a huge whirlpool appeared in the void ocean. The old faker's roots rapidly arrived before the Crimson Jellyfish mine. Inside the mine, the Fortune Realm clansmen of the Sea Demon clan had gathered together to discuss how to deal with Green Bamboo Island. Everyone, the mission that Bloodfiend Sovereign Emperor gave us is to destroy Green Bamboo Island. The leader said, however, due to the monitoring of the human race's sacred land, we can only cause small disturbances and disturb the operation of Green Bamboo Island, making them collapse on their own. That's right. We'll destroy all their cultivation resources and see how they develop. Although the Crimson Jellyfish mine is nothing to us Sea Demon clan, it's definitely incomparably important to Green Bamboo Island. Destroy the Crimson Jellyfish mine as soon as possible, and then continue to think of ways to destroy Green Bamboo Island. While the Sea Demon clan was in the midst of their discussion, a root suddenly drilled into the mine with a rustling sound. Swish! The root wrapped around a Fortune Realm martial artist and pulled him out of the mine. Crack! The old faker's move was naturally incomparably tyrannical. Just the root's entanglement directly killed a Fortune Realm Sea Demon. Crack! The Fortune Realm Sea Demon's body directly disintegrated. The old faker released a trace of terrifying aura, which enveloped the entire Crimson Jellyfish mine. Who are you? The Sea Demon clan's leader's expression changed greatly as he asked coldly. You bastards dare to rob my territory? Are you tired of living? The old faker's voice sounded. Human race expert. The Sea Demon clan's leader's expression changed greatly. Come out if you have the ability. What's the point of hiding in the dark? The Fortune Realm clansman of the Sea Demon clan looked around vigilantly. Crack. The root appeared again, wrapped around a person, and quickly pulled him out of the mine. Elder, something's wrong. Finally, they realized that something was wrong. Let's attack together. I don't believe that he can destroy all of us. Old bastard, come out if you have the ability. See how I destroy you. Hearing the clamor of the Sea Demon clan, the old faker was enraged. Countless roots directly entered the Crimson Jellyfish mine. Not a life and death realm emperor. Feeling the aura emitted by the old faker, the Sea Demon clan's leader furiously roared. He didn't understand why a life and death realm emperor of the human race would attack. Chapter 1521. The old faker's attack power was unimaginable. The Fortune Realm clansmen of the Ocean Demon clan were unable to resist at all. Numerous roots wrapped around the Ocean Demon clan and strangled them to death. In a few breaths' time, the clansmen of the Ocean Demon clan who had invaded the Crimson Jellyfish mine were all killed. You dare to cause trouble in my territory? You're courting death, the old faker said coldly. Shortly after, his roots wrapped around the entire Crimson Jellyfish mine. He protected the Crimson Jellyfish mine, and only Green Bamboo Island's clansmen could enter. Human race's sacred land, inside the sacred palace. The human race's sacred lord suddenly opened his eyes. His divine sense spread out, instantly enveloping the entire universe. Shortly after, his gaze pierced through the clouds and looked in the direction of Green Bamboo Island. That's a quasi-god tree. A slight ripple appeared on the human race's sacred lord's face. Even as a sacred lord whose Yuan spirit had fused with the universe, this was his first time seeing a quasi-god tree-level plant. I didn't expect Green Bamboo Island to be hiding such a plant. The human race's sacred lord sighed. Soon after, he waved his hand, and a crack appeared in the void before him. Then, he entered the crack. At the same time, the masters of the three god races also sensed that aura. Every time a life and death realm emperor was born, they would sense it. Yuan race. Yuan Jiyu was playing chess with Black Blade Monarch. Black Blade, your disciple can't be underestimated in this trip to the ancestral land. Yuan Jiyu chuckled. He held a shirako and placed it on the chessboard. Black Blade Monarch glanced at the chessboard and grinned. He then grabbed a shirako and placed it on the chessboard near Yuan Jiyu. Immediately, a strange phenomenon appeared on the chessboard. Ha ha ha, I won. Black Blade Monarch looked at the chessboard and laughed loudly. Yuan Gu's chess skills were very strong. He would lose every time they played, but this time, he actually won. Yuan Jiyu didn't think too much about it. Black Blade, what do you think about the matter I told you about? Yuan Jiyu asked. Black Blade Monarch's smile disappeared, and he looked at Yuan Jiyu solemnly. Yuan Jiyu, allow me to think about this matter for a while. At the very least, I'll have to wait until my disciple comes out of the ancestral land, Black Blade Monarch said. Yuan Jiyu nodded and did not pursue the matter any further. Suddenly, an indescribable aura shook the world. Then, Yuan Jiyu and Hei Ren looked at each other, their faces full of surprise. Someone broke through to life and death realm. In the mortal universe, there weren't many life and death realm monarchs. Therefore, the birth of one would attract the attention of many parties. When they caught a trace of aura in the air, they knew that a life and death powerhouse had been born. The two of them spread out their divine senses and discovered an astonishing scene. The aura originates from Green Bamboo Island. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, the two giants tore through the void and left the Yuan clan's sacred land. In the clouds above Green Bamboo Island, the 5 giants gathered. The first person to arrive was the human race's holy master. His deep gaze was fixed on the towering tree on Green Bamboo Island as his heart trembled. A plant that has touched the threshold of the divine realm has actually appeared. He had only heard of it before, but had never seen it before. It was said that in ancient times, there were plants that had cultivated to become gods. This had always existed in legends, But now, he had seen it with his own eyes. It's actually a plant. Yuan Jiyu said. This plant was on Green Bamboo Island before, but we didn't discover it. Black Blade Monarch said. His eyes were filled with greed. It's a waste to leave such a plant on Green Bamboo Island. Yuan Jiyu said. After saying that, Yuan Jiyu came to the top branch of the towering tree. Fellow Daoist, the environment here isn't suitable for you to grow. How about I bring you back to the Yuan clan's sacred land? Yuan Jiyu asked. The other 4 giants looked at the old faker. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here. The old faker transmitted his voice. Hearing this, Yuan Gu's expression changed slightly. Fellow Daoist, you've already touched the threshold of the divine realm. You shouldn't stay here. If you follow me to the Yuan clan's ancestral land, I'll help you reach the divine realm as soon as possible. Yuan Jiyu continued to persuade. Deity rank, that was a very tempting thing. Plants were different from humans. Their cultivation system was completely different from the human race's. Therefore, although the old faker's current strength was only equivalent to a human monarch who had just entered the life and death realm. However, the 5 giants wouldn't underestimate him. Because as long as he took one more step, he would reach the divine realm. That kind of earth-shattering change was not something the 5 giants could compare to. From a certain point of view, the cultivation of the human race was based on a lot of accumulation and required a lot of potential. Some people were trapped in the life and death realm and couldn't touch the threshold of the laws. For example, the current giants. How could they not want to enter the eternal realm and enter the divine realm? But, even with their amazing talents, they still couldn't touch the threshold of the laws. It was too difficult. Since ancient times, there were too few geniuses who could enter the divine realm. But the old faker was different. Their cultivation system was simple to begin with. With his current state, as long as there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to enter the divine realm in a few decades or a few centuries. At that time, no one in the mortal universe would be his match. Therefore, Yuan Jiyu wanted to rope in the old faker. Once he roped in the Yuan clan, the strength of the Yuan clan would skyrocket. Fellow Daoist, the Ling clan is more suitable for you to live in. The leader of the Ling clan couldn't hold back and said. The leader of the Luo clan also asked the old faker for his opinion. I'm not going anywhere. The old faker's attitude was firm. He wasn't going anywhere. For a moment, the 5 giants looked at each other. Rumble. At this moment, a huge wave rose up in the void ocean. A terrifying bloody aura spread out instantly. The 5 giants' faces changed slightly. Blood Fiend Monarch had appeared. I was wrong. I didn't expect such a heaven-defying plant to be hidden in Green Bamboo Island. When Blood Fiend Monarch saw the old faker, his eyes widened. Although he had lost some Creation Realm clansmen, he didn't care at all. Blood Fiend, what are you doing here? The human clan's holy master said in a deep voice. This plant is fated with me. I'm bringing it to the void ocean. Blood Fiend Monarch's attitude was firm. He waved his hand and a terrifying aura surrounded the old faker. Creak. Countless branches swayed on the old faker's main body. Damn it. The old faker cursed. He wanted to resist, but Blood Fiend Monarch was too strong. Blood Fiend, stop. The 5 giants naturally wouldn't allow Blood Fiend Monarch to take the plant away. You can't stop me. Blood Fiend Monarch's hand grabbed the old faker's main body. Blood-red aura spread out and the old faker's body kept shrinking. In the blink of an eye, it became a palm-sized plant and fell into Blood Fiend Monarch's hand. Seeing this, the 5 giants were furious. Blood Fiend, hand over the plant. Black Blade Monarch scolded. They didn't expect Blood Fiend Monarch to have such means to take away the plant. I won't hand it over when it's in my hands. Blood Fiend Monarch said and was ready to leave. The 5 giants attacked, wanting to stop him. A shocking battle broke out in the sky above Green Bamboo Island. The 5 giants fought against Blood Fiend Monarch. These 6 were already standing at the top of the universe. They were the 6 most powerful people in the universe. When the 5 giants joined forces, their attack power was extremely strong. Blood Fiend Monarch retreated and was at a disadvantage. Blood fiend, hand it over. The sacred leader of the human race said. Blood fiend monarch sneered. His body turned into a ray of red light and disappeared into the void ocean. Where do you think you're going? The 5 giants chased after him. In front of the reception hall in the ancestral land of inheritance. On the first golden stone platform, Fang Chen sat cross-legged. He was comprehending the burial sword technique of heaven and earth. Below, the members of the Sea Demon clan were fighting against the human race. Originally, Fang Chen didn't want to pay attention to these things. But suddenly, he opened his eyes. Old Faker. There was a special connection between Fang Chen and the Old Faker. He immediately sensed that the Old Faker was taken away by Blood Fiend Monarch. But after a while, he couldn't sense the Old Faker anymore. Damn it. Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger. Blood Fiend Monarch, the strongest person of the Sea Demon clan, was so narrow-minded. In Fang Chen's opinion, Blood Fiend Monarch must have attacked the Old Faker because he had killed the outstanding genius of the Sea Demon clan. Fang Chen tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. He looked down. It just so happened that Ling Yu of the Spirit clan was defeated by the Sea Demon clan. I really want to know what your attitude will be when the 9 most heaven-defying people of your Sea Demon clan all die in the ancestral land of inheritance. Fang Chen's killing intent surged as he walked down the golden stone platform step by step. Jiang Quang of the sacred land of the human clan was a little stunned when he saw this. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. As for Yuan Liang of the Yuan clan, he was secretly delighted. If he left the golden stone platform, could he come up again? Crash. Fang Chen landed in front of the reception hall. He helped Ling Yu up from the ground and then looked at the Sea Demon clan. Brother Shuai. Ling Yu exclaimed when he saw this. The others were also very puzzled as to why Sanguinati would give up the golden stone platform. Sanguinati, are you here to die? The speaker was called Sima Yueshing. Fang Chen killed Mu Feng in the sacred land of the human clan, and the 9 of them held a grudge against him. At this moment, seeing Sanguinati take the initiative to come down from the golden stone platform, they were full of killing intent. Die. Poochie. Without saying a word, Fang Chen backhanded with a sword. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, and the heaven and earth burial sword art was instantly displayed. A terrifying red sword light quickly pierced towards Sima Yueshing. At the same time, Fang Chen used the Great Earthquake Kill, transmitting energy through the earth, hitting the cow across the mountain. Poochie. Sima Yueshing saw Sanguinati make a move, sneered and was ready to fight back. However, before he could make a move, the red sword light penetrated his body. At the same time, a shock force came from the ground, injuring his internal organs. Sima Yueshing vomited blood. Poochie. Another sword strike, a clean and nimble strike. Sima Yueshing's head was directly cut off. Chapter 1522. Sima Yueshing was dead. 2 of the top 10 prodigies of the Sea Demon clan had died in the hands of Fang Chen. If killing Mu Feng was still acceptable, then killing Sima Yueshing gave them too much shock. Sima Yueshing was at the peak of the 5th level of the creation realm, and his combat strength was comparable to the 6th level of the creation realm, or even stronger. He was beheaded before he could even make a move. This was a naked provocation. Fang Chen held the red glass sword in his hand, his gaze falling on the other 8 people. The 8 great sea demons were also a little stunned, and immediately their killing intent soared. Boy, you dare to kill the elites of my Sea Demon clan, the three-eyed Spear King said angrily. What's the harm in killing them? The people of the human clan did not understand why Sanguinati suddenly flew into a rage. The strength of the three-eyed Spear King was obvious to all. But Fang Chen was not afraid in the slightest. You are courting death. The three-eyed Spear King finally could not help but make a move. The long spear in his hand turned into a long dragon, whistling as it came. Clang, the red glass sword was held horizontally in front of his chest, easily blocking the long spear of the three-eyed Spear King. Is that all you can do? Fang Chen mocked, deliberately angering the three-eyed Spear King. Sure enough, the latter was enraged. I swear, I will tear you to pieces, the three-eyed Spear King roared angrily. Immediately, he stomped his foot, and his body floated in mid-air. The long spear in his hand was constantly waving. Numerous spear shadows were densely packed, like rain, suspended in the air. Kill. The three-eyed spear king growled, and the rain-like spear shadows whizzed over. Sanguinati, be careful. The heaven-slaughtering sword roared. No matter what, Sanguinati was fighting for the human clan. At this moment, the people of the Yuan clan also put down their prejudice against Sanguinati. In the face of the Sea Demon clan, the human clan should not have internal strife. Even if the Yuan clan master, Yuan Jiyu, was here, he would do the same. Everyone was worried about Sanguinati. The attack power of the three-eyed spear king was too strong, and every time he struck, he could move space. However, Fang Chen's strength should not be underestimated. His combat strength was already very strong. Coupled with the true meaning of space and time, he could easily dodge the three-eyed spear king's attacks. Dong, the three-eyed spear king's spear and Fang Chen's red glass sword fiercely clashed together, resulting in a deafening explosion. The three-eyed spear king could not help but take a few steps back. His expression was gloomy. Brat, you should be proud to be able to force me to open my third eye. The three-eyed spear king said coldly. At the same time, the third eye in the middle of his forehead slowly opened. A vast aura shot out from the third eye. When the third eye fully opened, it was like a black hole, swallowing everything. Yes, it can affect space-time. Sensing the aura emitted from the third eye, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Who would have thought that the third eye of the three-eyed spear king would actually have such a powerful effect? Die. The three-eyed spear monarch controlled his third eye and looked at Fang Chen. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of light shot out in an instant. Using the true meaning of space and time, Fang Chen's figure disappeared. The terrifying beam of light bombarded the ground, smashing a large pit. In the sea demon area, Su Xinyu looked at all this indifferently. There was a different kind of charm on her pretty face. She did not seem to be worried about the three-eyed spear king. This brat has some ability. He actually forced the three-eyed spear king to this extent, Su Xinyu said. Even I dare not resist the third eye of the three-eyed spear king. This brat is dead. Mu Hanfu sneered. She was one of the only 2 women among the 10 geniuses selected by the Bloodfiend monarch. Her strength was slightly inferior to Su Xinyu, but she was also very strong. The human race can't hold on any longer, Yang Guiyuan said. On the battlefield, the three-eyed spear king's third eye was extremely destructive. It constantly shot out terrifying beams of light to attack Fang Chen. The latter's figure fluttered, constantly dodging. Swoosh. At a certain moment, Fang Chen's body was locked on by the beam of light. Sword burial art of heaven and earth. Fang Chen displayed the burial sword art of heaven and earth, shooting at the terrifying beam of light. Crack. The red sword light was instantly shattered. His expression changed slightly, but he did not panic. 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. At the critical moment, Fang Chen displayed the 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. In the sky, a lightning snake swooped down with the terrifying power of thunder. Under Fang Chen's control, it instantly collided with the terrifying beam of light. Dong. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The terrifying beam of light directly swallowed the lightning snake. In Fang Chen's mind, his primordial spirit shook. Poochie. Fang Chen vomited blood, injured by the terrifying beam of light. Brat, let's see what else you can do. The three-eyed spear king sneered. He took a step forward and came in front of Fang Chen, ready to attack. Roar. The little mouse appeared and displayed its innate ability, extreme piercing. The purple spear turned into a stream of light, shooting at the three-eyed spear king's third eye at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Courting death. The three-eyed spear king did not care about the sudden attack. The terrifying beam of light shot out again. This time, he was wrong. The purple spear, in an indestructible manner, pierced through the terrifying beam of light and ruthlessly stabbed into the three-eyed spear king's third eye. Ah! A miserable cry came from the three-eyed spear king's mouth. He held his forehead with both hands, blood splattering all over the sky. The terrifying beam of light in the sky instantly exploded. The three-eyed spear king's body swayed and fell to the ground. Everyone looked over and exclaimed. The three-eyed Spear King's third eye was tattered, and his skull was shattered. What a terrifying attack. In the crowd, everyone looked at the little mouse with shock. Ah, my eye. Facing the little mouse, the three-eyed Spear King was too careless. With his third eye pierced, his body suffered heavy injuries and lost his fighting strength. Three-eyed. This sudden turn of events caused the other members of the Sea Demon clan to be stunned. They came in front of the three-eyed Spear King and checked his body. A moment later, Su Xinyu and the others' faces were incomparably gloomy. The three-eyed Spear King's injuries were too severe, and his third eye was equivalent to his life. Now that his third eye was destroyed, he did not have much life left. In other words, even if he did not die, he would be a cripple. This was a heavy blow to them. If we don't kill this kid, how can we continue to live? Yang Guiyuan said furiously. Don't worry, he will die. Su Xinyue's face was covered with frost. She had already pronounced Sanguinati's death. Fang Chen used the 5 lightning tribulation technique and suffered a backlash, sitting on the ground to heal. The little mouse stood beside him, staring at the sea demon race. With me here, don't even think about hurting my boss. I'll kill you, then kill your boss. Yang Guiyuan attacked. He fought with the little mouse. The little mouse's defense was strong, but its attack power was not strong. With the three-eyed Spear King's loss, Yang Guiyuan was naturally very careful. When he saw the little mouse use its innate ability, he immediately hid far away. The battle was very intense, and Yang Guiyuan soon suppressed the little mouse. Bang! Bang! The little mouse's defense was too strong, and Yang Guiyuan could not do anything about it. His defense is very strong, and it will be futile if this continues. Mu Hanfu said, suppress it, then kill Sanguinati. Hearing this, Yang Guiyuan nodded. Immediately, he suppressed the little mouse with one hand and reached for Fang Chen with the other. Boss! The little mouse's eyes were scarlet red, and it roared furiously. In the human race's area, several geniuses were ready to attack. Stop! As humans, how could they watch Sanguinati be killed? Sanguinati is dead meat. Yang Guiyuan sneered. When his big hand approached Fang Chen, something strange happened. Rumble, the clear and boundless sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. In a breath's time, the sky completely darkened. Immediately after, thick lightning snakes swam in the rolling sea of clouds. These lightning snakes seemed to have a mind of their own as they roared at the sky. At the same time, Fang Chen's primordial spirit vibrated in his mind, and the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique was automatically activated. The 5 Thunder Tribulation technique, which had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time, actually broke through at this moment. Every time the chant was activated, the number of lightning snakes in the sea of clouds would increase. In the end, it was so dark that the human race's martial artists felt their hearts palpitate. Hurry up and attack, or something unexpected will happen. Su Xinyu also felt that something was wrong, and she spoke out. Yang Guiyuan was a little scared, but when he heard Su Xinyue's words, he gritted his teeth and attacked. When his large hand came into contact with Fang Chen's body, the densely packed lightning snakes in the sea of clouds immediately swooped down. Rumble, the deafening sound of thunder resounded in the sky. The entire world shook. Countless lightning snakes attacked Fang Chen's body fiercely, beating his body. Yang Guiyuan's big hand was instantly broken by the lightning snakes. Blood kept flowing out. The lightning snake's attack power was too strong. Countless lightning snakes all smashed onto Fang Chen's body. The latter was directly drowned in the sea of lightning. It was too terrifying. The aura made Tu Tianjian and the others continuously retreat. Boss! Little Mouse saw the situation and bared its teeth. While Yang Guiyuan was in pain, it opened its mouth and bit Yang Guiyuan's other hand. Crack! Yang Guiyuan's only remaining hand was also bitten off. The pain swept through his entire body. Yang Guiyuan was severely injured, and the lightning snakes entered his body through the wound, destroying his body. Little Mouse of course would not let go of such an opportunity. It jumped onto Yang Guiyuan's shoulder and bit off half of Yang Guiyuan's head. Guiyuan! Seeing this, Su Xinyu attacked. She waved her small white hand, and a grey aura appeared around her. She rushed toward Little Mouse, trying to save Yang Guiyuan. Sensing the threat, the little mouse leaped and directly jumped away. Bang! His body was sent flying by the grey aura. At the same time, Yang Guiyuan's body fell to the ground. Damn it! The Sea Demon clan was completely furious. They had lost several geniuses consecutively, and the culprit, Sanguinati, was still alive. This was a disgrace. Little Mouse got up from the ground and looked at Boss worriedly. He and Boss were telepathic and knew that Boss was still alive.